Welcome to a meeting of your Manatee County Board of County Commissioners. Representing District 1, Carol Ann Feltz. Representing District 2, Amanda Ballard. Representing District 3, Tal Sadiq. Representing District 4, Mike Ron. Representing District 5, Dr. Bob McCann. Representing District 6 at-large, Jason Bearden. Representing District 7 at-large, George Cruz. The County Administrator is Charlie Bishop. Time is set aside at the beginning of each meeting for citizens to speak on any issue. Citizens are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes. Today's meeting is brought to you with closed captioning.
We got the big guns out there now. All right, good morning, everyone. Today is Thursday, November 6th, and this is a land use meeting for the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. Before we get started, we will begin, as we do all things, with the invocation and the pledge. Today's invocation will be led by Brock Patterson from the Longboat Island Chapel, and our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Commissioner Dr. Bob McCann. Please rise if you're able.
Let us pray. Gracious and Heavenly God, we give you great thanks this day. Thank you for the very breath of life that you placed into our lungs and for this opportunity that we have to come together and to serve our community, to serve your world. Lord, we thank you for all that you've done to make this possible, especially, Lord, what you have done in the manner of sacrifice made by the men and women of our police departments, our fire departments, our emergency personnel. Thank you, Lord, for instilling upon them courage and sacrifice that allows us to be here. And especially this week, Lord, as we honor and think of our veterans, we thank you for what they do and what they have done. We ask your blessings upon all of them and upon their families, Lord. Give them strength, give them courage, and give them peace. We thank you most of all, Lord, for this beautiful, beautiful world that you've given us. Help us to do the very best we can in your service, and in your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, you may be seated. Ms. Knapp, are there any updates to the agenda?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. There are no additional updates this morning.
All right, thank you. And we will get started before our 9 a.m. time certain with citizen comments for future agenda items. These are comments on items that are not on today's agenda. I have, well, 3 people signed up. Mark, did you sign up for future agenda item? And after Mark, I have Jamie Van Hoos and Becky Hollinger.
Yes, good morning, Mark Vandery, Manatee County. And on future agenda items, I guess Commissioner Cruz, I think my goal is probably to be a pain in your ass today. In fact, I may be your biggest pain in the ass. But that being said, I'll try not to say anything that would be considered asinine. But I know this week I've been watching the meetings and on Tuesday and yesterday. And regarding the water situation in the county, I don't see enough discussion on the carrying capacity of the county. What can our land support? Really, what can our land support? And there's supply and demand. And honestly, I think our water rates are considerably lower than other places around the country. I think The water management's been doing a pretty good job getting the water out. In light of the droughts we've had, in the last 10 years, we've had a lot of drought, and our reservoir's been drawn down, and we've been getting a lot of algae in there. They've been doing the best they can with it, with limited filtration. There's some of my friends in other urban areas and suburban areas in Florida and outside of Florida, they're paying more for their water and wastewater, sewer water, than they're paying for electric and gas, okay? Sometimes twice what they're needing to pay for electric and gas. So my point here is that we don't want to get there. We want to determine what is our carrying capacity in this county and not exceed it. I heard the school board was up here the other day crying the blues. Oh, we don't have a capacity for all these kids that are coming into our schools. For the last 10 years, every time a zoning came up for a housing development, the school board said, oh, we got plenty of capacity. No problem with capacity. Bring them on, bring them on, bring them on. And so they did. And now the houses are being developed, people are moving in, and now they're crying, oh, we don't have school capacity. Well, it's your own damn fault. You did it to yourselves. With the water situation, we may be doing it to ourselves again. We're allowing clear cutting of the forests. The trees the lack of trees and the impervious surfaces are killing our wetlands. We're not perking into the aquifer like we should be. You can't, the Floridan aquifer is a wonderful asset that we have along with our reservoir. You can't keep sucking water out faster than the water is replenishing the aquifer. You can't do it. You're going to be in a situation where you're forced to desal for drinking water, and that is really, really expensive. So let's do better. Bring these up on future agenda items, drill down to the root cause, and let's stave off our future costs on water. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Van Hoos? Please state your name and county residence.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jamie Van Hoos. I'm a Manatee County resident. I am born and raised Manatee County resident. I've lived here my whole life. And I am a current adjacent property owner to the proposed Pomelo Bluff. I wasn't always an adjacent.
Oh, that's, Jamie, that's an actual agenda item, so you have to speak on that during the agenda
Oh,
item.
you know what? I apologize. I got signed up for 2 different ones. I'll come back. Is that okay?
Yeah, it'll be
Okay.
later on today. It's on today's agenda. so,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Becky Hullinger.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm the owner of a 5-acre parcel.
Ma'am, if you could please state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, Becky Hullinger.
Thank you.
I'm the owner of a 5-acre parcel that is landlocked inside the footprint, the very footprint of the Saletta development, and right across the Myakka River from the Terra Nova
Saletta
development.
is also on today's agenda. So you have to speak of that during the Saletta presentation, unless this is unrelated to this conversation.
Well, actually, what I was getting ready to explain is that for future agenda items, I think that as citizens, we needed to be contacted in some way, shape, or form. I did not know about any of this until.
Again, this is still, yeah. Go ahead.
Point of clarification.
Sure.
She's speaking on Soletta, which is a different project and administrative approval. Today, we have Sorella on the agenda. Sorry.
I apologize then. So you are
Sorry.
permitted to speak. The names sound extremely familiar, similar.
Okay,
so.
all right. Okay, thank you.
You can start her 3 minutes over again, because I was interrupting her.
did.
Yeah.
Thank you. Again, I'm the owner of a 5-acre parcel that's sandwiched in between 2 developments. I'm actually inside the footprint, of Saletta, and then right across the river from Terra Nova. So I've got 2 golf courses on both sides of my property. And I do not have access to this property at this time. I'm going to give you a very, very brief reason why. My father purchased this property December of 1966, and Mr. Bellino, now the Saletta Development, purchased theirs 2 weeks later. For reasons not totally understood, we were deeded 3 easements, but none of them go to the property. That's right, none of them. So after numerous attempts by my father to amicably obtain legal access failed, Our neighbors to our east gave us a key and allowed us to access our property through theirs. Then, to our surprise, after 54 years, we were notified our access using their key was no longer available. Approximately 1 year after that conversation, the Soletta property was purchased from the Bellino family. There was also a community meeting held on the grounds for all the neighbors to attend. This is the most important thing. I was not notified either of the sale of the Bellino property or the community meeting. It had already happened by the time I found out. My not being notified hindered my ability to effectively obtain access, protect, or sell my property. So I did what I could, and I spoke at a county planning meeting in June of 2023, making them aware of my locations and my concerns. I also gave them a copy of all of my easements. One of the county planners suggested I obtain legal advice. So, over the next 2 years, I hired 2 different law firms and spent thousands of dollars and received no effective conclusion. Numerous attempts were made to discuss or obtain even temporary access to put up a fence and no trespassing signs, and we were either ignored repeatedly or told no. We even hired a drone in desperation to get up and get some pictures of our land since we could not access it in any other way. I'm not against all development, but it needs to be done in a responsible way. What I see happening to our natural resources is a travesty, and I'm very sad my grandson cannot enjoy what we've enjoyed. For 4 generations, we have enjoyed fishing on the river, but now that is gone. I feel as if the land has been stolen from us. Our rights as a responsible landowner have been trampled on, and we are tired of being bullied. We have done everything we possibly can to solve this issue on our own, and now I am asking for help from the county. We continue to pay our taxes, which have quadrupled in the last 4 years. I need your help. I have done all I can do as a citizen. Someone either needs to give us access or buy us out. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that's a lot to unpack, but shoot me an email. I'll happily talk to you about this. It's a lot to hear in 3 minutes to
Yeah.
fully understand the complexities of a half a century worth of transactions.
Yes.
But shoot me an email,
I sure will.
and you and I will get together, we'll talk about it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
If I could, if Denise Greer's willing to follow the speaker out into the lobby, we've had previous email communications about how we feel this is now a civil matter, but Denise has been
Okay.
working on it with the county surveyor. So
Okay.
she can.
Still reach out to me, though.
Yep.
But no, you can talk to Denise, and she's way smarter than me, so, all right. That's the last person I had signed up for public comment of future agenda. Is there anybody else in this room? There's nobody on the phone. Anyone else in this room who wants to give public comment on future agenda? Seeing none, I will close public comment on future agenda, and we'll move to consent. There's one item about a boat ramp. Does anyone want this item pulled from consent?
Yes, I do. For sunshine purposes, you know, today I get to say it. I want to pull the whole consent agenda.
Okay. I will open up well, it's pulled, so we're just going to open up item number 14. Is there somebody here to talk about this item for item number 14?
Angela Hans, Manatee County Property Management.
Caitlin Deloach, Property Management. I'm sorry, what was your name? Caitlin Deloach. Thank you.
Can you just present this so everybody knows what we're doing so that, you know, it's in the sunshine?
Yes. What we're trying to do is, we're trying to get the temporary use agreement that is in place that's getting ready to expire on November 14th extended. If we do not get that extended, then we cannot make it to the governor's cabinet meeting in December, which the sovereign submerged land lease is going on that agenda. And currently, we are in a situation where we are guests out there at the boat ramp, being able to use it. So we want to make sure that we can keep this lease in place so that we're in compliance, and that we're in compliance going to the governor's cabinet meeting on December 16th.
Is there any cost associated with this, or is just an extension?
It's just the extension.
Okay. If nobody has anything else, I'll move to approve.
Well, okay. I have a motion to approve by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. I don't know. A bunch of people said it. I have 3 people signed up for comment on consent. Were 3 people here to talk about the Kingfish Boat Ramp extension? Because you're talking specifically about an extension of a temporary use permit. I'm trying to pull it up. It left my screen. That's it. I have a Heather Todd, a Rick Smalley, and a Pamela LaPonre. Were any of you here to talk about Kingfish Boat Ramp? What were you signed up for, just so I make sure I put you in the right place? Okay, so when we get to those items, you're not going to be on that list because you're on this list, but just I'll open it up to anybody in the room at that time, so you'll be able to speak at that time. Okay, there's nobody on here. I have a motion to approve by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. That's not up on the screen. When it's up, you can cast your vote. There you go. And that is approved 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we are moving on to our advertised public hearings, starting with the legislative. Item number 1, Ms. Knapp.
We have a 9 o'clock time certain,
Oh,
Chair?
that's right. I forgot we have I even highlighted it. Okay. 9 o'clock time certain. Item number 4, which is quasi judicial. So just so I can get this out of the way now, if you're intending to speak on effectively anything on this agenda at any point in time today, will you please stand and be sworn in? Not you.
Because you will need to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, county of residence, and if you've been sworn.
All right, Ms. Knapp, item number 4.
Item number 4 is East County Facilities, PDI 1922 ZGR. This is a county-initiated rezone of approximately 126 acres, generally located north of State Road 70, east of Post Boulevard, southeast of Rangeland, and west of Uline. From General Agricultural Watershed Protection Evers Special Treatment Overlay District to Planned Development Public Interest Zoning District and retaining the watershed overlay. Amending zoning ordinance PDPI 1922 ZG and approving a revised general development plan for a county park to add the 126 acres to a total, to the existing 236 acres, to add such uses that include but are not limited to county office space, public use facilities, aquatic center, dog parks, softball fields, baseball complexes, pickleball stadium, restrooms, multi-use buildings, hotel, secondary storage barn, multi-purpose fields, gymnasium, and excessive passive recreation, trails, outdoor fitness equipment, shade pavilions, and amending the stipulations. Amending ordinance PD, no, that concludes the introductions. Sorry about that.
All right, Molly?
Good morning, Commissioners. Molly White, Director of Sports and Leisure Services, and I have been sworn. We're before you today proposing the rezoning of approximately 126 acres of land at Premier Sports Campus, transitioning from general agriculture to planned development public interest. This strategic amendment is designed to unify the property, streamline potential projects, and unlock new opportunities for public-private partnerships that benefit both residents and our local economy. The purpose of this amendment is to unify the campus and provide flexibility, enable shared parking, support public-private partnerships, and generate revenue to support operating and capital expenses in the facilities and for economic impact. Options include, as Ms. Knapp stated, some sports medicine facilities, potential hotel, indoor sports complex, food and beverage options, and additional outdoor fields to complement the Premier Sports Campus amenities. One note that none of which are being approved for construction today, but allowing for the flexibility to explore these options. And Ms. Kayla Barr is here today if you'd like a further presentation.
This is your call. This is technically a presentation upon request. I do have a question for you, Ms. Schenk. This is quasi, so I'm about to ask whether or not there's any ex parte communication, but I would guess since we're effectively the applicant, there's been extensive ex parte communication on this?
Yeah, everyone just say they visited the site and they're familiar with the project because that's acceptable.
Has everyone been to Premiere once? Okay. Yes, I mean, it's our own project. So, but this is presentation upon request. I don't know to what extent you all want to hear a full presentation. We've kind of,
Yes, we definitely want to hear a whole presentation here because, again, you're building over in a place that is becoming a concrete jungle. And the thing is that, you know, there's a lot of traffic and a lot of things going on over there. The people in my district want to hear that. We even have people in my district coming to talk about this today. You know, one of the things that I would like to know is you're actually talking about baseball complex and baseball fields. And if you're doing that, why do we still have to put baseball fields over by, you know, the Country Club East? So, you know, we want to know what the plans are so that we can actually get this done. Thank you.
so that's a yes. We do want to hear a presentation.
Very good. Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Katie LaBarre, Principal at Stantec, representing Manatee County Government, and I have been sworn. The application that you have before you today is for a revised general development plan and a rezone of approximately 126 acres from general agriculture to planned development public interest. As Molly indicated, the intent is to update the plan to illustrate a variety of public, recreational, and community uses. This application before you today will add 2 parcels to East County facilities, resulting in a new acreage of approximately 236 acres. And then the southern portion of the site that's highlighted in yellow will be rezoned to PDPI to be consistent with the balance of the site. The plan is being amended to add an event lawn and maintenance building, sports fields, multi-purpose buildings, as well as a hotel, potential hotel. This is the amended general development plan. The GDP essentially will memorialize the existing uses and activities that already take place on the site, as well as add the uses that I've identified. Minimum required open space of 30% will be met with development of the site. Roadway buffers are identified and measure a minimum of 10 feet. And then there's a 50-foot wetland buffer that's provided along the eastern and northern property lines adjacent to the wetland system to the east. Maximum proposed non-residential floor area will be approximately 1.4 million square feet. And again, there's the proposal for up to 300 hotel rooms. This site is surrounded primarily by residential development. It is at the heart of Lakewood Ranch. It's been an important element of Lakewood Ranch for community uses over the years. There are also several government-owned uses to the west of the site. They include the post office, some commercial and office uses, as well as a future school site that we discussed on Tuesday. The compatibility for this site will be achieved through physical setbacks of buildings, the buffers that I've noted, as well as other mitigative measures that are required per the Land Development Code. East County facilities will provide public community space and needed government uses in eastern Manatee County, where we are seeing significant growth in the community. The application is consistent with several comprehensive plan policies, including Goal 2.1 regarding the distribution of land uses, limiting urban sprawl, and providing a predictable and functional urban environment. Policy 2.1.1.4 regarding the provision of public facility availability and investment. Objective 2.9.1 regarding creating the strong communities, as well as 2.9.1.7 regarding promoting development of community spaces, which includes usable open space. And then 2.9.1.9 regarding the provision of pedestrian and bike access to community spaces. This is an existing and growing county facility. Existing and proposed development is compatible with the development that exists around the site. The request is consistent with the comp plan and the land development code, and we ask for your approval. I'll also note that we had a neighborhood workshop. It was hosted by the county, and there were several different projects that were being discussed at that neighborhood workshop. We have our summary in the materials that you received, and I will say that everybody that we spoke to at that neighborhood workshop, for the most part, was very, very positive about this application. We have written documentation that attests to that. The community is excited about what we're bringing to East County facilities, and so there is a good bit of community support for this application. I have other experts here with me today, so if there are specific questions related to transportation, we can certainly address those in Q&A. But again, that concludes my presentation, and we ask that you approve today. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any more, or I got a few people on the board?
We can wait.
Okay. Commissioner Siddiq. Technically, it's quasi, but I mean, we're ourselves. There's no next step, so do what you want.
Got it. Well, I'll just skip to my comments then. So for context, Premier Sports South and Premier Sports has always been about enhancing Manatee County's ability to promote sports tourism. I mean, up until Premier had been built, I mean, maybe had some things at GT Brave, maybe at the golf courses in the county, and of course IMG, but never in East County. And so that was always the vision. And I think one of the gaps in that vision has always been with me coming on the board and seeing what other successful models are out there. The chairman and I and a lot of other commissioners with Florida Association of Counties got to see a really cool end state of what this could be, and that's in Alachua County. Very similar land use patterns outside the facility, but effectively you have retail, you've got a Nike store, very sporting good stores. You have a parking garage, and you have a hotel, plus a massive 112,000 square foot facility there for all variety of sports, generating about $80 million in economic impact. Today, I believe, actually, as of last year, Premier was 40 to 45 million in impact. So if you can imagine the economic impact that a stadium has, but without the high density zoning and development around it, that's going to be incredible for property values in that area, and it's generally in line with the long-term plan. Today, we're just talking about the zoning to allow that, not the county building anything. We don't build hotels and operate them. We're just zoning for it. And I think the zoning will also clear some issues up with the concessions we've had with permitting, which will be good. So I'm fully in support of it. I think this is it's just one of the challenges we have out there. You have residential to the east, you have a Taco Bell to the west, and that's it as far as food goes. And then a veterinarian. You have some vacant properties, but not enough to really attract families, especially traveling sports, and certainly not enough to generate enough economic impact in its current form. We're really maxing it out, hoping something will come. So I support the idea. I think it's great, and I'm looking forward to all the jobs and it'll create and the economic impact it'll have.
All right. I'm on, but I'm not telling you anything you haven't heard from me for a few years now. You kind of knew this was coming. We've been talking about this for quite some time, and I support 95% of this. And we see these all the time where people come in and say, I want to rezone this, but I'm removing these potential uses. I've been very consistent with this staff, and again, I'm just one person out of 7. I've been very consistent that I'm not going to support it if the hotel's in there. Premier is supposed to be our major sports facility out there. East County has nothing. You go out west, you got Robinson Preserve, you got Emerson, you got GT Bray, you got all these great parks, all these great facilities. We've sat on Premier for a decade now doing virtually, we got soccer fields and now a library, which isn't even sports related, but we own the land. And now we're finally getting that aquatic center we were working on for years and years. There's a lot of things that we need out there. We need the baseball fields. We need, we had talked about an ice rink. We had talked about a gymnasium. That one in Alachua County is amazing. I sent pictures to Elliot and Charlie when I was there. There's lots we can do with this space. If anything, I think we're going to if we do it properly and efficiently, we're going to fill up this space just with sports stuff. I don't see how we should be using a county resource, a publicly owned resource for a hotel. There was land around there. The private market determined they would rather have a bayside pet resort and a tire place than a hotel that's accretive to the benefits of Premier. There is still land out there. We just saw it a couple months ago when a project was declined when someone wanted to build self-storage on land because the private market determined self-storage on that parcel of land was better than a hotel. Obviously, the private market does not feel the same way we do about a hotel. I know for years we've worked with people on it. Putting a hotel smack in the middle of Premier, while beneficial for the tournaments, I don't think is a huge economic generator. I don't think you're going to get the attention on the private market you think you're going to get. So I'm concerned about the quality of sponsor, quality of flag you're going to get. We'll have no control over that once it's approved for this, because we've tried in the past. And outside of when there's tournaments on weekends, and outside of when there's a golf tournament every now and then, a concession, there's limited demand. It's too far away from the interstate. This is what we've been told. So I think we're setting ourselves up to approve something at some point. Somebody's going to build some, I'm not even going to say a lower tier flag because I don't want to offend anybody, but someone's going to build something that's probably not in the best interest of Lakewood Ranch or Manatee County there. I will 100% vote in favor of this if the stipulation and the accepted use for hotel is removed from it. I think all the rest of it is needed. We do need the substation out there. We do need the gymnasium out there. I would like to see the ice rink out there. There's lots of stuff we've talked about. And if we need to do this rezone to accommodate all of that, I'm 100% on board with you, but I've been consistent for, I think, 2 or 3 years where we've been informally having this discussion that I would not approve it if the hotel was part of the approved use. Thank you. Commissioner McCann.
I want to let you know that I'm all for this, too. We really need this out in, East County and Lakewood Ranch area, and the thing is that I think it is a great facility and the planning. I do agree that a hotel on this land itself would not be beneficial. The thing that bothers me is this has been in progress for many, many years. This is something where, we can consolidate, and this is the area where all the children live that want to play baseball, so we could definitely put the baseball field in there. The thing is that, one of the things that worries me is, we kept building and building and building around this when we knew this was coming longer than we knew a school was coming. Again, I'm concerned about the traffic. I'm concerned about, the area out there. There are some restaurants other than Taco Bell that are now building, which is good. But the thing is that when we look at the whole thing here and the whole picture, what we did was we put the tail before the horse, and we started building houses, and we started building all kinds of things that, surrounded this area that probably should have been built first. And, that's my concern. But one of the things that I would like to see here, again, let the private sector build the hotel, because, that's something that, I think just sticking in the middle of this land would not be beneficial to us. And, you could use it more for sports facilities like, Commissioner Sadiq said and Commissioner Cruz said. And, if we could get the baseball fields out here and all these things out here, then if somebody built a hotel, what would be great would be, all these things that we want to bring in that generate revenue, people would be staying in that hotel and going right to that park instead of having to travel through the county and create more traffic, especially on Lorraine Road, because we all know the condition of Lorraine Road. So, over there, in the past, Lorraine Road was built. They were going to put a roundabout on it. They didn't do that. They were promised sound walls that they never got. So there's a lot of things that, are coming into play here. And that's why, I just wanted to bring this up. But I am in support of this, and I am in support of rezoning for this, because I definitely want to see this happen. It's something that's very needed in our community.
This is interesting because I share the same sentiments as Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner McCann. However, I have heard of, and let's talk about the difference between a want and a need. We do have an issue with short-stay residents in East County, as we don't have a whole lot of hotels and all there, but I'm absolutely opposed to putting it on this property. However, I want to point out, if we actually read the documents attached, there's a great dichotomy between what is summarized in the neighborhood workshop as evidenced by the 3 pages or more of petitions that completely are the opposite. Of course, if you have a neighborhood workshop and you say, you know, do we want to give out lollipops? Of course, everybody's going to say we want a lollipop. But need. Let's talk about need. I'm sorry that I can't say that what we need is more protection for our watershed. What we need is more open spaces. What we need is a stormwater plan. What we need is better traffic. We don't need, the county is, I mean, I understand economic benefits and everything else, but what do we need in this county? To say that we need, we really have a lot of other needs versus doing something like this. If you look at the petitions, if you look at other things besides the neighborhood workshop, you see people have a lot of other issues with this. I will always defer to the commissioner of that district, as I hope that that is respect for mine. But there's a lot of other needs in this county besides entertainment. And I know we talk about we can't take money from here to there, or whatever it is, but this is not a need. It's not a need. There are other things that we need a lot more than this. And when we're talking about retaining, it's a watershed. It's a special district. There's a reason for this. Slapping down impervious surfaces, as much as, yes, I understand there is a need for some temporary residents out there because of our concession, because of our ballpark things. But I have a lot more needs in District 1 that this doesn't help at all. And there's a lot more needs in the county than another rezone for things we don't actually need.
So I was actually initially in favor of the hotel because I thought that it reduced traffic and, you know, that people would just kind of be able to stay internal to the site. But I'm going to say that, you know, the district commissioner and a countywide commissioner probably know better than I do on that. So if they want to axe the hotel, then axe the hotel. That's how I feel about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to agree with Commissioner Sadiq on his comments. We need economic development out that way. You know, we want Premier to be Premier. We want it to be the #1 sports park, not only in the state of Florida, but I think in the nation, to where we have the great events we have out there. We service the neighborhoods of Lakewood Ranch, and the families that come out there to the soccer events. Sometimes we have 2,500, 3,000 kids out there playing soccer, and they do need a place to stay. I am a little back and forth, is this the right place for a hotel or not? But to have short-term availability for someone to stay out there and not have to leave the site, I think is super important to what families need that come to the tournaments out there, be it soccer, baseball. Now we're going to have aquatics. Hopefully when the pickleball is built, we'll have pickleball tournaments that will bring in economic development and from all around the country and in the state of Florida. So I'm in 100% support of this project, or this rezone that they're asking for. I think it'll be great for the community. I think it'll be great for our region, the state of Florida, and elsewhere. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd have to say, Commissioner McCann, I don't know if I'd agree with you that everybody know what's going on Lorraine. I think a few of us may know what's going on in Lorraine, but a lot of us are ignoring the fact of safety issues and the concerns for the constituents of this county. So I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one. Sometimes we have disagreements on this board. The other thing I'd like to say is as far as a hotel, yeah, I get it, right? It's probably not the best place currently right now. It makes sense from a economic standpoint, but let's allow the private industry to determine where that hotel needs to be. So I can agree with some of the other commissioners on this board regarding that. I think this is a great project. What's going to be the cost to the county on this?
Sure, so it'll, truly, today's the first step of enabling that flexibility to rezone it so we can understand what we're working with to be able to program it further.
Okay.
Our goal and intent is to truly work with private-public partnerships, and between Elliot's team and our government relations team is to develop those EDC projects, so the cost of the county is limited. We want to really lean on our private friends and relationships that are being built within the sports industry and the hotel industry to provide the capital, always maintaining it to be county land. But the goal is to build this out similar to other proven successful venues throughout the country with a lot of private partnerships.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'll be quick, just to follow up on something someone said. There is sometimes 2,500 to 3,000 kids there. 100 to 120 room hotel is not capturing anything that's making a meaningful difference in life. It's just simply not. Both my kids play travel sports or played travel sports. Okay, so one, we've traveled all over the country. Rarely, not never, but rarely have we played, especially soccer, where my daughter plays, on a facility where there's hotels immediately adjacent to it. It's just, it's more of a unique feature than a common feature. We don't have a competitive disadvantage by not having it. Any place we can capture within Manatee County gets us the same tourist development tax, same economic development opportunity to it. I just feel like it's going to, I just don't think, like, I reached out to a bunch of hotel people. I know a lot of people who do hotels for my other job, and I reached out to a lot of them a couple of years ago about this. Nobody was interested in building a hotel here. Like I said, I'm just concerned what you're going to get is a lower quality of something just to have rooms over someone's head, and it's not going to be economically successful for the hotel. Or why even fill up that space? There's so many sports we could put out there, so much we could do out there. Why further limit our footprint? Again, I fully support that library. I voted in favor of it and advocated for it, but it's still a library and a sports facility. It's unique, but it's just a little less land we have for something else that it was intended to be. So I've been consistent with this. I do agree we need the rezone. I do agree we need all the amenities you put on here.
Mm-hmm.
Today is not finalizing a site plan. It's not approving a budget. It's literally just allowing for it because, as we see, having as of right and some assurance of what you can do makes it easier for you and Elliot and Charlie and everyone else to start the process of putting those pieces together. You can't go out and talk to Academy and places like that until you know that they have a right to build on it. Otherwise, they're not going to speak to you. So I want to vote yes on this. I just don't want to vote yes on it where there's a hotel as an allowable use. That's really where I'm torn on this thing.
I understand. And the intent for the hotel within as an option is if the right private-public partnership came up and that was an option that they wanted to invest in, that we have the option to do so where it makes sense.
But here's the thing. We would have that anyway. We're doing it now. If the right hotel came along 12 months from now, 24 months from now, 5 years from now and said, hey, can I have this corner piece over here? You could still do that with some other board at some other time. It's still possible to do this. I mean, we did it on a one-off basis with a deed change when we were looking at an ice rink at one point in time. So we're not precluding the future opportunity for a hotel. We're just not planning for that hotel. And if we find a better use for it, we'll do it. I'm just afraid someone's going to come in now with an as-of-right ability to build a hotel, and this board is going to lose some control of our ability to do something.
Well, and if that opportunity did come up, we would have to bring that agreement back to the board for approval.
Understood.
Because we would maintain it as our county land.
Understood.
Yeah, and as Commissioner
That
Siddiqui.
depends on what the makeup of the board is.
Understood.
Okay.
But
I was on that page.
as Commissioner Siddiq had mentioned, Wiregrass in Pasco County is a great example. Another one is Paradise Coast in Collier County has Great Wolf Lodge right next to their wonderful county venue.
You want to build Great Wolf Lodge?
No,
on
not,
Premier?
absolutely
That's
not.
all of
That's-
our space.
That is not what I said. That's why ours is limited, and Elliott was very strategic in the size of the hotel that would be allowed, again, if the right public partnership came
Sure.
to fruition, which they wanted to maybe invest in something else, and a hotel was a piece of the puzzle to make them whole and make them successful. And in terms of traffic, did you want to go over your?
Again, we're not
hotel?
approving a site plan, we're approving basic rezone at this point in time, going into it. You don't even know what you're going to put there, so anything you say about traffic is going to be effectively meaningless, because whether you put a baseball clover on there, you put more soccer fields out there, or a hotel on there, it's going to change the dynamics of the traffic count, so that's not really a
The
relevant
hotel would just
conversation.
limit some of that traffic on those long weekends with the.
Again, you'll
the
capture
players.
100 of 2,000 families. Well, it's not moving a needle. I mean, you capture way more by putting a bunch of restaurants there, honestly, because that's the real pain. When people get done with games and they have another game 3 hours later, they
Sure.
all have to drive to Three Natives and over to Pacific Counter and someplace else, and they're all on the roads, tying up all those roads right there to get something to eat, because except for Taco Bell and now maybe an Outback at some point, there's really no place to eat over there. That's the bigger one. You capture
Yep.
way more traffic if you approved a bunch of restaurants and a Dave and Buster's there
And
than you
that's
ever
an
will
option.
by approving a Hampton Inn.
And that's an option in the rezone proposal today.
All right, Commissioner City.
I'm not married to the hotel, so we can just move forward without it. The question I have for Sarah is, we don't need to re-advertise this, do we? We can just approve this minus the use for a hotel?
Correct.
Okay, sounds good. The other thing, so just talking about the zoning real quick. The other danger we have is being overly broad in the sense that, granted without a site plan, and zoning being what it is, commercial can have anything by way of, a lot of things. By way of an example, is what are your thoughts on how we can ensure that this location doesn't just become a dumping ground for public buildings and not sports-related
Yeah.
facilities? For example, I mean, I can't guarantee we know the economy is not looking too great. It's fine. The interest rates are a little bit down, but I worry about turning putting too many various public use facilities that are not centered around the vision for Premier, which is sports and sports entertainment. I'm fine without the hotel, some of the commercial there. But I just worry about, for example, does a library make sense there? Maybe a future board can determine that, but that's not necessarily our vision, is it?
That's your sale, man.
Well, I mean, the library, well, I mean, like Lakewood Ranch Library, yes, but if you'd notice in the zoning, for example, in the documentation, it does say library as part of that. I'm not saying we're ever going to put one there, but just using that as an example, we have one, there's not really a need for it. And so how can we ensure that some of the zoning is catering towards just
Sure.
sporting
Yeah,
facilities?
absolutely. So, myself and Elliot and our team and our staff are very in tune with what we are currently missing out on with the baseball, the softball, the indoor sports. We're currently missing out on those great opportunities that a lot of the counties in our surrounding area are capitalizing on. We hear all the time from some great tournament operators from USSSA to our ECNL partners at Braden River Soccer Club that there is so much potential that we are turning away because we don't have the facilities to accommodate. I would put the trust in your staff and in the community that we will bring to you for approval what makes the most sense for long-term economic impact and to bring the vision of what Premier Sports Campus is supposed to be to fruition.
Okay, and just last question. We have with this zoning, we have a broad range of a great level of flexibility as far as allowing various sports type facilities to be built here. I see a very specific set mentioned that obviously says it's not necessarily limited to them, but I mean, we have the freedom to do virtually any sporting facility we wish for future boards, just to clarify.
Yep,
Okay,
absolutely.
awesome. Okay, well, I'll just turn it over to the district commissioner.
All right, I have Commissioner Feltz and then Commissioner McCann on the board. I have just Commissioner McCann on the board, and then I'm going to open it up to public comment, and we can reconvene with more comments if necessary after public comment. But Commissioner McCann, you were up. She took herself off.
My question is, we have interlocal agreements and things like that. Do we have the interlocal agreement with the with the school district and things like that, because I don't want to duplicate services over there too. If they're going to build a baseball field over there and a baseball stadium that actually works for them, if there's something we can use over there, then we don't have to repeat it and we don't have to build it over in Country Club East too. So that's my question, do we have that capacity? And, by doing this, we don't duplicate things.
I'll interject on your behalf because I was literally just in a meeting with the superintendent and the chair and other people from the school board yesterday, and this is an exact conversation we had. In fact, we are going to proactively try to figure out a way to incorporate the sports facilities at the new high school with Premier to allow for cross-utilization. It's in its early stages, but it was a very good conversation yesterday to figure out not only how for that, but for all of their schools and facilities. We're proactively, based on some conversations had the other day, working on that, and they're actually going to start working on some of the designs for their stadiums and so forth to incorporate into Premier.
Yes, sir. Does that answer your question, Commissioner McCann?
Yes, it
Okay.
does. Public comment time, or should I make the motion?
You could always make a motion before public comment, and nothing's precluding you from making it, but I am going to open up to public comment before we vote. So.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we approve this rezone. Minus the hotel.
All right, I have a motion to approve with the stipulation of removal of the hotel as an allowable use by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Sadiq. You could take your time writing that up because I'm opening it up to public comment. I only have one person signed up, and that's Daryl Drury. Please state your name, your county residence, and whether you have been sworn. And you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Daryl Drury. I live in Country Club East, a community of more than 1,000 residents in District 5 of Manatee County. I have been sworn.
Thank you.
Along with other residents of Country Club East and parents of Willis Elementary School, some of whom join me here today, I wish to express my support for the proposal to amend the current zoning ordinance PDPI 1922ZG and to revise the general development plan for an expanded park that would serve the citizens of Manatee County by adding a broad range of public use and recreational facilities. In particular, I support the use of the proposed project area as the future venue for a competitive baseball complex, which has been cited as one of the many potential uses for the additional 125-plus acres of parkland. Earlier this year, those of us who reside in the southern reaches of Manatee County, District 5, learned for the first time that the county had plans to build a $6.4 million competitive baseball complex at one of its local parks, specifically at Country Club East Park, located proximate to the Country Club East residential community and directly adjacent to Willis Elementary School. When the county's plan was announced with much fanfare at a so-called information workshop held at Lakewood Ranch Library, it was met with a tsunami of resistance, both from local residents and the parents of Willis Elementary. There had been no prior outreach to the community or the school, so the ballpark's proposal was developed in the absence of any meaningful citizen input. Not surprisingly, it turned out that the proposed redevelopment of Country Club East Park did not represent the interests of most local stakeholders, and people were angry. Later that week, the banner headline of the front page of East County Observer aptly read, "Is ball field plan bat crazy?" How all this happened, hidden from public view, is best reserved for a separate discussion. But suffice it to say that not everyone was left out of the loop. Putting on my investigative reporter hat, it didn't take long to trace the proposal to redevelop our park as an elite arena for inter- and intra-county Little League competition to a well-connected, insular group consisting of a few Lakewood Ranch Little League board members, corporate interests, and the county's own administrative leadership. All had a personal stake in seeing our little neighborhood park redeveloped into a baseball complex designed to accommodate a competition among so-called travel teams, whose participants reside largely outside of Manatee County. But this vision flies in the face of a singular, inconvenient truth, inasmuch as it contradicts the county's clearly stated policy regarding local parks, which is to give, and I'm quoting here, give priority to the needs of recreational and school athletic programs, and only if capacity is available to accommodate travel programs. If the county's plan for a competitive ballpark complex is realized at Country Club East Park, this policy will be turned on its head and the needs of local taxpayers will be pushed aside to accommodate families who don't even reside in Manatee County. Some see this issue as black and white. One is either for or against ballparks. But there is a more nuanced perspective which relates directly to the rezoning proposal before you today. At its core, what really divides the community is not whether or not Manatee County should build your youth baseball diamonds, but rather where those ball fields should be located. Both sides of the Country Club East Park kerfuffle have circulated petitions, each having collected about 1,000 signatures. But whereas the vast majority, about 75%, of those opposing the ballparks initiative in Country Club East reside in the same zip code as the park, whereas only a small minority of those who favor the ballparks initiative reside locally. In reviewing the addresses of those of the latter group, it is not unusual to find folks living in Venice, about a half-hour's drive south of the park, Bowling Green, about an hour's drive east of the park, or even Redwood City, which inexplicably is located in the heart of Silicon Valley, California. So we have two competing sides in the growing dispute over the county's plan to transform Country Club East Park into a competitive baseball complex. On one side, we have local residents, along with a large group of parents whose parents attend the elementary school, who stand in opposition to the county's plan. And on the other side, we have a well-organized network of Little League parents who support the initiative. But this contentiousness is misplaced. The imagined bifurcation of Manatee County residents into those who do and don't support Little League is false. In fact, growing up in Miami, I played for 3 years on a local Little League team, and I have only the fondest memories of that period in my life. Today's rezoning proposal provides a clear way around the contentiousness that has come to characterize the so-called Battle of the Ballparks. With the expansion of existing parkland, as proposed today, a competitive Little League baseball complex can be built at a site that would not dislocate current park patrons and would be better suited for the traffic, noise, and light pollution that naturally accompany any competitive sports complex. As an added advantage, based on my analysis of zip codes of those currently advocating for ballparks at Country Club East Park, this new venue would actually be closer to where most Little Leaguers' families live.
All right, Mr.
As for
Drew.
out-of-county teams, I would suggest imposing a fee for the use of our fields to help defray construction and maintenance costs. So let's support the county's vision that places our local parks, along with our public schools, at the center of our communities, serving local needs and reflecting the character of the
You're
residents.
gonna have to wrap it up.
And placing the character of residents, and places competitive sports complex, such as those proposed Country Club East, at the district or regional parks, including the one envisioned in this rezoning proposal.
Mr. Okay, I'll let you have your whole 5 minutes. I'm speaking to the public, not just to you. You're good, you're done.
Yeah.
Yes. I let Mr. Drury finish, but this is a quasi-judicial hearing, and the comments being made by the public are supposed to be directly related to the quasi-judicial item. We're not discussing baseball fields by Country Club East. We're discussing a straight rezone for allowable use of Premier. We're not even discussing the site plan or whether or not there's going to be baseball fields there. So trying to extrapolate the word sports in East County from one project into a lengthy discussion about baseball fields is a conversation for another day. A conversation that I'm sure we're going to have, and I'm more than willing to have, and I have had with some of you, but I have to keep the record clean, and this is quasi-judicial, so your comments should be related to the straight rezone for allowable facilities at Premier. We're not debating the site plan or specifics of the use of the land at this point in time and how it relates to unrelated parcels of land. But I did let you finish. You got your point, and you did a very good job of kind of clarifying all of your points, and I believe the points of Country Club East as well.
And I did think it was directly related to being a proponent for your proposal today.
Sure, and we appreciate that. And like I said, I let you have your full 5 minutes. I didn't cut you off on it because I thought you would clarify it. And we have the petition on the record as well. That was all sent in the other day. I just want to make sure people are aware. In quasi-judicial, the comments need to be related to the item at hand, which is the straight rezone associated with Premier, and not necessarily the specifics of a site plan and alternative uses.
I just thought that I was advocating for the proposal.
No, and like I said, I let you finish. You did a very good job. We appreciate it. It was good information. Anthony, you're up. I think you know the drill. Name, county residence. And have you been sworn? I think I saw you walk in a little late. You have? Okay.
I'll get to all that.
Okay.
So, good morning, Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time. So, on the basis of this simple rezone, no cost, of course, sure, rezone it. That makes a lot of sense. But what I want to ask you is, how do you further restrict the language besides the hotel? I thought about this because you said you wanted to sort of avoid handcuffing future boards with land use decisions on this area. So you talked about a hotel, because that is something you've been paying attention to. This native open space you have, it can be salvaged by this board. In the future, though, it may not be able to be salvaged if that's all you have. So any other way to work this land to make this a preserve-centric park, if you do it, if you keep sort of making all these man-made baseball fields and all this other stuff, sure, but you're essentially going to be doubling down on a public-private sprawl project here. So publicly, you're going to make a bunch of non-wetland space for baseball fields and sports complexes and all that other crap. And then the private entities all around it are going to build all their Taco Bells or Chick-fil-A's or whatever else it is. It might be, right? So if they're going to buy all that land around there, as you say, then they're doing the same thing. So now you have a public-private sprawl partnership. So think about ways to restrict that, please, more than just eliminating the hotel. So natural preserve amenities here, they're important. Why? Because we own the property. And you're right, Mr. Chair, private industry will decide what to build, which I'm sure will not be preservation related. And also, if it's a sports complex, don't forget, things like cross-country, equestrian, fishing, these are also sports. It doesn't have to be baseball and football where you put AstroTurf down and eliminate the ability for the ground to absorb that water, because we all know that you put a baseball field down, it's not going to absorb water like the natural wetland does. It's all the wrong soil anyways. After 4 inches down, it's clay, and that just pushes the water away. I'm not against baseball, I love sports, but think about more ways to restrict the use if you can. That's all I'm asking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment related to this rezone of Premier? Seeing none, I will close public comment, and I have nobody on the board. And I have a motion to approve by Commissioner McCann, which is approving as presented with the removal of hotel use from the recommended uses. And it's seconded by Commissioner Siddiq. If there are no further comments, you can cast your votes now, which pretty much almost everyone has. And is approved 6-1 with Commissioner Feltz in opposition. Go build some stuff that isn't a hotel. All right. We're going back. We're going back to item number 1, Ms. Knapp. Correct? There's no more time certain, right?
Correct. Item number 1 is CDD 2501, ordinance number 2553, establishment of Reagan Landing Community Development District, Reagan Family Ranch. And your staff presenter, should you need one, is Loretta Merrill.
This is a presentation upon request. Does anyone need a presentation? You want a presentation? Is there anyone here to give a presentation?
Good morning. Yes, the petitioner is here to give a presentation unless you'd like to hear from county staff first.
Well, typically the applicant would go first. I'm not sure to the extent of the presentation you're looking for. I didn't know if you had a specific, sometimes people just have a specific question, other times people want a full presentation on a CDD. You want a full presentation? Then the applicant goes first. So if you're the presenter, then just state your name and whether or not you've been sworn and.
Yes, absolutely. Alyssa Wilson with QTAC Rock, representing the petitioner Pulte Home Company. And yes, I have been sworn. So here you have a presentation regarding the Reagan Landing Community Development District. For your background, we will go over some brief items regarding the statutory requirements of CDDs, as well as some background on CDDs within Manatee County. And again, the purpose of the hearing is to consider the establishment of the CDD. Prior to today's hearing, the petitioner has provided all statutorily required notices, including publication in the Business Observer on October 10th, 17th, 24th, and 31st. And we've also worked with county staff to answer their questions regarding the petition, and I would like to thank them in advance for their review and anticipation of today's hearing. Okay, by way of introduction, our goal is to provide the overview of the establishment process as well as the proposed services and facilities of the Reagan Landing CDD. We have displayed on the monitors the presentation, but please feel free to interrupt me with any questions as we move through the presentation. Okay, just some quick stats. There's over 1,000 CDDs in Florida. The first CDD was established in 1982. They are most commonly established by cities and counties, and there are currently over 60 within Manatee County. Chapter 190 governs that process for the procedures and the approval process for establishing CDDs. CDDs are a local unit of special purpose government established to finance public infrastructure improvements and provide a stable, long-term entity capable of delivering these community facilities and services. CDDs only have the powers enumerated in Chapter 190 and authorized by the establishing ordinance. Important for your review and for the record, CDDs are not land use or zoning authorities, and CDDs must comply with existing Manatee County regulations. So the CDD does not give it any authorization to build anything that does not comply with your county approval process or applicable county requirements. Just for your review, here's a slide on the county, on the development approval status for this project. Here you see the approvals to date for the development project located within the CDD boundaries. And again, just to reiterate, the approval process for the county is wholly separate from today's consideration of establishing the CDD. The benefits for the property owners, when compared to other alternatives like an association, there's a number of benefits that the CDDs provide to home buyers. For example, there's increased accountability provided by the CDD, where as a unit of local government, the CDD must comply with open meeting requirements, public records requirements, and sunshine requirements, all in the same manner as you do as county officials. Just expanding on that point, this slide illustrates some of the ways that the CDDs provide enhanced notice and transparency to its residents when compared with private alternatives. It's disclosed in the sales contracts. There's a mandatory public website. You have to keep minutes as a record for all district meetings. They all must be advertised and held in the sunshine. There's a laundry list of items that are recorded in the real property records notifying individuals as to the existence of the CDD and its limited special purpose, including its ability to fund its ongoing maintenance and debt service obligations by virtue of special assessment. Also, there is an annual audit that's required that's filed with the state as well. Benefits and protections for the county is that the district undertakes these public infrastructure improvements. There's no financial burden on the residents located outside of the CDD. It ensures that the project is funded because bond proceeds are provided up front and they're deposited into the trust account. And it also provides a stable entity for long-term operation and maintenance of the district's public infrastructure. It is a preferable mechanism for many local agencies for long-term maintenance. Here we have just a copy of a letter showing that the water management districts recognize the value of a CDD for purposes of managing the long-term maintenance of stormwater and conservation areas, again, by virtue of the stable nature of the district as well as its ability to provide for that ongoing operation and maintenance that's collected via special assessment on the county tax roll. Okay, here is the specific Reagan Landing area that is to be included. It's currently, the petition proposes for 98.303 acres and 148 homes. That's phase one of the development, and accounts for over $9 million in public improvements as allowed pursuant to Chapter 190. We have requested we've noted for the county that there are some potential future expansion areas. That area is not before you today. That just puts the county on notice that it may be requested for inclusion in the future. This is the anticipated proposed infrastructure that the CDD will be providing. This notes the various entities that will be providing that infrastructure, some of which will be owned, operated, and maintained by the district. And finally, here is an overview of the establishment criteria that's laid out in Chapter 190. The county is responsible for considering these factors in determining whether to approve the CDD today, whether all statements contained in the petition have been found to be true and correct, whether the establishment of the district is inconsistent with any of the applicable elements or a portion of the state comprehensive plan, or of the effective local government comprehensive plan, whether the area of land is sufficient size, sufficiently contiguous, and is sufficiently contiguous to be developable as one functional interrelated community, whether the district is the best alternative for delivering the community and development services and facilities to the area that will be served by the district, whether the community development services and facilities of the district will be incompatible with the capacity and uses of the existing local and regional community development services and facilities, and whether the area will be served by the district is amenable to separate special district government. And we believe, based on the evidence presented today, as well as in the petition that was submitted, we have satisfied those criteria. I do have some individuals with me today to answer any questions as well. We have the petitioner representative, we have the district manager, and we also have the engineer.
Okay. Commissioner Feltz? Is there a staff presentation associated with this?
Good morning, Commissioners. James Rigo with staff, and I've been sworn. We do have a presentation. Ms. Wilson gave a spot-on presentation. I'm not sure what we might add to it, but we're prepared to give a presentation or answer questions. Thank you.
If you're asking me, I don't need it, but I'm not the one who requested this, so I'm deferring to Commissioner Feltz. She would like a full presentation.
Good morning, Loretta Merrill with staff. I've been sworn. We're here for Reagan Landing. As Mr. Rigo stated, the applicant basically presented all the information involved. She went over what a CDD is, why CDDs are beneficial. It allows the neighborhood to have better control over their amenities as well as their infrastructure. It also takes that burden off of the county. We're here once again, Reagan Landing. Reagan Landing was rezoned 223 acres. This is only part of that area right now. The request is to establish Reagan Landing CDD with special powers as allowed in Chapter 190 Florida statutes. And it appears that the request is consistent with the Uniform Community Development District Act of 1980, the comprehensive plan, and in compliance with requirements of the Land Development Code. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Commissioner Feltz? You don't have any questions? Commissioner Ballard?
Just one quick question. In your review, does this application meet all the requirements in Florida statutes 190.005 for establishment of a community development district?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, I have nobody on the board, and I'll open this up to public comment. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment, and still nobody's on the board. I will entertain motions.
Mr.
Chair, I move to move CDD 2501, ordinance number 2553.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Sadiq. With no one on the board, you can cast your vote now. As approved 6-1 with Commissioner Feltz in opposition. Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, another CDD, also presentation upon request. Would anyone like a presentation on this one? If so, then I will open this one up to public comment. Are you standing up for public comment? Nope. He's leaving. He's lucky. Okay. Then I will close public comment, and I will entertain motions on item number 2.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve CDD-25-02-25.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by Commissioner Ron. I do have Commissioner McCann on the board.
One thing I would like to say is, Florida has a very different way of making governments and mini governments and all kinds of things that are going on here, and it's very confusing to a lot of people. There's the CDDs, for some reason, after we create these CDDs, they keep coming back to us for public-private partnerships. They keep saying we need the county at our meetings so that we could talk about, what the county can do for us. I think that, these people that are actually requesting these CDDs need to know what they really are responsible for, what they're taking on. And, you don't get to come back to the county and say, hey, we want you to build the infrastructure. The CDD is now yours. You build the infrastructure. And if you want to, keep creating these mini governments and all these things that are going on, I think it's very important that, we direct the staff at some time to educate these people as to what the county is responsible for and what the CDD is responsible for. In Lakewood Ranch, they actually have many CDDs over there. They have 6. And, the thing is that they keep asking me to come to their meetings so they could say, we didn't build the wall on their private stuff. We didn't do this, we didn't do that. We're responsible for certain things, and what they're trying to do after they build these CDDs is say, well, if we don't want to pay for this, let's go to the county. So we really got to make it very clear what these CDDs are, and when you're requesting them, make sure you don't keep coming back to the county. If we create the CDD, the thing is, you need to know what you're responsible for and what we can do, and you need to educate the people moving in there what the CDD really means, because they're paying fees to the CDD, and it does add additional cost. And the thing is, when they're paying that to the CDD is not telling them that that's now our responsibility, not the county's anymore. So we keep getting this, these corrupt people don't want to build our land, they don't want to do this, and that's not fair to us. That's not fair to the people that live in these CDDs. They need to be educated, because the thing is that, once you make the CDD, you have certain responsibilities that you have to carry out, and they're no longer our responsibilities. So, again, we're going to need a big comprehensive educational program on this. I have no trouble creating this. Again, this is not a cost to the county, but the thing is that once you get it, take the responsibility.
I see you. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, Dr. McCann. I think that our districts probably have the burden or benefit, however you want to look at it, of the CDDs. I would say a great deal of emails that we get from our citizens are exactly about that problem, as far as people that are coming to Florida, they don't quite understand the concept. This is why I asked for a presentation. Anytime we could give a presentation, that is very welcome, so people understand what it is we are voting on up here. Because I cannot tell you the number of emails we get on a daily basis that are an issue with who's responsible for what with our CDDs. And it's a funding mechanism, and I look at what the public benefit is. But it's created a great deal of problems that I think are a little bit unique to District 1 and District 5. So I would like, the understanding of our other commissioners as far as the kind of problems these have created. There's always an issue with who's responsible for what, who to report what to. It is a layer of government. It is an extra amount of financial burden for some wants, not necessarily needs. It just seems to be the gift that keeps on giving, and it's, as I agree with Dr. Bob, that that's why we asked for a presentation, so that people understand what we are creating, a second form of government that has some responsibilities. And so far, what we're seeing from the public side is not too many people write to us and say, I just love my CDD. So that's where our bearing is, and I appreciate the presentations. Why we skipped over the second one, we just want to get some information out there so that people understand what they're getting into. And I hope that I do get an email that says, I love my CDD.
I love my CDD. I have pickleball courts and 2 pools and a fitness center and a community center, and all my roads were recently repaved, and our landscaping is beautiful, and we have gates and a guard gate, and I'm more than happy to pay for it. And I've also never received a single email from anyone that said they were forced by gunpoint to move into a neighborhood with a CDD. Every single person, in fact, that I've ever spoken to moved into one voluntarily. But you can cast your votes now. As approved 6-1 with Commissioner Feltz in opposition. Moving on to quasi-judicial presentations upon request. Item number 10, Ms. Knapp. Oh, geez, yeah, this one's going to take more than 10 minutes. Let's just take a quick 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:30 and move on to item number 10. All right, we are back, and we are on item number 10, Ms. Knapp.
Item number 10 is PDC 2401ZP, Sorella rezone. It's a rezone of approximately 5¼ acres from general agricultural to planned development commercial zoning district, and approving a preliminary site plan as a result of a mandatory dispute resolution for up to 114,345 square feet of mini warehouse use with additional outdoor storage, which will not count towards the floor area ratio. And this project is generally located 1,900 feet west of the intersection of State Road 64 East and U-Line Road, and also on the north side of State Road 64. Your staff presenter is Alicia Henry, should you need one.
Should we need one? Just all right. This ain't your first day. All right. For fun, I will ask, does anyone want a presentation on this one? We would like a presentation on this one.
Mr. Chair, we have to disclose ex parte.
Has there been any ex parte communication on this other than the other times we've heard it? No. Okay. Mr. Barnaby, are you the one presenting? You don't have to if you weren't the one.
No.
I don't want to be presumptuous.
Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate the opportunity. Mark Barnaby, for the record, I'm a Manatee County resident all my life, and I have been sworn. First of all, that looks good. Hey, works great. This is the Sorella rezone. It is coming back to you because we are trying to resolve this matter in a good faith effort. We think we had a good project before. We think we have an even better project now. And we tried to address some of the comments that were made at the prior commission meeting. This was part of a dispute resolution hearing under Chapter 70.51 Florida statutes. And so let me introduce our team. Sorella Holdings, Richard Bartolacci is here today. Don Ayers, myself, and with Stan Tech, Katie Labar, Rob Engel, and Frank Domingo. This project is on State Road 64, which is a major arterial. It is located, as was noted, just to the west of U-Line Road, and it is approximately 5.25 acres. This is the current site and the future land use map. This shows this property. This is ROR, which is one of the more intense uses in the county for this property, appropriately so given what's been going on in the area. And this provides shows you some of the other designations in the area, including the MUC AC1 designation, which allows commercial in certain portions of that area, including at the actual intersection of U-Line Road and 64. We'll talk about that a little bit more later. Current zoning is A. A is not consistent with your comprehensive plan for ROR designations. It is not consistent with your land development code. The PDC that we are proposing would be, and this will bring this into compliance with the area, with the current comprehensive plan designation. Just a little background, just because it's been a little while since we were here. We had a comprehensive plan amendment that was submitted in 2024 along with the rezone, and that was eventually approved in September of 24. We did, in good faith, limit our maximum density and intensity on this site to a maximum of 3 dwelling units per acre or a maximum FAR of 0.50, and the proposed use is 0.50 FAR. That is lower than what is normally allowed in the ROR. So we also moved forward then at that point with the rezone, and unfortunately you voted 3 to 4, excuse me, or 4 to 3 to deny this project back in May of 2025. So we entered the dispute resolution process. We took that process very seriously. We heard what all the commissioners said at the last meeting. While we had, and I think, a compliant project and a great project, we did try to address a whole bunch of things that were raised at the public hearing, including redesigning our stormwater system to utilize the NOAA Atlas 14 and county stormwater model, and address pre and post development drainage, and Katie will go into that in a little more detail. Solid wall or opaque fence panel at least 8 feet tall, building height of not to exceed 44.3 feet, compliant landscape plans, and we moved our building, our main building, 35 feet to the east, away from the property to our west. I will note that we did submit a letter into the record from our neighboring property owner to the west, who has no opposition to the proposal. And that was done back in June. I have a copy if anybody wants to see that. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Katie to discuss specifics of what has happened in this area actually since our last hearing, and what we did and how it affected the site plan.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, Commissioners. Katie LaBar with Stantec, representing Sorella Holdings, and I have been sworn. As Mark said, I'd like to just go through some of the trends in the area, talk through the revised site plan, and provide a little bit of context to what he just shared. When we were last before you, there was a fair amount of discussion about the appropriate timing of community serving uses in this area. And commercial development, as most of us might know, always or almost always lags behind residential development because there has to be a critical mass of people in order to utilize those commercial services. Since 2015, in the area from Lorraine Road east, from State Road 64 to State Road 70, there have been approximately probably over 20,000 homes entitled. The character of development along State Road 64 east of Lorraine is suburban in nature today. We have a public shopping center with a McDonald's and a bank that are under construction at the southwest corner of State Road 64 and Eline Road. And this mini storage facility will serve the existing and future residents. It's quiet use with very limited traffic. And the timing of the request is appropriate because there has been such significant growth in this part of the county. And so today's request is to rezone this site from agriculture to planned development commercial with a preliminary site plan. The revised plan, as Mark said, represents the modified plan that was negotiated as part of the dispute resolution. And I'm going to walk through the very specific changes to the site. As Mark indicated, we modified the site plan to adjust the building, moving it from the western property line to the eastern property line. So it is now set back approximately 55 feet from the west property line. Final landscape planting plans are shown on the preliminary site plan. And so you will see vegetative buffers along perimeter walls, or along the entire perimeter of the site. An 8-foot tall perimeter wall, or the storage building, a minimum of 8 feet tall, or a fence is proposed along the west and the north property lines. With the adjusted site plan, the stormwater management system has been modified to increase the basin storage volume by 80%. We commit to designing the stormwater facilities in accordance with the NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall data and the 100-year storm, utilizing the county stormwater model. Comparison of pre- and post-development conditions will be included in future submittals with final site plans. And the drainage modeling that is prepared and provided will demonstrate compliance with all of these requirements, and staff will have the opportunity to review them in great detail before anything is ultimately approved for construction. Our clients are committed to build a facility that's not just functional, but also beautiful. They own and operate their facilities, and they're committed to ensuring that the mini storage facility is well maintained and is a successful project in Manatee County. Approximately 18% of Americans currently use self-storage facilities. The need for mini storage is also greater in growing housing markets like Manatee County because of the increase in rental properties, as well as trends like downsizing and remote work. People need a place to store all of their things. There's been a significant change in circumstance, and this area of the county is no longer primarily agriculture or large lot residential. Thousands of homes have been built in the region and along State Road 64, and because of that, State Road 64 is a much busier road than it was 20 years ago. This amendment will promote development along 64 that is more appropriate given these development trends. And limited commercial uses will promote development that serves the residents, limiting the need for additional trips, particularly westbound on State Road 64. With the amendment of the comprehensive plan to ROR last year, a new implementing zoning district for this property is absolutely necessary because agriculture is not the implementing category for retail office residential. PDC is the most appropriate implementing category for the proposed use. With that, I'd like to turn it back to Mark for a few closing comments.
Thank you, Katie. As Katie just mentioned, again, this is an appropriate zoning category, an appropriate use for this location on an arterial roadway in an area with an ROR designation. In fact, I would suggest to you that in ROR, this is probably, and I think one of the commissioners mentioned this in a prior hearing, this is probably one of the least intensive uses that would be allowed in the ROR on this use, from both a traffic and from an impact use, from noise or any other use, any other impacts for the adjoining properties. It does provide necessary services to existing and future residents, and those residents right now, many of them traveling from the east would have to go past this site in order to utilize this facility. It is not only consistent with the comprehensive plan in many cases, but both is consistent and exceeds the requirements of your comprehensive plan and your land development code. And we respectfully request your approval and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Just wanted to follow up on the stormwater changes from the last time we heard this application. So can you remind me, what was the standard to which you were building the first time?
Yeah, I think the first standard we were working from, yeah, I'll let them come. I believe we were working off your code requirements at the time, and so we have upgraded that, and I'll let our engineer talk about that.
Rob Engel with Stantec, and I apologize, but I have not been sworn.
If there's anyone else in the audience who intends to speak before the board today, if you could please stand to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, county of residence, and if you've been sworn.
So I'm Rob Engel, civil engineer with Stantec, and I am a Manatee County resident. Yes, the question, the previous standard was county standard, and I think we were also asked to go above and beyond and design to the 100-year storm the first time. And now we have gone again above county standard and agreed to go to the Atlas 14 storms for our standard.
Okay, so to clarify for Atlas 14, we have different recurrence levels. Typically, it's 100-year, 24 hours. Is that the one you're building towards with the updated model?
It's a range of storms that we will do, and it's listed in the resolution there. So it's not just the 100, 24. It's a 25, 50, and the 100. Yes, we will analyze.
You'll analyze or you'll build to that? So I just wanted to clarify which one, and as far as the range.
We will show no adverse impact for all of those storm events.
Okay.
That is our bar we have to cross, yes.
Got it. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
All right, I have no one else on the board, so I will go to staff.
Alicia Henry here for staff, and I have been sworn, and I will be presenting today's Sorella rezone. Okay, so the request that we have here before us, it is to rezone the subject property from general agriculture to planned development commercial with an amended preliminary site plan provided after a mediated settlement agreement. If approved, it will permit a 3-story, self-storage mini warehouse of 114,000 plus square feet, and it will also allow for a 4-wall list covered outdoor storage / canopies of 37,000 plus square feet, which will not count towards the FAR per the Land Development Code, Section 200. So here is our aerial of the site. So it is located 1,900 feet west of State Road 64 East and Uline Road intersection within Bradenton. Just a bit of history here. So since the adoption of the comprehensive plan, the future land use category was UF3, and in 2024, there was a comp plan amendment where it changed the future land use category to ROR. This change was accompanied with a D5 provision, which will restrict the density and intensity of that particular site. So with the adoption of the Land Development Code, since the adoption of the Land Development Code, the zoning district has been general agriculture. This particular zoning district currently is not an implementing zoning district for the future land use category of ROR. So here's a little bit of history continued. On May 8th, 2025, the board adopted resolution R25063 containing the requisite findings to support the denial of application Sorella Rezone PDC 2401. The applicant filed a request for relief and for the county to schedule a mandatory public mediation. The county scheduled and provided due public notice of the mandatory public mediation as held on July 28th, 2025 in the Manatee Room at the County Administration Building. As a result, the applicant agreed to file an amended development order application to be scheduled for a public hearing before the board and produced an amended preliminary site plan. And here is that amended preliminary site plan as stated before. So to the left, we have the old preliminary site plan. To the right there, we have the new amended preliminary site plan. So here are the changes. As mentioned earlier, the building has shifted to the east. The internal drive aisle has shifted to the west. The stormwater facility shall be designed to NOAA Atlas rainfall and county stormwater standards. The height of the self-storage mini warehouse building shall be no higher than 44.3 feet. And they will increase the fence and the panel from 6 feet to 8 feet. So here are the features that have been retained with the amended preliminary site plan. So we have four wall-less covered storage that will be to the back of the site / canopies. And we will also have a 3-story self-story mini warehouse. This particular site will have access onto State Road 64, and the site has access to only a forced my apologies. They only have access to the a water line. They do not have any direct access to a force main. So here is our concept plan for landscape and fence. Landscaping shall be consistent with the landscaping plan as shown in Exhibit B to the right there. Project will include a solid fence or opaque panel at least 8 feet in height. As mentioned before, the future land use category is ROR. And here are the surrounding zoning districts. So to the northwest and east, we do have general agriculture, and to the south, we have RSF1. For the uses to the northwest and south, we have single-family residential, and to the east, we have Ag Line, which is Detweiler's Nursery. So here's a bit of information as to the proximity of the site to the nearest activity node, and it's 1,900 feet away from State Road 64 and Uline Road. Here's a bit more information about the site location. The subject property under the ROR future land use category is exempt from commercial locational criteria per policy 21033. The commercial use is required at least one access onto a thoroughfare, which they do have by having access onto State Road 64. So information in regards to the transportation link capacity analysis, we have the chart below that shows the near thoroughfare with the adopted level of service. And the adopted level of service is C, and the future level of service with the project implemented will be F, but there's a little disclaimer there. So the disclaimer is the future level of service due to previously approved but not yet built project background traffic, and that's why it would be a C, why they have the C there with asterisk. So for positive aspects, the site is near the FDAB but remains west of that boundary. This does have a D5 that was previously approved. It's a specific area policy in place restricting the maximum FAR to 0.50 to mirror the low intensity found in the surrounding area. The proposed use is not a large trip generator and will provide storage services to nearby development, reducing long trips on the thoroughfare. An 8-inch force main has been extended but not yet certified and would be located 1,500 feet east of the site. The subject site is located 1,900 feet from the nearest activity node. For the mitigating measures, we have buffering, landscaping, and design that should provide a transition between future development of the site and the adjacent residential area, which is directly adjacent to a single-family residence to the west. If improvements to public infrastructures are required, the applicant will be required to pay their proportionate share. Staff finds the proposed rezone and amended preliminary site plan to be consistent with the mediated settlement agreement. Any questions?
Just a question. I wanted to ask if you can clarify what the county standard for offsite stormwater mitigation is, specifically the one this development is evaluated against, and then can you add information about the amount of rainfall in terms of inches? Does that make sense? And I ask that because there are specific references in our code which mention 100-year 72-hour. It gives an 18-inch rainfall amount. Gives the 24-hour the amount of rainfall per inches for 24-hour, but for 100-year 24-hour, it just says reference no Atlas 14.
Right. So I do have a slide prepared for that, and I'll also defer to Denise so she can further expound upon your an answer for you. So for this slide here, I have a bit more information in regards to the NOAA Atlas that they're supposed to be modeling the new design off of. So the stormwater facility shall be the design to utilize the NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall data for the 24-hour, 10, 50, and 100-year storms and shall utilize the county stormwater model. The 50-year storm event modeling applies to thoroughfare drainage system only. And from here, I'll go ahead and defer to Denise so she can expound more.
Denise Greer for staff, and I have been sworn. So if, at this present time, we can only require them to model per our public works standards today. If they are proffering that they're going to model to the NOAA Atlas 14, but if they would have to proffer what elevations and which storm events they would want to model to. If they do proffer that, then when it comes in for final site plan, construction plan approval, we can ensure and require them to model to that storm event. But right now, today, unless they proffer it, the only thing that we can require them to do is per our standards.
Sure, I'm not necessarily asking that they go above what they've gone above on already. As I understand it, not to get too into the weeds, but it does matter in this context because the residential properties to the west and some to the north. 24-hour, the NOAA Atlas 14 for 24-hour 100-year storm is about 11 to 12 inches of stormwater you have to mine, and that's what I was really looking for.
Yes, you're right.
What's
Okay,
the
sorry.
comparison in terms, because we hear these big numbers, 50-year, 100-year, but the reality is they mean different things, whether you're looking at our standard NOAA 14, and I don't want to lose brain cells talking about it, but I'm just
Right,
trying to
and
figure
roughly-
out how much rainfall are we actually talking is the deviation between Atlas 14 and the county standard?
Roughly about 2 inches, depending
Okay.
on the storm, roughly. It changes per storm.
Okay.
And we haven't reviewed that yet because we haven't been provided any design information yet. So we haven't reviewed what they're proposing yet.
Okay.
Or if the amount that they're proposing even will work compared to seasonal high groundwater table. There's a lot of factors that we have to look at that we have not been given yet.
Okay.
But we will review that at final site plan, construction plan level.
At the very least, we can say they're going some, or at least carrying 2 more inches per, above the standard of
Roughly.
rainfall for that event.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Were there any hydraulic studies conducted on this particular property to show me where the flow of the water is going to be diverted to?
So we have done preliminary modeling and taken a look and made sure that we can accommodate the Atlas 14 storm with what is proposed here. You know, as has stated by Denise, there's a preliminary site plan, so it's not full design. The county will have a chance to review our design at the time of final site plan, which is typical and appropriate. We have presented as part of our preliminary site plan the pre-developed drainage patterns and the post-developed drainage patterns and done that preliminary look as to how water does flow. And we're maintaining those patterns with what we're proposing. So that is part of it, yes.
Will it affect any adjacent properties within the facility itself?
No, that is our absolute standard of not to affect adjacent properties in terms of elevation of the flooding. We have to not make it, you know, we refer to it as no adverse impact. That is our standard. We have to prove that we are not adversely impacting.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And if I could just add, the stipulations that are put forward do require us to look at the 10, 25, and 100-year events. So they are in the document. And we are saying that we will do the Atlas 14 storm, which is, as you stated, about another 2 inches of depth in the storm event.
Thank you. No one's on the board, so I'll now open this up to public comment. Nobody has signed up.
I have signatures for 10 minutes. Mark Vanderie, Manatee County, I have been sworn. And
Yes, just give them to the clerk.
I have 10 people signed up to speak for. I was wondering if I could get 15 minutes in addition, other than the 10, another 5 minutes, maybe. We've got a lot to cover. This is like the 4th time this has been before you.
I know.
And there's a lot of new information.
Why don't you start talking to the 10-minute, and then we'll see where we go. I mean,
Okay.
We're still on item number.
If you like what I'm saying.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, we're early on. 10 minutes is a lot of time. That's about how much time the applicant had, so.
Okay, Mark Vanderie, Manatee County. I have been sworn. I'm speaking on behalf of the Waterline Road Preservation Group this morning, as well as the Zipperer Road Neighborhood and Community. And we ask you to please deny this rezone request or postpone it for the reasons I'm going to go through. There's a number of reasons for it. One quickest is the drainage issues, the stormwater handling. They've switched to from a wet pond to a dry pond, detention pond. And that's good. That's a good step if it will work. I don't know if it will work. If you approve this and they do their modeling and it doesn't work, then you're screwed. We're all screwed. Okay? In the short of it. Now, they're talking about Atlas 14. Talk to Tom Gerstenberger. He's talking about Atlas 15, the next one down the road. You can't even do anything with Atlas 14 because of SB 180. You're going to need to be going straight up to Atlas 15. It's a problem. And the land just to the north of this downstream and all the properties downstream backs up into the Mill Creek Basin. And it's been flooding regularly. You even put signs up on Waterline Road that the road floods. Okay, the public mediation occurred last July. I did a public records request to try to find out the minutes for that meeting and the attendance list. I didn't get anything. There was nothing on record. Why is that? How can that be? I would think you would at least want to have the minutes and the attendance list from that mediation, the public mediation. I found out that only 2 of the neighbors were able to get to that. They were the only 2 I found out were even notified. I asked all the other neighbors within 500 feet. None of them got notifications except the Dudars. They were here earlier today. They had to leave. They had appointments. They asked me to speak for them. They went to that mediation. It wasn't a public mediation because in the middle of it, they got up and left because nobody was asking them any questions. Nobody was asking them to participate. So you had the magistrate and the applicant, the developer, and the county people were there. That's not a public mediation. That's a farce. The area is still being mischaracterized. This warehouse is not compatible. There's not enough transition for it. The timing is not right. These are large lot agricultural lands. People have animals, livestock, horses, goats, chickens, all that out there. Now, yeah, the area is being developed primarily on the south of State Road 64, Lakewood Ranch in District 5. Go ahead, you know, if you want to make a hellscape, keep it in Lakewood Ranch. Don't come up north to State Road 64. We don't want it there. It's not right. It's not the time yet to make these people on their small farms move out and destroy their lifestyle and impact their property values. And it's not just the monetary value of their property. It's the inherent lifestyle that's important, to be able to go to their house, take care of their critters, and sleep under dark skies in quiet conditions without having these giant warehouses looming in their neighborhood, without paving every square foot of natural land out there, which is going to make the wetlands, we're going to kill the wetlands. Traffic impacts. There's going to be traffic impacts. I know you did the traffic studies, and you've got a left turn lane into the place for the eastbound traffic on State Road 64. State Road 64 is still only 2 lanes. It's slated to fail. Florida DOT said it's going to be a failed highway once you get all of the houses that have been approved to be built, once they're all built out. There's thousands, tens of thousands of them going in out there. You need a turn lane, a deceleration and turn lane for your westbound traffic, because everybody's stopping to go into this thing to store their big vehicles. It's going to be backing traffic up. So it's going to be an impact. Just building this place, this monstrosity with all of that construction vehicles is going to be an impact on State Road 64. They don't even have the roundabouts at Uline done yet. There's errors and omissions on the plans, and especially there's errors and omissions on Exhibit B, which is part of the mediation resolution package. There's an error in Exhibit B. That's supposed to be a legal document. You can't approve that because if you look at that, I'll show it in a minute here if I don't run out of time. If you look at that Exhibit B, it doesn't have any legend on it. It's not readable. Look on your agenda. Try to pull up Exhibit B and read it. You can't. It's all fuzzy. You can't even tell what's on there, but it's a legal document. When it comes down the road, if this is approved and we want to hold the contractor, the developer's feet to the fire on Exhibit B, it's blurry and there's no code. There's no legend on it. It's a garbage document. It can't be a garbage document. It needs to be a real engineered document for Exhibit B. Now, the landscaping plan in the plans has errors and omissions also because the fine print notes for the landscaping does not match the landscaping table. You can't have that. They have to match exactly. And I'll show that again if I don't run out of time. So the hearing process failed. It was not a public mediation. There wasn't any public there. It's not a level playing field. Now, you can't penalize the developer for shortcomings on the county side, but you can't and shouldn't penalize the people, the citizens that live in this neighborhood either. So again, we ask you to deny or at least postpone till we can come up to speed, because we don't know what's going on here. There were comments, public comments, submitted to the county last April that never got put into the record. I have those documents. They got a handshake back from the county system saying, yep, your comments were received. They were never put in the system. I have copies, I'll show you. I did a public records request. They never came up in the public records request. Last night, at the 11th hour, there was a letter submitted from Mr. Nugent and Kim, people living next door on the mango farm. They decided they're going to sell their 7 acres. I guess they've had enough. So they don't have any objection to the warehouse because they want to get good money for their place when they sell and move out as well. I don't blame them. They're getting squeezed out. I don't blame them. But their letter was not in the public records. It was not in Excella. The documents that I asked for that were available from last July, August, September were only put in Excella a couple weeks ago after I filed the public records request. Why is it taking so long to get these in the public record? That's wrong. That doesn't give us time to review and plan and coordinate. That's not fair. That's not a level playing field. So here, just for the record, that was, if you go to overhead, please, that was one of the requested comments that was submitted. It was never put into the record. This one was dated April 2nd. It should have been on every agenda since for this project. Here's another one. These are the only 2 I have actual copies and confirmation for. I've heard from my neighbors out there that there are many others. This is the letter that was sent to Charlie Bishop. It was dated June 10. It was signed in July by the folks that have the mango farm. It was just put last night on the agenda. Why wasn't that in the public records? Why wasn't that in Excella? Why wasn't that available to me? Okay, here's the fuzzy Exhibit B I was talking about. Let me turn it this way for you. Exhibit B, you can't read that. Yeah, they have some greenery around here. It looks nice, but you can't read that. There's no legend. You don't know what that is. What is that? Is that a oak tree, a pine tree? Who knows? It's not on here. It's a legal document. It needs to be defined what these are. How many are there? You need to have dimensions on this drawing that you can read. It needs to be legible. It's a legal document. This is drawing number 8, landscape. Errors
Mark,
and
how
omissions.
much time do you realistically still need?
5 minutes.
All
Or
right.
less?
Huh?
Or less?
I want to make sure you have your time, but I also don't want to drag this forever because I like to get through a few more things for lunch. So I'm trying to be respectful and give you additional time, but I want you to be respectful.
I'll try to wrap up in 2, George.
2?
Yeah.
All right, I'll give you 3. How about that?
Okay, 3's
All
great.
right. 3 extra minutes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, here's the drawing I was talking about where the notes don't match the table on the landscaping. They have to match. This is an error that has to be corrected. Okay, now you talk about the area out there. I know you don't want to pick winners or losers. This shows a 3-mile radius. The yellow is 3.5 mile radius. You've got 11 or 12 storage warehouses there already. So I think the public is served, even all these new people moving out there. When it comes to drainage, here's the site. This is State Road 64. This is the site. You can see the yellow-green marks. That's all the development that's out there. But right in here, there's a big area of agricultural land, conservation land that is undisturbed. Right here is the wetlands, north. This is going to drain into the wetlands. If you look at Tom Gerstenberger's Mill Creek Basin modeling, I don't think that this drainage plan is going to work there. I really don't. And again, here's another look at that area. I blocked it out with a Sharpie to show you there's about 3 square miles of agricultural, relatively undeveloped land, conservation land. So to say that it's no longer appropriate for large lot or agriculture is not true, in our opinion. Let me zoom in. There's the site for the warehouse. And again, you could see these are large lot agriculture. Here's another look at it. It's going to be here. This is Lakewood Ranch. Yeah, they're building the hell out of it down there. But look at this up here. It's still nice, pristine. Why do you want to screw these people out of their nice land? Here you go. This shows it in a nutshell. This is State Road 64 going east. Lakewood Ranch, south of 64, is turned into a hellscape, the future slums of Manatee County. Why are you doing that? To the north, we still have some open land, large lot agriculture, farms, ranchettes. We ask you, please, don't approve this rezone at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other, you're allowed to ask questions when we get to the question part. It's still quasi, so I'm trying to keep, yeah. Go ahead, Anthony.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair. That was fast, 5 minutes, 3 minutes.
Mark used your time. I didn't clarify that.
A lot of detail there. I'm not as smart as Mark, so I won't take as much time. Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident. I have been sworn. Again, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time. First, I want to thank Commissioner Bearden and Commissioner Sadiq for asking the real truth questions we all actually want to hear, and more importantly, we all want to understand. So they asked a couple of questions like, really, where's this going? Like, where's the water going, right? For one, I hope the answers that you received by this applicant, as with all of these other rezones that we hear about, highlight that FSP is too late. To get a drainage plan at final site plan is too late. I have no idea what's going to happen. For the public to see where the drainage will direct that water, to say, you know what, we'll give it to you at final site plan. Well, it's too late. They already got approval to go ahead. You can't do anything. You're again right here being told, we've looked at it, but it's not required at this phase. Well, what's being withheld? I mean, they looked at it. Their engineer said, yeah, we looked at it. Well, what did he tell you? I mean, why can't he tell you? I mean, I know he's not legally obligated. You can't compel him to tell you. What's the secret? If you saw it, if you looked at the drainage maps. So when it becomes required, you'll tell us, hey, public, you missed your chance to speak out. The rezone is a done deal. Commissioner Cruz has actually told us that when we went to things like final plats, right? Look, bro, you missed your chance. That was a long time ago. Okay. So please find a way to demand this stormwater modeling earlier. Otherwise, you're approving a plan with no documentation as a backstop. Ask the applicant to show the staff, at least, the preliminary drainage. I mean, Ms. Greer knows what she's looking at. I mean, we've seen it in other projects where they've been trying to strong-arm you into approval and giving you some plans. It also helps you in the county with long-term planning across the entire area. Then maybe the county can start to proactively map the changing landscape and topography. I know the software that you just bought can do that. You can mess with that landscape and see these projects. You can input those and see where it's going to start going to. And yeah, it's just 5.25 acres, but add all those little tiny drops in a bucket, like I keep saying, and it becomes a larger problem. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Anthony. Any other public comments? Please state your name and whether you've been sworn, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, my name is Pam LaPlante. I have been sworn. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I just want to state my major concerns with this development being right on 64. 64 is a 2-lane highway right there. I think the speed limit is currently like 50 miles per hour, and this storage unit is going to have all these big boats pulling in and out, RVs pulling in and out. It's just gonna wreak havoc on the road. There's already so many accidents on 64 and 70, and when the speed limit is what it is, a lot of these accidents are fatalities. So I really think that I would highly recommend and wish that you would postpone the approval of this development until the road is brought up to something satisfactory. And there's already 2 storage facilities going in a mile away from this one, so how many do we need? Enough is enough. That's really all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments in the room? Seeing none, I will close public comments. Any questions for, I know Commissioner Sadiq had a question, but he's not here. Any questions for applicants, staff, public? Anybody? Commissioner Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is one of those projects, I mean, you would assume that we'd have a little bit more information based off the results from the last time this was brought up. I asked for 2 simple things, didn't receive them. Sometimes we got to show value in order to see the value in something. But if I'm not seeing the value in something, how can I make a judgment as whether I can be in favor of this project? I just don't have enough information. I just don't have enough information. I mean, I asked for that report. I would assume that you guys would have presented that report to me so that I could see and make a better decision, right? I don't, this board tends to, I'm going to start calling this board the Gut Brothers, because we like to make a lot of decisions without analytical things that I can actually see, right? And see the results of how the water is going to flow within a specific property, because with what's happened in the last year or two, I mean, these are concerns that need to be addressed. They just really do. And when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to flooding, when it comes to a lot of these certain things. And I get it, but a little extra doesn't hurt, right? Especially for me. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. And I have 2 commissioners on the board. I'll remind everyone we're on questions to the applicant, staff, or public at this point in time. Do you have questions, Commissioner Feltz? If not, then I will, Commissioner Sadiq.
Thank you. Mark, I had a couple of questions about your testimony. Not you, sorry. Mr. Vandery.
Commissioner Sadiq is just helping you find your other 2 minutes.
Not really. So let's try to
Thank you,
keep this.
Mark Vandery, Manatee County. I have been sworn. Starting to feel like staff here now, get a paycheck.
Okay. So and I appreciate your public testimony earlier. 2 things I did take very seriously, just keeping in mind these are sworn statements. You mentioned Exhibit B, which I did pull up on my computer, had errors in it, but I think you mentioned but your comments about them were primarily related to the legibility. What errors were you referring to?
Exhibit B had omissions. The error part of it was that it's not readable. So that right there is a pretty big red flag. The omissions are the fact that they don't have a legend on it, and they don't show a scale or dimensions. So you can't hold the developer accountable for the number of trees, the type of trees, the distance between buildings and sides and setbacks and all that sort of thing. And the reason why it's important is because the dispute resolution came up with this, what's going to be ordinance, basically, saying this is what was agreed to, even though the public wasn't there, but this was what is agreed to, I guess, between county staff and the applicant. And when it comes time to call this Exhibit B up and point to specifics, you can't do that because it's illegible.
Got it.
It's pretty serious.
Second question for you, and this is just about your testimony about the landscaping plan having omissions. Can you just reference what omissions you were referring to?
Okay, the landscaping plan, it's drawing 8, I believe, in the document package. That was the errors.
Sorry, can
Errors-
you, I didn't catch that. Can you repeat that again?
Drawing number 8.
8.
The landscape drawing had errors, and the errors on it was that the table did not match the notes. There's a conflict. They say two different things, and they need to be in agreement, basically.
Can you explain what those irregularities are?
The table, from what I could read, even that's a little bit blurry, but if you go to Excella and pull up the actual documents and the documents I got in public records, if you blow that up, you can actually read the table fairly well, and it does identify which trees, the type of trees, the genus, that sort of thing, and the number of trees. Say there's going to be red cedars. I think there's a bunch. There's like, I don't know, 97 or so. And the drawing shows to scale, it's a preliminary drawing, but it shows to scale where those are going to be placed. Now, the notes, however, say something completely different. They say a tree every 100 feet or 200 feet or something like that. There's 3 notes there, I think A, B, and C. If you look at those notes are in conflict with the table. So that just needs to be fixed. It's just an error that needs to be fixed. I think what happened is that originally, they didn't fix the drawing from its original back last spring when this was first submitted, before they had all these trees and they had the wet pond back there, the mosquito breeder. These trees weren't there. So I think it's a fragment that wasn't cleaned up from the original design. So now the drawing is marked Design C from, I think, August 2025. So it clearly was, they were trying to update the drawing from the dispute mediation meeting and the dispute resolution, and trying to match that drawing 8, the landscape drawing, with Exhibit B, which is important.
Okay.
But they, of course, Exhibit B you can't read, so you can't tell, what they're trying to match it up with. So that's my point.
I appreciate that, Mark. Mr. Vendry, thank you. Mr. Chair, I just have one quick question for staff on the same train of thought, and then I'll end with the same question to the applicant. Perhaps Denise. It's just about the testimony presented.
Good morning, Kara Canning for staff. I have been sworn. So this is tied specifically to the landscape plan?
2 quick questions real quick. Just to clarify some of the testimony about the exhibit. So I assume that, I mean, I can pull it up. I understand some people might have may not be able to, it's a fuzzy image, but that's not necessarily a violation of any code standard, that type of thing, correct? I mean, it's just a fuzzy image. As far as the legends are concerned, those hard requirements to be on the diagram or not? I think they're captured in other schematics.
I was speaking specifically to the landscaping. We have the preliminary landscape plan, so we don't necessarily need Exhibit B. I don't know if Rachel or Alicia want to speak to from the planning aspect utilizing Exhibit B. But just in general, with the preliminary landscape plan, we don't review for those actual quantities of trees, shrubs, et cetera. The applicant has to demonstrate that they're meeting those calculations at time of final site plan. So the notes that we have on preliminary site plans are standard code requirements, and then we review for the further details at FSP. So I'm not exactly sure of the deviations or discrepancies that Mr. Vandary is referring to, but all of the calcs have to be reviewed at time of final site plan.
Okay, so I just want, and the last question I have is about the plan. I don't want to get into a number of trees, type of trees, that type of thing. I just want to make sure that the standard is being met or not. And so do the discrepancies limit, can you explain?
Sure,
so the
yeah,
impact-
of course.
Can you explain the impact of the discrepancies? Like, does
So-
it matter? In the sense that, like, are we going to see this applicant's design meet the standard or not?
Of course. So with a preliminary site plan, those preliminary landscape plan standards are spelled out in the land development code. They provided more in terms of actually showing the trees and showing the shrubs and showing the fence and the 8-foot, because they've gone through this process with the dispute resolution. But that's more detail than typically provided with a preliminary landscape plan. So with the final site plan, when that is submitted, we will review the calculations tied to each screening buffer, the roadway buffer, and the opaque fencing that's been proposed. So all of the calcs, the specs, the trees and shrub species that are proposed will be reviewed in accordance with the LDC at time of FSP.
Okay, thank you, that's all I had. Just a last question for the applicant on it. Reason for the discrepancies? Sorry, Mark, I have to. No, there's no applicant rebuttal.
No rebuttal.
No, I mean, sorry, not applicant, there's no witness rebuttal. I call up witnesses, I ask you questions, and it's all part of the testimony.
Because my point you missed.
No, I understand
earlier,
that,
You asked
Mark,
me a
but-
question. The point you missed was that this is a.
We
legal
but we still
document.
have to follow the quasi, we have an opportunity to ask public. Typically, people don't, but it's allowed. So Tal asked the question, but this isn't a back and forth open dialogue, because then I have to reopen public comment again, because you're not answering a direct question, and then I have to open it. Yes.
Sure, so just to explain, can you please explain the discrepancies between the plan? Will they affect whether you will, are you going, is your intent to meet the standards that we're setting for our landscaping? That's my concern.
A couple things, just so everybody understands how it works. And Sarah, you can correct me if I'm wrong. When we go through the dispute resolution, we come up with a concept plan that we're going to bring forward. We had to update our plans to reflect the discussion that we had at the mediation. And we had to submit detailed plans on that as part of what got to you today. With that, we did submit landscaping plans with detailed information about the trees. We also had detailed information about the stormwater. And Katie, you've got a copy of the landscaping right now.
Yes, I do. Again, Katie Labar with Stantec, representing Sorella, and I've been sworn. I'm going to place on the overhead projector sheet 8, which is the landscape plan that is in the record for today's hearing. The exhibit that was provided earlier by a resident appears to me to have been an older version of the plan set. This is an iterative process. We went through the review of the mediated site plan with staff. What you have on the screen is the final plan that is in the set of plans that we are seeking approval for today. What is shown in the table is consistent with what is shown on the plan in drawing form. It is a representation of the full design landscape plan. And so it includes all vegetation that we intend to plant. Traditionally, when we come before you with a preliminary site plan, it includes the minimum code requirements. And so the number of trees, the number of shrubs, all of the details are shown on this plan, which is greater than or exceeds what would otherwise be required because we made those hard commitments in the mediated settlement. And so because of that, we have to provide more information at this time. But this is a plan that was prepared by a registered landscape architect with our firm, and there is no inconsistency or discrepancy on this plan.
Got it.
It will be further reviewed by your staff at time of final site plan, should this be approved today.
Okay, and I appreciate you answering some of the questions there and clarifying the inconsistency or lack thereof. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner McCann. Questions for applicant, staff, or public?
I have a question for the staff. You know, I'm hearing public concerns constantly. I heard it here again today. You know, if we approve preliminary site plans and they don't give us enough information, then we're kind of bound by what we're doing. And, everybody keeps coming back and saying, at the final site plan, we can look at this stuff. How do we make an informed decision up here, in a quasi-judicial fashion if we really don't know what's going to be there until you bring a final site plan, which we pretty much have to approve? Who made that policy? Is, and again, the attorney can come in on this too. Is this by state law? Or, is this a policy of the county that we really need to revisit? Because, actually, by doing it this way, we are disenfranchising the public.
Mr. Chair, I could respond to that comment.
Go ahead.
And I want to comment my own, since if I have the mic. Okay, on the preliminary details required on general development plans, preliminary site plans, or FSPs are up to the county and its land development code and the manuals. so that's not a state mandate. A number of years ago, the county amended the LDC to say general development plans do not expire. When that change was made, we saw a lot more general development plans. It used to be, you had 1 year for one, 2 years for another, to keep things moving. So if nothing expires, you're going to see a lot of GDPs. In this particular instance, it is a preliminary site plan, so we do have more detail than you might otherwise have. And if the mediation, I want to just point out 2 things on that. It was only a concept plan submitted on landscaping the mediation, and the media settlement agreement says the applicant shall submit an amended development order showing blah, 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 which they did through the Acela system. The staff reviewed. And the county attorney's office takes very seriously those requirements under the Byrd-Harris Act, and we did provide the notice of mediation with a copy of the petition submitted Mr. Barnaby, mailed out to everyone who spoke or submitted written comments at the board hearings and planning commission hearings. And the special magistrate, Mr. Shepherd, does expressly invite the public to participate and speak. It's like a public hearing. They speak at a certain point in the proceeding. But of course, mediations, as you know, are private when they go into breakout sessions. We don't have minutes of the breakout sessions because it's a mediation. Okay, thank you.
I appreciate that. So what you're saying is this is not a state mandated thing. The county has separated these 2 things, and this is something that the county can revisit.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for applicant, staff, anyone? If not, then I will turn to, you looked like you were huffing up for a good question, profound question. Okay, we will go to any final comments. First, it's been a while. Forgot who goes first. Staff?
Sarah has already mentioned what I was going to come back up here and mention in regards to the county providing public notice. So the public can have the chance to voice their opinion in regards to what was occurring at mediation. And that's all I have to add.
All right, thank you. Applicant, rebuttal, final comment?
Thank you. I'd like to address Commissioner McCann's comment first. If we have, for instance, on the stormwater, stipulation D1 has a very detailed requirement of what we have to do. We have preliminary looked at that, and we think we can meet those requirements. If we can't meet those requirements at final site plan, we can't build, period. So the question becomes whether or not, the question becomes how much detail we have to look at going into that. We know that we have to meet those requirements, and that's why it's set up that way. And I think it's appropriate. You have a lot of detail that in a lot of cases you don't normally have. Sarah's already talked about the requirements of 70.51. That's a state statute requirement, and that was complied with. Our neighbor next to us had no objection to this request, and Mr. Vandery keeps talking about properties to, up to the river. We're not talking about properties up to the river. They can stay, whatever this commission wants to do with those, can stay large lots if that's what you want to do. We're talking about a piece of property on an arterial highway that development is going, a lot of development's going on right around it, and it's not appropriate for A1, under your current code. It's not, and as a practical matter, it's not appropriate for farming or for a single-family house anymore. It's just, there's just too much going on around it. We believe this is an appropriate use. It's probably the least intense use that would go on this site as an ROR, as we talked about. In regard to traffic, we will have to meet FDOT standards. We'll have to comply with those in regard to vehicles going in and out of the site. That's important, and we will meet those standards. We've already talked about the trees, and I will just remind you that your professional staff has reviewed this request. Our professional staff has reviewed this request. I don't think there's any substantial competent evidence to deny this request on the record, and with all due respect, we request that you approve this project.
Thank you. And now we are on deliberation. Commissioner Feltz.
I can appreciate, again, that we are looking at this one property, and I have to say that compared to the U-Haul, which is just down the way, and the Hideaway Storage, which is just down the way, the architecture is very nice. Of course, maybe I'm a little prejudiced because I used to work with Mr. Taylor at Folly Bryant, but it's good to see that he has definitely got some talents there. With that being said, and unfortunately, we don't have anything in our documentation supplied, and again, maybe we are being a little bit more particular in terms of what we expect to see with our packets as they come to the land use meetings. I understand what you're saying about the particulars in terms of, but legibility would be just a sort of professionalism there. I think what, I don't want this one plan to suffer the consequences, but unfortunately it has to be said. There were some mistakes made in what I call one of the biggest hotspots in my district. And I appreciate that the last time this came before the board, it was 5-2. Have things changed that much, or has any real amendments been made to this that answered what those concerns were from our citizens in the surrounding area? Again, you all know how I feel about mediation notices, neighborhood meetings, public involvement. Obviously, this was not one that we really had a chance to speak in on. And I hate when that happens, because there's a lot of times that maybe we might make some progress between the landowner and the people who oppose it if we have that communication. But in this case, we didn't. We don't even know who went to the mediated settlement meeting or how they found out about it. The biggest problem that we have in this area is not just this particular properties problem, and that's where it's kind of hard for us to be able to do the right thing, but we also have to look at the big picture. I think we had a project up here a few weeks ago that I think it was Commissioner Cruz that said this was based on a rezoning that probably would not have been given with the current board. And we are dealing with some, I have to just make the statement. We have a hot spot there in my district that I am very concerned about. And we still have not resolved the issues that have been a part of that. And that is everything from the state park that we are building right up next to. No rural buffer, no safe space, all the way to Zipper Road. I don't think that, well, he's gone now, but I have Mr. Ron, who voted in favor of this last time and does not live anywhere near the district. I know you're busy there. But this is my neighborhood. This is my district. And all we're asking is that you have some considerations. I'm especially speaking to our commissioners who are in other districts, where I would defer to your judgment for your district. This is a big problem. This area from the state park to Rye Road, Waterline Road to 64, and Zipper Road, we have had site visits on those properties there and pointed out a lot of concerns with how our stormwater is managed. It's not just this particular site, but we do have a problem there because it is near our water sources, it is near our water treatment plant, and I don't think the rest of the board is quite cognizant of that, and we've been trying to fix those problems. It wasn't until I came on the board that we actually had a site visit out there with people like Mark and Tom Gerstenberger and Chad Butzko that said, well, don't worry about the flooding. You'll only get flooded while these properties are under construction, but once they're all finished, it'll be great. But if we're constantly constructing out there, we're constantly going to have that problem. And it's not just, no man is an island anymore. Everything is interdependent. And with a project like this, you're going to have elevated land. You can't build on anything out there without elevating the land. Where that water is going to go is going to be right into our watersheds, right into our wetlands. You're borderlining right on our water supply. So I am appealing to the board that voted against this before. There's been no magical things that have happened since a mediation that have made this all better. There's only been more fuzzy talk, and it's not just about this site. We would want you to do something that is a successful endeavor. It's not a successful endeavor if we don't know if it's going to flood, but we're pretty sure it is, your neighboring properties. We have a lot to save in that area over there. We have a lot of work to still do in that area over there to make it the right place for these businesses if they're needed. And the showing that people have out here, it's minuscule compared to the actual problems that we've had in this area that we can't bring into this because it's not this one project's fault, and you have to be fair with that. But this is my district. I know this land. I know why we have to take caution with it. It's, again, actually a very nice looking storage unit, but it's just not the time or the right place for it. And it's because we want you to have a successful endeavor there. We want you to be welcomed by the community. But we want it to be done the right way with a lot more transparency. The lack of transparency in this entire project is quite concerning. Public notice, the ability to get public records. If you don't have anything to hide, then you don't have to worry about these things. If you always tell the truth, you never have to worry about being caught in a lie, do you? But we don't ever know what the truth is because we can't ever get the information in a timely basis. So I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners to vote against this and to understand that I would defer to you in your district. I appreciate all the questions you had, but I don't think that District 3 sees 5 storage units in a row on any of your streets.
Before I begin, if you ever accuse our staff of flat out lying and being corrupt, then I will personally go up to Tallahassee and try to have you removed from office. Have some respect for the staff that's working hard on your behalf. That was ridiculous. You could hear an audible gasp from the crowd that you made that accusation of people hiding relevant information. Nope, it's my
Yes,
turn.
sir.
It's my turn.
Well,
My
I
turn.
didn't say that, and the proof is in there.
Okay, fair enough. As for this project, it was not 5-2 last time, it was 3-3 last time. The 5-2 was on the submittal of the denial, which was a subsequent meeting. It was 3-3 on a short board last time, and I voted in favor of it last time, and this is a better project than last time. I thought the last one was a good project, and I'll be voting for it again. The reason we don't ask for final plans every single time somebody shows up before we make a decision is coming up with final plans is very time-consuming and very expensive. And we, as a board, and not just this board, previous boards, give no sense of assurance. If we had form-based code, if we had some administrative approval process, you could maybe ask people to put a little more effort into their plans because they know when they put that time and effort in, they're going to get an approval as they walk out the door and build those plans. You can't go asking every affordable housing builder and every self-storage facility builder and everybody building things in Manatee County to expend that level of time and cost with the unknown uncertainty of a fickle board determining whether or not they're ever going to be able to utilize those plans. That's why we do not have this. Some people come in with literally nothing, a straight rezone. They don't even tell us what they're putting on it. In this case, they provided a fairly detailed plan of what they were going to do, more than we typically require of people to do. So I think this is actually above and beyond what we typically expect people to do. But look, we keep having these conversations about infrastructure, but we keep missing the point that you can argue all day long about 65,000 homes approved and not built yet. Well, those homes are approved. Eventually, they're going to be built. Pointing up and saying, oh, these are farms up. No, they're not. Half that land that you were pointing to on that map is owned by Neal Communities and Simply Dwell, a subsidiary of Neal Communities. Those homes are already being built. Those aren't the third generation farmer still growing what you bought at Publix the other day. Detweiler's next door is, but a vast majority of the land you were pointing to on your own map is owned by major home builders with zoning approval rights that are going to need self-storage. And when those homes are built, and they're going to be built, they're being built now, those people can either get in their car with their Christmas decorations and drive miles down the dangerous two-lane State Road 64 to get to one of the other 11 self-storage facilities, or you could put a self-storage facility close proximity to them to capture that traffic and keep those cars off of the roads to help with our traffic. That's why you put retail next to homes. That's why mixed use is substantially better than what we have in virtually all of Manatee County. That's why there's so many self-storage facilities, because they build smaller pocket self-storage facilities that cater to the people in a small radius around it, because it's convenient. What's great about self-storage is nobody goes to self-storage. You go there twice, get your Christmas decorations and put them back. That's what you use self-storage for. Maybe once every 3 years you bring your kids to look at an old yearbook. There's very little traffic there. There's very little light there. There's virtually zero noise there. It's one of the lowest impact uses you can have. And now this has a future land use right of ROR. And let's be clear, for people who weren't around back then, because not the whole board was here, this isn't ROR because this project requires ROR. This project is ROR because it's slightly too far away from another road. And so we had to make it ROR to get out of the the commercial node area to allow for this. This is not even an ROR eligible project. This is such a low intense use. You look at the rest of RORs, it's massive gas stations. It's huge project. Not this. This is a quiet nothing of a project that's going to capture cars and capture traffic and allow people to put their RV someplace that's not in front of their house and not have to drive an RV through 14 different roundabouts to get to the other outdoor storage facility for their RV. This is a great use for this. I approved it last time. I'll approve it again. They provided more than adequate information, more than we ask for information, and that's the reason why we don't ask for all this information, because right now we have an applicant and his team out there uncertain if they're going to be able to build what they already designed, because there's no assurance on this board or any board that there's a as of right opportunity to use their own land. So I will, in fact, be voting for this again. Commissioner McCann.
Little comment here from this fickle board. I appreciate your retort to what I said. The reason that they provided more information was they were required to by mediation and law. They did not just volunteer this information. Mediation said you will provide that information or this will not go forward. And we still have, he had no choice. Okay? And the information that they did give wasn't substantially different from what they did the first time. The other thing is that if you look at what they're saying here right now, they're saying, let's build another storage unit. Hey, we need a car wash too. I mean, we don't have enough of these things back to back to back to back. I remember you saying before, you know, well, there's a storage road down there. Let's put another storage unit in. That's not the way we should be doing this land use. The thing is that, you know, right now, you just talked about, you know, it won't create more traffic, it's low impact, you only go there twice a year, yet you said there was going to be all this traffic because they have to go past it. Well, it's either one or the other, because if they're only going there twice a year, they're not creating constant more traffic by bypassing this site. So the thing is that, you know, there's a lot of opinions here, there's a lot of emotion here, I understand that. You know, I understand the land use, I understand that the people next door, you know, may be wanting to sell their property and leave. So, you know, two people, you know, sent in a letter that I saw today for the first time that said, we don't object to this anymore. And even the signatures on there are a lot later than the date. So the thing is that when we look at these things, with all the facts that are in here about this specific project, the reason that I said, is this something that the county does or is this something that the state did? And you misinterpreted that conveniently. The thing is that you were mandated to give more information by law, by mediation. Okay, we don't get that information from everybody. Okay, so what I said was, we should look at this so that we don't disenfranchise the public. You know, if we want to go back to this specific thing here, again, I appreciate that you gave all the documentation on the minimal requirements by law. Thank you.
So going back to the development in hand, I appreciate the Q&A and clarification about one of the standards. Not that I want to spend hours talking about the amazing things in our landscaping standards. I'm sure that can be riveting material for some people. But for me, it's about meeting the standard and having that clarity, given that this is all sworn testimony. So thank you for that. Many things can be true at the same time. The original plan, I was on the other side of this one, can have more adverse impacts, cause challenges with us meeting our comprehensive plan requirements as they are. But it can also be true that we are here today seeing a better project because of that denial. So I think the process worked. It is flawed. I don't think the process is flawed. I think there can be more certainty, whatever form-based code or other approaches that might look like. I'd certainly like to see a better process, but this is the best we have, so we're just working with it. I'm in favor of it. I think you've gone beyond what the ask was and in the code. You've also come back with a better project. That was my concern initially. And I mean, the reality is the zoning is what it is or will be. That's what it allows. Until we get to a better system and process, then you're just stuck with the traditional Euclidean zoning system and not a more flexible system that just focuses on uses, and we don't have to have we can have more detailed plans come forth if you are willing to provide that and get a guaranteed outcome. So in any event, without too much more, I'm happy to support this project as it is today.
All right, no one's on the board. I'm entertaining motions.
Make a motion to approve I move to approve PDC-24-01ZP, the Sorella rezone.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sadiq. I will second it so we can move on. It's not up on the screen. I did. Motion by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by myself. And oh, sometimes there you go. Okay, I just clicked it myself. Cast your votes. It is approved 4-2-3 with myself, Commissioner Bauer, Commissioner Sadiq, Commissioner Ron approving, and Commissioners Feltz, McCann, and Bearden in opposition. All right, we have, number 3 is entirely continue. That's not even a discussion continue, right? Because they didn't finish planning commission. So that's not even up for, okay, so I'm just moving on. I'm just saying we don't have to do anything on that.
But I think we do
We need
have a
action.
continue.
Oh, we have to approve continuance?
So Chair, I move to continue PDP I-25-12ZG, Lake Manatee EMS GDPO 3 zone.
All right, I got a motion by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by Commissioner Ron to approve this continuation. Just to clear the air real quick, there's been no ex parte communication, correct? No. Open this up to public comment. Speaking entirely on the continuance. I will close public comment. No one's on the board. You can cast your votes now.
I want to be on the board. I want to say something about this again. You know, continuances are not something that, you know, are automatic. Is anybody here to talk to this continuance?
It's ours, it's our EMS station.
Okay, it's our EMS station, but is anybody here to actually say, you know, the reason for our continuance is this?
Sir,
Mr. Chair, I
It
can,
didn't finish planning commission.
Mr. Chair, I can pipe in if you like to. Yes, the Planning Commission wanted more information. There were a lot of issues raised by citizens and staff, didn't have all the answers ready, so the Planning Commission continued to December Planning Commission. So it's not ripe yet for the board to vote on.
That's why I'm asking, why is it before us if the planning commission isn't done with us yet?
We noticed it.
When they advertise, they likely advertise both at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
And that is approved 720. All right, moving on to item number 5, there's 2 more presentations upon request. I'd like to at least get through the first one before lunch. Item number 5, Ms. Knapp.
Item number 5 is PDMU 1504G Revision 2, Robinson Gateway GDP Amendment. So this is amending ordinance PDMU 1504GR, which first is to allow changes to the previously approved schedule of permitted and prohibited uses, which were voluntary proffered by the applicant and attached as Exhibit B, to include the following uses: gas pumps, equipment sales, rental, leasing, storing, and repair, heavy equipment sales, rental, leasing, storing, and repair. And 2, to update the access points along Moccasin Wallow Road and Carter Road as shown on the amended general development plan, and no change to the approved entitlements processed. Robinson Gateway development is on the north side of Moccasin Wallow Road, east of I-75 and west of Carter Road in Palmetto, on approximately 280 acres in the mixed-use and urban fringe and PSP future land use categories, and is currently zoned planned development mixed use.
All right, does anyone want a presentation on this? Seeing none, and no one's on the board, I will open this up to public comment. Seeing no public comment, I will close public comment, and if no one's on the board, I will entertain motions.
Mr. Chair, I move to move PDMU 1504GR27 Robinson Gateway.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Sadiq, I don't care. No one's on the board, you can cast your votes now. And that is approved 6-1 with Commissioner Bearden in opposition. That's a lot of waiting for that, but we got it done. All right, so my question, item number 6, it's presentation upon request. Is somebody going to request a presentation on this one? If so, we're going to go to lunch. Okay.
I wasn't. I'm good.
Well, because we have other stuff too, so we're coming back after lunch anyway. So, okay. With that then, it is, you guys go with a 1 hour lunch break? All right, it is 11, is that okay with staff? 1 hour? Okay, then we will recess till 1 PM.
I now invite paramedic Gary Massengale as he will lead us in our national anthem.
All uniform personnel, attention! Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Please remain standing just a moment as Chaplain James Martin offers our invocation.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here on this momentous occasion. Could you bow your heads, please? Oh, grateful Heavenly Father, we thank you for waking us up to be above ground just another day. We thank you for your goodness, your grace, and your mercy, and all that you do. And Heavenly Father, I want to thank each and every one who participated on the front lines and behind the lines that made this happen, and that it continue to happen. Freedom is not free. There's a price to pay to have freedom. And we thank all the first responders from the military on down and the ones behind the scene who supports these functions. And Lord, we just want to thank you for your goodness, your grace, and your mercy. And we ask this in your Son, Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. Please be seated, everyone. So we are honored today to have with us several distinguished guests who represent our community's leadership and continued commitment to never forgetting. First up, I'd like to welcome the Honorable Dan West, Mayor of the City of Palmetto.
Thank you, Chief Sicking. Good morning and welcome to everyone. Thank you all for being here this morning to pay honor and tribute to the nearly 3,000 American citizens and first responder heroes who lost and gave their lives on September 11th, 2001. You know, 24 years ago today, we were shocked and horrified at the events that were unfolding across our nation and in front of our very own eyes and that of our children's. The feelings we had that morning can still be felt. We felt sorrow, pain, sadness, and uncertainty. It is well that we continue to meet on this day to solidify our determination and to ensure that freedom overcomes evil. We must always remember these lost and sacrifices that have been made to keep the American spirit alive and for future generations. I'd just like to close with a quote by former Mayor Rudy Giuliani when he said, and I quote, "The attacks of September the 11th were intended to break our spirit. Instead, we have emerged and more unified. We feel renewed devotion to the principles of political, economic, and religious freedom, the rule of law, and the respect for human life. we are more determined than ever to live our lives in freedom. God bless America.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next guest is the Honorable Gene Brown, Mayor of the City of Bradenton.
Thank you, Chief. And as we look around today, we want to welcome everybody here. And I think this is probably, looking out at all of our first responders that are here, this is probably the biggest group I've seen here. And 24 years later, it still means something. And when we look around our country, whether you're serving in the first responders, you're serving in the military, you were there at 9/11 and survived. You look at the survivors that were there and the firefighters and police officers that are now still having issues with this sickness, and others that have passed away. When I look at their widows out there, and it's a day that we remember and we celebrate the courage and the honor that they do, but the emotion is still there. Looking out at Mrs. Evers right now, thinking about that, it's hard to look out and know, but we know that you run towards the danger for us. And even the people that were in the Trade Center, and one of our council members said yesterday after we celebrated the proclamation of, we don't forget about anybody. The people that were there and thought that those buildings were bulletproof. And we found out that if people want to do bad, they're going to do bad. But we're going to be there to stop that. And we're going to remember this forever. And I wanted to bring our council up behind me today because this isn't Gene Brown. This is a team in the city of Bradenton. This is a team in Manatee County. And I saw Commissioner Sadiq here, former Mayor Bryant. Others are out there. And we will always be there to remember and celebrate what everyone did for us that day. And in our country, as we've seen over the last few days, and even as of yesterday, how there's evil out there. We're going to keep fighting that evil, and we will keep remembering those that did that for us and celebrating. And I just wanted this to know that City of Bradenton and beautiful Rossi Park here will always be a place to celebrate that and do that. And just say thank you to everyone. And this isn't something that we want to celebrate but it's something we will always celebrate because of what you did for us and what everyone continues to do. So thank you, and God bless America, God bless Florida, and God bless the city of Bradenton and Manatee County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Council. All right, next speaker is District Director Tara Poulton, who represents Congressman Vern Buchanan's office.
Good morning. On behalf of Congressman Buchanan, it is such an honor to be here as we remember the lives lost 24 years ago, a day that we will never forget. It was already said once this morning, but while so many were running away from that danger, first responders were running towards it, into the smoke, the fire, and the unknown. It was firefighters and police officers, EMTs, and even ordinary citizens who showed us the very best in humanity in the face of the unthinkable. That same spirit lives on in our community today. Our first responders dedicate themselves to protecting us day and night in every emergency without hesitation. As I was preparing these remarks last night, my daughter was working on a homework assignment, and the assignment was related to September 11th. The assignment to interview someone, see, this is why I needed that mic. Her assignment was to interview someone old enough to remember the attacks. She's 11. She chose my brother-in-law, a retired deputy fire chief from New York. While he wasn't at the towers on the morning of the attacks, he assisted, like so many others, in the days following. And as part of her homework assignment, she was asking him a series of questions. And the last question that she asked him was something like, what would you want someone like me to know or to remember about these attacks? And his answer really stuck with me. I went to bed thinking about it last night, and I woke up thinking about it this morning. He said, the attacks, there was so much grief and destruction, but there was also so much kindness. In the days after September 11th, an overwhelming wave of kindness and unity emerged in that city and across the country. People were nice to each other. People were helping each other, particularly those affected by this tragedy. My brother-in-law went on to share that as his crews drove in and drove out of the city in their trucks, people would line the roads, holding signs with simple but powerful messages. Thank you. We support you. United we stand. And God bless America. So today, as we reflect on those lives lost and the families forever changed, may we carry forward the lesson that my brother-in-law taught to my daughter last night, to remember the courage, the unity, and the kindness. Let's be better. Let us also express our deepest gratitude to the men and women in uniform, so many of you here today, who continue to stand ready when we need you most. So I leave you by saying, thank you. We support you. And God bless America.
Thank you all for your continued support. It is now my privilege to introduce our chair of the 9/11 committee, Deputy Chief Billy Smith, who will share a few words and then lead us through the remainder of today's ceremony.
First off, I'd like to say I apologize for that train. I honestly did talk to the train crew yesterday, and they were going to hold off until 9, but that didn't happen. Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Billy Smith, and I'm from Cedar Hammock Fire Rescue. Normally, you hear from someone who was directly involved or responded to the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks. Today, I would like to give you a perspective of 9/11 from a few hundred miles away. See, in 2001, I was a young aviation mechanic in the United States Navy. I was stationed in Virginia Beach at NAS Oceana. That morning, our squadron was performing normal training evolutions, which for us meant that we would launch several aircraft at a time for the pilots to stay proficient in their skills. That day, the commander of our carrier air group was flying one of our jets, which is kind of like the fire chief taking an engine out to practice his driving. The commander's jets fired up with no problem, and he taxied away towards the runway. As we were walking back to the hangar, we got word that our jets were coming back to the flight line. Usually this meant there was a problem for us to troubleshoot, but not today. When the planes got back, they shut down and the pilots got out. I didn't hear it firsthand, but one of the other mechanics said the commander used some bad words and mentioned terrorists. No one knew what was happening, so we secured the jets like normal and then went into the hangar to see what was going on. We got word of the attacks in New York, and the commotion set in. Our planes were lined up like used cars at the dealership, and since no one knew how big the attacks would be, the order was given to move our jets. The plane handlers literally parked the jets at random spots all over the airfield and secured them. The most obvious realization that something very serious was happening was when 2 planes were moved to the front of the control tower. These jets were not just parked there for show. They were placed in an alert status and prepared to respond, if needed, to any threats that may be in our area. Thankfully, they never launched. Our squadron was in the middle of our training schedule, so we had some well-qualified pilots. I assume that is the reason we were tasked with getting a group of sailors ready to deploy to an aircraft carrier that was just off our coast doing their own training. We gathered our tools and necessary equipment and then developed our list of personnel. I had some seniority by then, so I was selected, and like every other sailor, I was ready to go. Back then, we didn't have TVs everywhere or smartphones. We listened to the radio to get our updates and learned about the attacks. It wasn't until I got home that evening that I saw for myself what happened and how the towers fell, and it didn't seem real. The next morning, I reported to the base around 4 a.m. There were tons of lights at the normally calm base entrance. The whole area was lit up, and I was honestly nervous. What was happening at our base? But it was just the new security measures. Every vehicle was being thoroughly searched. Our group assembled at the hangar, but because there was so much movement of military personnel, we didn't end up getting a flight until the next day. So on Thursday, we reported to work and got a helicopter ride to the ship. As soon as we landed, we took over flight deck operations. I ended up being the senior man for my job, so I selfishly assigned myself the first operational period and sent the others to rest so they could relieve us shortly after dark. Once on the ship, it felt like normal deployment operations for us, except that our jets being launched had live weapons, and we were just off our own coast. The only time we ever had live weapons before that was during trips out west for training or when our ship was in the Persian Gulf. We only spent a few days at sea before returning home. By then, the country was trying to get back to normal, whatever that meant at the time. But what I really want to share with you is my trip home from the base. Just driving the few miles to my off-base housing, I felt like I was in the middle of a 4th of July parade, except the number of flags I saw was like 10 times what you normally see in the 4th of July. There were signs all over the place supporting the military. There was firefighters raising money to help victims, and it gave me a tremendous feeling of pride in our country, and I share that pride today with seeing all of you. I ended up getting out of the Navy in 2002 and went to fire school in Sarasota, where I met retired FDNY Lieutenant Kevin O'Neill, who you'll hear on the bagpipes in a little bit. He began teaching us about the traditions of the fire service. After I got hired on with Cedar Hammock, I joined the Fools, which is a group of firefighters who help keep the traditions of training and brotherhood alive and well in the fire service. It was through that group that I was invited to a Legends house and got to meet Richie Evers. Over the years, I've met some great people that worked in other places and decided to retire here, which is this group over here. I see a handful of them. I only wish I would have spent more time as a young firefighter listening to their stories. So if you're new to the fire service, or maybe this is your first time being here today, and I see a handful of young firefighters over there, shake the hand of the person wearing the patch that doesn't come from Manatee County. You'll be happy you did. I've never had a bad conversation with anyone I've met as part of this committee or associated with the Fools. My favorite thing to hear from retired FDNY guys is that they appreciate that we have this ceremony each year. They chose to move here, and I appreciate them being part of our local fire community. Anyhow, I could go on about how these guys share their passion, but the important thing that I want you to think about is that they did. They show they care. They still show they care, so it's up to all of us to show that we care, and that's what we're doing here today. We support everyone who lived through the tragedy of 9/11. I would like to personally thank every one of you who showed up today to support the ones that responded, the ones who supported them, and the ones who live with the burdens of those days forever. Some of our local retirees are now dealing with medical issues directly related to 9/11. I read an article just last night about how 39 more names were being added to the memorial. May God bless them. I would now like to talk about the 9/11 committee. This group of individuals come together each year to ensure the anniversary is not forgotten. In that group of people, there was someone who has helped keep the tradition of this ceremony alive for a very long time. Mike Williamson has done his best to pass on the importance of remembrance, and for that reason, he is being awarded the Richie Evers Call to Duty Award. Chief Williamson has been the backbone of this ceremony for many years. He's also instrumental in the addition to the memorial that you can see completed just this year. If you know Mike Williams, you know that he likes to hand out trophies a lot more than he likes to receive them. So I think he got word that he was going to be receiving this award and has opted to not attend. But with the permission, Ms. Evers, that I would like to ask Mayor Brown to please come and accept this award. And we will keep it safe until it can be presented privately to Mike Williamson. Thank you, Mayor. Can I say something?
In no way could I ever speak for the chief and what he's done for our community, but I can speak from my point of the last 5 years as mayor and what he's done to continue the push to make sure that they're honored in celebration of what those people did, firefighters, and that did for us in those days, and what Mr. Evers did for all the years in keeping this going from 2001. And I just am honored to accept it for him, but I'll look forward to giving it to him in my office as soon as we can. And he is pushing so hard for the memorial, and we're working with them. We're going to work with our legislators and trying to get the funding to do it, not only to celebrate today in the past, but also the future that we work together. So I'm honored to accept it on his behalf, and I'll make sure he gets it through all of you. So thank you.
I would now like to introduce Bob Mikulski from East Manatee Fire Rescue.
Good morning. Before I start my part of the program, I would also like to thank the mayor and Mike, who's done an amazing job these last years trying to get this site redeveloped. With that being said, the site has actually had an addition to the monument where we've actually put a granite plaque on there and put the extra name on there. So this is not what I want to say, but there's the extra room that we needed for future. In 2024, there were 63 personnel that gave their ultimate sacrifice in 2024. In the state of Florida, Amanda Adams, Orlando Fire Department; Ian Church, Jacksonville Fire Rescue; James Green, Miami-Dade Fire Rescue; Patrice Jarrell, Miami-Dade Fire Rescue; Luke Kimming, Sanford Fire Department; and Jason Woodruff, Jacksonville Fire Rescue. And let us never forget Manatee County's line of duty deaths of Brian Reed, West Manatee Fire Rescue, and Edward Wadlinger, East Manatee Fire Rescue. Stand by.
The Manatee County Emergency Communications Center pauses to remember those 63 fire personnel lost in the line of duty nationwide during 2024, including Amanda Adams, Orlando Fire Department; Ian Church, Jacksonville Fire Rescue; James Green, Miami-Dade Fire Rescue; Patrice Jarrell, Miami-Dade Fire Rescue; Luke Kimming, Sanford Fire Department; and Jason Woodruff, Jacksonville Fire Rescue from the state of Florida. And we remember and honor the line of duty death of firefighter Brian Reed, West Manatee Fire Rescue, and Edward Wadlinger, East Manatee Fire Rescue. May the road rise to meet them. May the wind be always at their back. And may the Lord have them in the palm of his hand until we meet again. KNDM 569, Manatee County Fire Radio.
We're now going to do a dove release.
For centuries, these beautiful white birds have symbolized love, peace, faith, hope, and new beginnings. Today, we are honoring and remembering those that we'd lost in that tragic event. And we're also honoring all that are still here, helping to protect our freedoms. God bless you all.
At this point, we're going to do a wreath presentation. And this was started by the Evers family, Denise and Richie, that have been a big part of this presentation since the very beginning. So with that being said, we're going to present the wreath to the memorial. Thank you, Denise. It might get a little loud. We are going to be doing a 21 gun salute, so it might get loud. So the dogs, be prepared.
Ready! Aim! Fight! Ready! Aim! Fight! Ready! Aim! Fight!
Thank you. Please remain standing as I invite Pastor James Martin back to the podium.
Thank you all for coming to support this worthy cause. Just keep in mind, freedom is not free. There's a price to pay for freedom, and a lot of have paid with it with their ultimate sacrifice, and now they're going through mental, physical, and financial problems and their family for serving their country. Please stay reminded that freedom is not free. Together we stand, divided we fall. A house divided among itself will not stand. Thank you again for coming.
Once again, I would just like to express my sincere appreciation for everybody that showed up today and helping us live up to the never forget motto that we all preach. So thank you very much, and this will conclude our ceremony for us today. Thank you.
Manatee Square Garden was founded in 2016 based on a survey conducted by the Department of Health that determined that there are 32 food desert communities in Manatee and Sarasota County. For those of you who don't know, food desert communities don't have access to nutritious food and they don't have easy transportation to that. So part of the solution was the creation of my position and the creation of this model garden to serve this community, Washington Park. The county has been extremely generous in their delivery of the Community Gardens program. Not only do we work in this garden with UF and the Department of Health, we've also extended that same service to Elwood Park community through the construction of their garden. And then on the slab, or on the table, if you will, there are up to 4 more garden projects in the works. Community gardens are important to me because they provide educational opportunities and food access to the community. They improve food security, they improve community involvement, they improve community perception.
I like the outdoors, I like getting my hands dirty. I like growing, and it's a form of therapy. And if you look around, you see a variation of shrubs, flowers, vegetation, and it's just wonderful.
It's good for the heart, it's good for the mind, it's good for the body. You can't get a better situation.
When we were visited with Hurricane Helene, Hurricane Debby, and Hurricane Milton, an entire area of the Gulf was delivered to our beaches. And in fact, the water delivered the sand from the beaches into residents and homes. So our cleanup here on the island is multifaceted. First of all, we've been focusing on removing the debris from our beaches. We have a beach rake system that literally with tines and small tines and tills reaches to about 2 inches below the sand, sifts through that, and by conveyor belt lifts that material for storage in a bin and disposal elsewhere, leaving the clean sand behind. It's tractor driven and pass upon pass upon pass, and we get a clean beach back again. For the sand that was carried into our streets and our homes and our residences, we're dealing with it in 2 phases. We believe that the sand in the streets delivered by the Gulf is fairly clean, deposited and dropped immediately. We're moving that sand to our storage facility and location at Coquina Beach, where we are gathering all the sand from the island that's been collected, and we're working to sift through that sand. It's able to take sand of this nature with rocks and shell and debris, and through a series of different screens from top to bottom, sifting out the larger pieces, ever smaller, we get to a sand quality that we would like to return to the beach. And we're going to be doing that for the sands that we've collected from our roadways. Now, for the sands that have been collected from the parking lots, commercial lots, and private residences, it's a little different of an animal because there's all types of potential for plastics, broken glass, nail. We don't want any of that material to make it through the sifters and get back to our sandy beaches. We have an opportunity to take that type of sand and move it to our preserve next to Fort Hammer Bridge for temporary storage. We're going to take those accumulated piles of sand that have been sifted to remove the large debris, and we're going to be using that to rebuild Upper Manatee River Road. We'll be lifting that road several feet to give about flood elevations, and you can imagine it takes a lot of fill. But we're not going to waste it. We'll be saving our money, our taxpayer money, in constructing those roads, and we're giving a significant savings to the island communities here who don't have to haul this sand to a landfill. They merely need to take it down to Coquina Beach. Manatee County will take that sand, accept the responsibilities, and take it from there.
Cracker Trail is a historic reenactment of the return of the cow hunters after driving the cattle across the state, but we still make it about 120 miles across the state, staying at various ranches and wildlife preserves, things like that to make it across.
Well, the reason that Manatee County is Manatee County, it was one of the larger counties at one point because of agriculture. State Road 64, 66, and 98 to go across the state was an agricultural corridor. This was a path carved by cattle. So it's important, you don't know who you are until you know where you came from. And then if you forget where you came from, you're going to repeat the sins of the past.
So we think that it's very important that we remember that Florida is a very unique geographical position in which we could grow anything all year round. And we've been in this cattle industry for a long time. And this is a celebration of that, and I hope that we'll be honoring our culture and our legacy and protecting the land that feeds us.
Manatee County's Ecological and Marine Resources Division hosted NOAA for a recreational fisheries tour at the Robinson Preserve expansion, including NOAA restoration practitioners from around the U.S. During the tour, NOAA staff explored the expansion by land and by water to observe coastal habitats created for juvenile recreational sport fish. They also visited with fisheries research biologists to observe fish monitoring in action. The afternoon session at the Nest included presentations by biologists to discuss the fisheries data collected to date and collaborations with Manatee County staff. As one of the Manatee County's funding partners, we were honored to host NOAA at the Robinson Preserve expansion to showcase how this investment is informing our long-term habitat management activities.
So today we are at Under One Roof. This will be our shelter for women. And we're here with students from Lee Middle School painting a mural in what will be the cafeteria. We have over 100 adult women in Manatee County. And so with the opening of Under One Roof, almost immediately we'll be able to cut that number by 20. So 20 women will have a place to sleep at night, and they'll have all the services that they need to rebuild their lives. They'll have things like parenting classes if they need that, substance abuse classes, mental health treatment, all in one place and all kind of holistic so that basically they have a chance to get out of that fight or flight mode, recover, and become productive members of society. So you've got, the bright colors, you've got, the sunshine, you've got some of those wonderful Manatee County landmarks. Then you've also got the word resiliency in these huge letters. And we're really hoping that Under One Roof is a place for these women to build the resiliency that they need to be successful and live a great life here in Manatee County.
Why do we need stormwater management systems? Since the 1980s, stormwater management systems have been required for new development and are specifically designed to help prevent flooding and remove pollutants from the water. A stormwater or detention pond is designed to collect and manage stormwater runoff. Stormwater runoff can carry many different types of pollutants: sediment, garbage, fertilizer, pesticides, oil, animal waste and bacteria, and yard waste. When rainwater lands on rooftops, parking lots, streets, driveways, and other hard surfaces, the rainfall that doesn't soak into the ground flows into your neighborhood stormwater pond through catch basins, pipes, shallow swales, or ditches. Without these ponds, runoff would carry pollutants like those mentioned, and anything else that can float into nearby wetlands, streams, rivers, estuaries, or the Gulf of Mexico. Stormwater ponds are engineered systems designed to remove excess nutrients and other pollutants that can negatively affect our water bodies. They allow sediments in the water to settle at the bottom of the pond and not discharge downstream. They help remove nutrients, primarily nitrogen and phosphorus, that can come from lawn fertilizers or natural sources, such as animal waste. Nutrients cause algae and bacterial blooms in water bodies, which consume the oxygen that fish and other aquatic life needs to live. Engineered control structures prohibit garbage and floating debris from entering the receiving water body. Officials sometimes have to close our recreational water bodies due to pollutants, which cause human health hazards. But engineered stormwater ponds can help remove hazardous pollutants before discharging into our water bodies. Now that you know about these pollutants, please help Manatee County maintain our natural resources by following these tips. Never dump anything down storm drains or into stormwater ponds. Use fertilizers and pesticides sparingly. Properly dispose of pet waste. Control soil erosion by planting over bare spots in landscape. Sweep driveways and sidewalks instead of using a hose to discharge to the street. Properly dispose of yard waste. Properly dispose of hazardous household chemicals. Direct downspouts away from paved surfaces. And check your car for oil leaks. For more information, go to mymanatee.org/stormwater.
Manatee County residents, did you know that your recycling cart must be 3 feet from the curb and other obstacles? Recycling carts placed too close to the cars, mailboxes, garbage cans, or too far from the curb prevent the recycling cart from being accessed by the truck mechanical arm. Be sure to arrange materials loosely in the recycling cart so that they do not become wedged and remain in the recycling cart after it's dumped. Please be sure to place the cart with the arrows located on the lid facing the street and at the curb by 6 a.m. on pickup dates. And as always, let's make it a better life for you and me here in Manatee.
If you're looking into a trade, this right here, this is the king of all trades. We lay pipe, we fix water lines, we operate heavy equipment, we drive heavy machinery, masonry work, concrete work, asphalt work, we do it all. This right here is the king of blue collar work. A water distribution maintenance technician, we maintain the water system. We provide a very vital source, being water, to all of our customers and residents in Manatee County.
If you enjoy getting dirty, and if you enjoy working hard, if you enjoy fixing things and repairing things and maintaining things, this is a great job for somebody who needs to stay busy.
When you pull up on the job and there's water down the street, there's road missing, the bigger and badder the job, the more I want it. The big line breaks, there's nothing that beats it.
This job takes grit, it takes determination, and it takes a wanting, a desire to work hard.
You can't be afraid to get dirty. You've got to be ready for it, you've got to welcome it. and it's something that we don't just mind. We look forward to it.
Hi, my name is Kyle with Manatee County Utilities. Come work with me as a water maintenance technician and get ready to get dirty.
At Manatee County, we plan to expand our ADA initiatives, integrating new technologies and collaborating with local partners to make sure we are providing the support for everyone. We invite you to attend our ADA focus groups, where you're able to have a voice and share your ideas, and we can address your needs. These groups are accessible online or in person at designated sites. The focus groups allow you to connect with others who may share similar situations and bring light on what we can do as a county to make your experience better. You are not invisible or unheard. We want you to participate in this growing initiative. For more information on our ADA programs, please visit mymanatee.org/ADA and continue to make Manatee County the premier place to live, work, and play for everyone.
This is not just a ribbon cutting. It is a kickoff to a family fun day at this magnificent new play place.
And it's an honor to stand before you today as we celebrate the grand opening of the newly renovated John H. Marble Park. This is more than just a place to exercise or cool off in the summer. It is the space where friendships are forged, where children take their first swim, where families gather for celebrations, and where our community finds strength and unity. Places like this serve as the heart of Manatee County, fostering a sense of belonging and shared purpose. They remind us that when we come together, we are stronger. And when we invest in our community spaces, we invest in each other.
All right, we are back from lunch, and we are continuing with our presentations upon request, which we have one left, and we were told it would be requested, so just be prepared. Item number 6, I'll read it in since you're walking. Item number 6, PDR 24-38ZP, Christenberry rezone for Christenberry Acquisitions LLC. And I will ask, just for the record, does anyone want a presentation on this? Yes? Commissioner Feltz, like a presentation, is the applicant here?
Good afternoon, board members. Jack Weber, I've been sworn in, reside in Sarasota County. I am the land acquisition manager with Neil Signature Homes. Also with me today is Ivory Matthews, who's our vice president of community and governmental affairs. And we are the contract purchaser of the property from Christenberry Acquisitions LLC. And we're here before you this afternoon to seek approval for a 10-acre parcel located at 603 99th Street, Northwest in Manatee. And we're seeking rezoning from A1 RSF1 to an R residential PUD. And also with me, since we've been asked to present the project, we have our engineer, Nathan Croft. We also have Paige Estagariba, and I can always stumble on that one. Becca Bond, who's our traffic consultant, and Chris Kennedy, our environmentalist, and Ed Vogler, legal counsel. So with that, I'll turn it over to Paige to talk to you about our land plan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Paige Estagariba. I'm a planner with CNS, Manatee County resident, and I've been sworn. I'm going to take you through this briefly. Jack went through our team. This is an aerial showing where the property is located. It is on the south side of 99th, on the southern part of 99th. It's south of 9th, and you can see that Palmasola Point subdivision is to the south. The estuary subdivision is to the west, and you can see Robinson Preserve directly to the northwest. It is got a future land use of Res 1 with a zoning of A1 and RSF 1. This graphic just shows a general depiction of the developments that are around this particular project. You have the estuary with a density of 0.99, Palmasola Point with an approximate density of 1.39, Tide's End 1.94, and Tide Line, which is 1.02 dwelling units per acre. And so you not only see here the low-density residential development pattern that's here, you also see some amenities that are very family-friendly. You have Robinson Preserve, you have the Geraldson Family Farm, and you also have Palmasola Botanical Park, which are all within walking distance of this development. Here's our proposed preliminary site plan. We are proposing 10 lots on 10 acres with 1 gated access. And just an outline of our request, we're proposing to rezone the 10 acres from A1 and RSF1 to PDR, 10 single-family residential units, all single-family detached with minimum lot widths of 75 feet. Proposed density is 10 dwelling units per gross acre, which is aligned with the future land use of Res 1. Proposed building height is max 2 stories. With the estuary located right across the street, it's a natural progression of the PDR that's there to the PDR right across the street, continuing that low-density residential development pattern that's in the general area. We are offering 20-foot proposed roadway buffers along 99th, 20-foot greenbelt buffer along the north and south boundaries, and a 15-foot greenbelt buffer along the east. And we are exceeding open space requirements. We held an in-person neighborhood workshop on March the 5th where 20 area residents attended. We discussed lift station access, and the applicant did work with the estuary community across the street for access and access easement to that lift station. We did explain that all stormwater will be treated on site, and the neighbors did express some concerns about flooding, and in response, we went back and did a higher level stormwater analysis. And I'm going to turn it over to Becca Bond, our traffic consultant.
All right, good afternoon. Becca Bond, transportation engineer, licensed engineer in Florida with Kimley Horn. We actually received a traffic study waiver for this project, but we still wanted to touch on it because we know it's really been a focus of this board. This proposed development is anticipated to generate 11 vehicle trips in the PM peak hour. Turn lanes are not warranted at the project driveway. The addition of project traffic is not anticipated to create any deficient roadway segments, and specifically 9th Avenue Northwest and 99th Street Northwest have adequate capacity to support this development. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Nathan.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nathan Crott with ZNS Engineering. I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of Florida, and I have been sworn. And I'd like to just take a couple of minutes here to explain the steps that we've taken to alleviate any stormwater concerns. We have performed the higher level construction plan level engineering analysis, and we're committed to a stormwater facility that exceeds the currently required stormwater regulations. We've coordinated with your staff and designed a stormwater based on the NOAA 14 rainfall amounts. There will be no increase in the post-development discharge rate compared to the pre-development rate. We are proposing 150% water quality treatment and a net improvement nutrient analysis per SwiftMud standards. And as you can see on your screen here, we have the blue arrows representing just all of the water that will be going to an on-site pond, which then discharges east into an existing ditch, and then ultimately a direct connection there to Palmasola Bay to the southeast. So this site was designed with consideration of both the 100-year NOAA rainfall event as well as the 100-year FEMA flood elevation. And it's important to note on this site that there is a substantial difference between the two. The maximum pond stage based on the 100-year 24-hour rainfall event is at elevation 3.18. And the recorded gauge data in Palmasola Bay for Hurricane Helene resulted in a coastal storm surge measured at elevation 6.06. And you can see those two elevations, Helene in green and the 100-year proposed in blue, compared to the home and the finished floor elevation at elevation 10.4 on the far right. It's important to note that Hurricane Helene and the tidal storm surge associated with that was the highest recorded in Tampa Bay within the last 100 years. And so that is the largest event that we have seen in 100 years. The FEMA flood elevation for this site, which considers the coastal storm surge, is at elevation 9, nearly 3 feet above Helene. And our proposed homes are at 10.4, which exceeds the requirement to be 1 foot above the FEMA flood elevation. So our team has worked very hard to provide a site design that exceeds the required criteria and will have no adverse impacts on surrounding properties. And I would be happy to answer any questions once the presentation is over. With that, I'll turn it over to Chris.
Chris Kennedy, environmental scientist with Kimley Horn. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn. The property was cleared historically for agriculture, and it's currently being utilized as a mango farm. Preliminary listed species surveys were conducted on the property, and no listed species were identified. There are no wetlands located within the project area. There is a 50-foot wetland buffer proposed from the off-site wetland to the south. That wetland boundary has been reviewed and approved by the Southwest Florida Water Management District. Happy to answer any questions after the presentation, and I'm going to hand it back to Paige.
All right, we are asking for one specific approval request. Per the LDC, sidewalks are required within a development on both sides of the street when you're within 2 miles of any public elementary or middle school. We're proposing sidewalks on only one side, and it is the side of the street where the homes will be located. We believe that this will provide safe and convenient and thorough access throughout the development with just the one sidewalk. We've also been working together with Manatee County to establish a connection between our development and the proposed CIP project, where there is a multi-use trail proposed along 9th. That CIP project runs from 75th Street to 99th Street, so we're proposing and working with Manatee County to propose a sidewalk connection running from that northern boundary of sidewalk at Estuary to connect to the intersection at 99th and 9th. It was one of the issues that was brought up during review, that the school board was concerned about the children not having a drop-off place. And so we're hoping and working with Manatee County to get that established. Some project positives, low density development. It's only 10 homes that are proposed, and this is in line with the Res 1 future land use. No wetland buffer impacts, no proposed traffic impacts. We're exceeding open space requirements, exceeding buffer requirements, and it's not only compatible with the existing pattern of low-density development that's already existing in this area, it's also really compatible with the amenities that are there. There's a neighborhood farm, there is a botanical gardens, there is a park. So it's a compatible development in that regard. And so that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
All right. Well, this is half a question, but I asked a question at my staff briefing, so I'll ask here. Maybe Ed, I don't know who the best person is for this. What maybe it's not, this is more of a deliberation thing, I'll skip. I'm just trying to figure out why we're even hearing this thing. I mean, you can build one house per acre. You're trying to build one house per acre. I'm kind of lost. I asked staff why this was not an administrative approval, so I was going to ask you your opinion, but granted, you would have a biased opinion, per se. But honestly, I can't figure out why this is on here. Commissioner Sadiq.
The only question I had, which staff couldn't answer in my briefing, was where will the stormwater discharge happen? So I understand the pond, I understand the standards you're building it toward, which I certainly appreciate, but I just couldn't figure out what direction. The only concern I have is for Orban's nursery, and I'm going to hear about that this Christmas when I go there and buy plants, so I want to have a good answer.
So this graphic right here shows you the drainage patterns for the site. So all of the blue is the internal capture. It goes to a stormwater pond, which is central to the site. There's then an outfall structure which discharges to the east, and there's an existing ditch there that runs north-south, actually all the way up to 9th Street. And so that ditch then conveys water southward into Palmasola Bay.
What, if any, outfall treatment is being applied for discharge into that bay? Or you just, there's no on-site, there's no treatment or anything like that?
Oh, yes, there's treatment. So what we're doing is we're analyzing the site. It's 150% water quality treatment per the county standards because it's within the Sarasota estuary basin. And then it also needs a net improvement analysis per SWIFMUD. So there's treatment provided within that stormwater pond that meets the requirements for this subject site.
Okay, I missed that. My apologies. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Just a couple of quick questions. Do you intend to dig a lake there?
Yes, sir. That pond in the middle is the lake or the stormwater pond that we're proposing to dig.
Okay, and if you dig that, how will it affect the farm that's right adjacent to you? The Geraldson family farm?
So when you dig a pond, you do dewater that pond in order to dig it to, whatever depth is proposed. And so in this case, there will be a temporary lowering of the groundwater table. And so what we will try and do, and we'll be working with Mr. Geraldson to come up with solutions to try and offset and mitigate those dewatering techniques. And we can do that by trying to recharge his irrigation ditch that's on his property. We can use wells, we can use reclaimed water to irrigate during that process. But there is a groundwater on our site that will be lowered, and then it hasn't, as it goes away from the property, it does get lowered. And so that's our goal, or our proposal, is to try and mitigate that, knowing that it is a temporary impact and that we can mitigate it as best we can for that time period, which it will be dewatered, approximately 1 month.
Who's the owner of the land right now?
I believe it's Patricia Cox is the landowner listed on the, is that correct? Yeah. On the property appraiser. To the north.
Okay, and why sidewalks on just one side of the street?
There, as shown on the site plan, you can see that there are only homes located on one side of the street. And so the sidewalk is proposed on that same side of the road as the homes. There is no homes on the north side of the development that you can see here on the screen. Maybe there's a better site plan that I can get to.
And there's no homes anticipated in the future there, so building a sidewalk now, would that be advantageous?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right, there's no one else on the board.
May I make a point of clarification, Mr. McCann? I wasn't certain who you were, which property you were speaking to on ownership. So the Cox family owns the property to the north that is being utilized currently for agriculture. Okay. And the property, the subject property here today, is owned by Christenberry Acquisitions LLC.
Okay, thank you. And who is Christenberry Acquisitions LLC?
Ed Vogler, Manatee County, I have been sworn. It is owned by a Neal Communities affiliate.
Okay, thank you.
All right, staff?
Rachel Layton for staff. I have been sworn. I'm introducing you this afternoon to Lindsay Craig. She is one of our Planner Ones. She's been on staff with us now for a year, but this is her first time in front of the board. She comes to us with a master's degree in urban and regional planning from the University of Central Florida, as well as her bachelor's degree with a minor in urban and regional planning from University of Central Florida. So thank you, Lindsay. We also have one correction to a stipulation that I'm going to pass out really quick.
You can go whenever you want.
All right. Hi, my name is Lindsay Craig. I am with Development Services. I'm a planner, and I have been sworn. Paige did a great job explaining the entire project. This is for Christenberry. It is generally located in Palmasola. The project area is 10 acres, and it is east of 9th Avenue Northwest, or 99th Street, and south of 9th Avenue. The request is for a PDR with the entitlements of 10 single-family detachable residential units associated with a PSP. The density is 1 dwelling unit per acre. There is 1 access along 99th Street, as well as this development has a 40-foot private internal roadway. There are a couple overlays in this property, the CPA, CHHA, CEA, and AI. As well as the open space, the requirement is 35%. This is exceeding at 43.9%. As for the development standards, here is just an image of the typical lot layouts. Again, these are 75-foot wide lots. As for the neighborhood workshop, there is one placed in person at Palmasola Botanical Park. A few issues was the traffic concerns, if this was going to be gated, the type of proposed units, if there's going to be increased flooding, as well as the proposed connection to the lift station. Again, there's only one specific approval for this, and that is the requirement of sidewalks on both sides of the street. This is because it's within 2 walking miles of an elementary or middle school, so they are requesting 1. And again, it's only on the internal side where the residential lots are located. The history of the site, it has been A1 and RSF1 since 1981, and as well as the adoption of the 1990 LDC. As for the adoption of the 1989 comprehensive plan, it was assigned Res 1. As for the comprehensive plan, the future land use category, Res 1, it's primarily low-density suburban residential with short-term agricultural activities and the transitioning of a rural to suburban area. And again, it is 1 dwelling unit per acre. As for the zoning, it is A1 and RSF1. And it allows for short-term agricultural uses, and the RSF is for residential uses in the suburban environment. As for the proposed zoning district, it is PDR, so that this development could be in unison with a broad range of housing types that is appropriate for the general area. As for the overlays, the minimum requirement is 35% because it is in the CPA versus the 25%. As well as it's in the airport impact overlay, which has a height restriction. And here's just a location map of the area. As for public facilities, there's existing county lines for water and sewer adjacent to the property on 99th. There's options for reclaim, and for the schools, it's Stewart Elementary, King Middle, and Manatee High School. The applicant has deferred concurrency, and it will be determined at FSP. This is an image of the floodplain. The project is completely within the 1% annual flood hazard zone with a flood elevation of 9. As for transportation, the nearest thoroughfare is 9th Avenue Northwest, which has a link of 1030. The existing loss is C, and the future loss with the project will be C. As for positive and negative aspects, a positive aspect is that this project is exceeding the open space requirement, providing 4.38 acres. They are providing 20-foot and 50-foot greenbelt buffers, which is exceeding the requirement. The requirement is 10 feet for a greenbelt buffer if a development has less than 10 or 15 dwelling units. As for a negative aspect, school board had concerns with the bus routes and the lack of existing sidewalks, as well as the entire property is within the FEMA AE flood zone. As for mitigating measures, the applicant is required to submit a hurricane evacuation plan within 1 year prior to any development approvals. This is because, again, it is in the CPA. As well as the school board concerns, the applicant will install a rapid flashing beacon with a push start activation at a mid-block crossing, as well as a sidewalk extension from the northern edge of Estuary to the intersection of 99th Street and 9th Avenue Northwest. We allowed some stipulations for that, and I just spoke about it. As for traffic, because they have a 40-foot private roadway, they will be required to have a design exception at time of FSP. These are the listed comprehensive plan policies that are consistent with the project, as well as they are in compliance with the following land development code sections. At Planning Commission, it was recommended 6-0. And in conclusion, this request can be found consistent with the policies in the comprehensive plan, as well as the applicable standards in the land development code. And if you have any other questions, I'm here. Thank you.
Just 2 questions about our code.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a threshold that has to be met for a traffic study? I mean, for 10 homes, let's say 2 people, 4 people max. I mean, that's not a lot of trips. I'm just curious why this is even a thing for this so few homes. I mean, granted you had the waiver, but why is it even a requirement?
I'll defer to Prody, the expert.
Good afternoon, Pony Bonnefield, Transportation Planning. It's based on the location also. We don't analyze any application that generate less than 50 ppm trip.
Okay. Okay. So it was automatic, effectively.
Yeah, because it's not significant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. I was just going to ask if there's any significant effort expended there. The last one, the sidewalk standards. So I'll use Azalea Park as a good example. I had a good Halloween trip there recently. So it's a development from the 80s, very tight. Very setbacks there's not a significant amount of setbacks there, and people are able to walk pretty safely, I would say. Low speed limits. Development it's catered to reducing by design the speeds one can travel. The interesting thing with this development is the requirement for sidewalks on both sides or one side. Now, I can understand I'm just getting more into commentary. Just kind of feels unnecessary in this case. Like, it could be up to the developer if they wanted it for 10 homes. I guess I could understand if it was a lot more homes, but inside the development, I don't understand why the school board cares necessarily, why that requirement matters. I know outside of the development it makes a difference, and I appreciate the sidewalk connection there. We'll have to fund. But is there a rationale for why there are, other than it being in the code, what benefit this even has to have 2 sidewalks or sidewalks on both sides of the street, necessitating an exception for one side.
But even sidewalk is most likely in LDC, but it's provide another means of transportation from kids if they want to go from school to where they live.
Sure. I can understand that for outside the development. Once you're in, it's just 10 homes. The way it's designed, no one's going to be racing in there doing donuts.
But inside the development, most likely.
Inside of it. I'm just pointing out silly LDC requirements. I mean, it's just interesting. I could see this for like a massive 5,000 home development, but it just points to the example the chairman raised. I mean, why aren't some of these automatic? But in any event, that's for a land development code conversation. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Which I believe is later today, somewhere around 8 p.m. at the rate we're going. Commissioner Beeren. It's deliberation?
No, I just have my name on the board for deliberation.
Okay, fair enough. I will then open this up to, thank you very much. Excellent job. I will now open this up to public comment. I have no one signed up.
We did have one person approach, Mr. Geraldson, and he has signatures.
Okay. Well, that's not Anthony. You're next, Anthony.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good, you're good.
Okay.
Just
Greg
state your name
Geraldson.
and if you've been sworn, and if you
I
have
have not been sworn.
Okay, anyone who has not been sworn, now that it's post-lunch, please get sworn in now for anything we're going to talk about the rest of today.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you are about to make to the board are truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name and if you've been sworn. Are we doing 10 minutes?
He has the signatures, right?
Okay, I just wanted
I
to
haven't seen
confirm.
them. They were
I just-
submitted to you all. Did they look good? Did you call up?
I
Did you
mean,
call?
they're
the
all different
I didn't call
signatures.
the people.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Greg Geraldson, Manatee County resident. We're the farming group out there in this vicinity. We farm and sell the crops we grow directly to the public. The tie line development that has been mentioned is directly to the east of our growing area. The proposed Christenberry rezone is directly to the south of the 10 acres we are also farming, which is the Cox property. Mom and Dad started farming in the late 50s, 65 years ago. We've been farming out there. The lands along 99th Street were the highest properties in the Palmasola Peninsula. And the Palmasola Peninsula is anything probably from about 90th Street to the west to Perico Bay, and then from the Manatee River over to Palmasola Bay. So it's that whole lower end of the peninsula. To the west, which is now the preserve, it used to be lower. To the east, it was lower, and now there's two developments there. My parents' house, which is now my sister's house, had never flooded. The house was built in 1914. It did with Helene, up to 4 feet of water. The land we farm on had never flooded. And y'all can imagine what salt water does to farmland. It makes it unusable. You know, fortunately, this summer we had quite a bit of rain in August and September, and it flushed the chlorides out of the soil. So that helped there, and also helped over, you know, next to the proposed zoning change. Our house had never flooded. It did with Helene. We had 4 feet of water in our house, so it made it basically unusable. We would like to continue farming, raising families and crops. Our farms and houses continue to sink with each PDR. It must stop. All right, compatibility. This is a big one, and we found out firsthand experience because we're next door to the tide line. And first of all, compatibility. To the south is Palmasola Point, which is already mentioned. To the west is the estuary, which was a PDR. To the east, which hasn't been mentioned, is 30 acres of Orban's Nursery. And we are to the north, a 10-acre site that we are farming. The Palmasola Point is a cluster of 10 homes. It hasn't been, you know, it's not a PDR as far as I know. Currently, homes sit on 1 or more acres out there. We also have farms a nursery, a dressage, a preserve, and a park. These developments are very unfriendly to farming. In fact, they're horrific. We have had firsthand experience as Tideline was going into our east. I called code enforcement, and this is since February of 2025. I don't know if this will show up.
Don't show your phone. We can't use your phone on this.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'll tell you about it. I've called code enforcement and the code enforcement officer 31 times since February of 25. Before that, just as many or more, and that's when the development was being, trees were being burned, the lakes were being dug. It was smoke first, then dust, dust, dust. And actually, when I went home for lunch, I went to the farm, and there's a huge cloud of dust coming over the farm. And over in Tideline, they are sweeping the streets, and the wind is coming right out of the northeast, over the crops, into our market. So these two, a development and a farm next to each other are not compatible. No matter, there's just, and the sweeping the streets happened before, dust from, and this happened, at Seaflower. So you all know about the dust. We're on our third code enforcement officer. That's how many times, first there was Matt, then there was Ben, now there's Josh. And the problem with this is the damage is already done when the call is made. And then there's no enforcement, it seems like. Nobody's doing a thing about it, or at least the fine isn't big enough. So, we need to, do something about that. And anyway, let me move on. Water table. A lake with, we found this out with, if we don't have a water table, we cannot farm. We cannot grow a crop. When the lakes were being dug at Tideline and water was being pumped out, our water table at the farm was also pumped out. I monitored the water table with 2 3-inch pipes 30 inches deep, placed at different locations on the farm, which were beside Tideline. The water table is historically consistent at 18 inches. There's a hard pan 18 inches down. I had the pipes down 30 inches. With the lakes being dug, there was no water at 30 inches. The soil became so dry, we could not shape or form a bed with our equipment. There is nothing to indicate that the Christenberry property would be any different. We are farming next door, just like next to Tideline, and it's the same soil type. We will lose the water table again. Saltwater intrusion to the lake through the aquifer is another problem. It happened to many of the wells out there in the 70s. That would definitely ruin farmland, just like the water table. Keep the zoning the same as it is. No PDR. Here's a little thing that happened during Helene, September 26, 24. Saltwater began flowing down our driveway. My son Stephen and I decided to elevate the coolers that are in the market. Within half an hour, we decided we were losing that battle as the saltwater started coming in our knee-high rubber boots. At that time, we figured we better get the vehicles to higher ground. It was rising so fast. We concluded 9th Avenue would be too deep, so we drove to 99th Street. My sister and husband were out in the yard, and as I mentioned before, the house flooded. And that house has been there since 1914. And as far as we know, it had never flooded. Going around to 9th Avenue again, I parked on higher ground, started walking back down to the farm. Water was streaming over the berm and the sidewalk into the Hawthorne Park Lake. That's how high the water was. Continuing west on 9th, the water was so high, waist deep, that the top of the mailboxes kept me orientated on the road and not in the ditch. Plant pots from Orban's were floating out the driveway. The pots were blocked from going across the street where they would naturally go, but Tideline was blocking it. Their elevation was much higher than even the road. So the pots were blocked from going across 9th Avenue by the new development Tideline. 3 lakes dug to raise the elevation. They floated west on 9th Avenue to our driveway, settling eventually on the farm, and even north, all the way north to the Botanical Park. That's how fast the current was and how high the water was. We had Orban's pots sitting in our split rail fence, between the rails. That's how high the water got, because the water couldn't pan out. We lost our floodplain. So this development, Tideline and others, and the elevated parts of the preserve are actually acting as a dike and diverting the water out over lower properties. We still would have flooded with Helene, but a foot maybe instead of 4 feet. We do not need more of this with a Christenberry rezone. So there's no way saltwater would have been that deep if it had been able to spread out like it did in the past. We need no more elevated developments. Keep the zoning the same. Another thing is the amount of coastline has not changed. There's Palmasola Bay has all the mangroves. Perico Bay is the same. The Manatee River is the same. All this saltwater can come in unabated. What has changed are the number of acres where that water can spread out, our floodplain. We cannot decrease that floodplain more by approving this rezone. And one more thing I was thinking is, as our properties get lower with these developments raising, the roads are still the same. They're at the same elevation. Nobody's raising the roads, so they're going to flood just like we flood. So anyway, I'm asking you not to rezone this property the way it is now. It's zoned, RS1, one house to the acre. You get a whole acre, not part of a lake, and it should stay that way. Thank you.
Anthony?
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair. Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident. I have been sworn. So a couple of interesting points that were brought up with this project. First, there was a fairly comprehensive stormwater description, drainage description. And second, the staff mentioned here, which I haven't seen in many reports in the past, their EVAC plan and how they're going to make sure that happens. So I appreciate that they're listening to some of the comments that are being given up here. It's critical there, obviously so close to the Gulf of Mexico, but Gulf of America, the Gulf. Sorry, the big water place over there. So I think it's important because it's not just if you're close to the Gulf, if you live in this region, there's these low water areas everywhere. So I thought about it, I said, so for 10 homes, probably going to be pretty high dollar homes because that area, knowing that area pretty well.
There's signature homes.
10 signature homes in a high-risk area. The applicant is analyzing these critical concerns. But this isn't final site plan, is it? Was this a rezone? Yeah, pretty sure it was.
We're not sure.
Wasn't final site plan. It's just a rezone. So that work regarding drainage in particular, it doesn't seem to be burdensome to the applicant. I mean, they did a pretty good job. I thought the engineer did an outstanding job actually explaining that very well. I'm raising this point to emphasize that the prelim work is in fact already done, isn't it? On a lot of these projects. So they say, oh, it costs a ridiculous amount of money to get this done for something like drainage. They spent it.
They're in a coastal high hazard area.
They did it.
They're
They did a
building
pretty
what
good
they're allowed
job.
to build.
So that could have been provided to staff for many projects, wouldn't you agree? I agree. I mean, help me out here if I'm wrong. I mean, I think the staff does a great job when given the correct information by these applicants. They're plugging it into the right tools to give you a good presentation. It can be placed into the county's basin models anywhere. I mean, it's not like we're asking for crazy stuff here. And I only ask why. I hope you consider that in your future work sessions. It's a county land development code issue. And otherwise, the rest of us are just going to have to fund our own elevation to get out of the bowls that these folks are creating for us. I applied for Elevate Florida this year. I got 0 response. I had to pay 10 grand to get them to come look at my property, just to come look. And then if they didn't give me any elevation funds, I just asked for dirt. They said, it's going to cost you 8 grand for us to look at it. That's not even guaranteeing you're going to get anything out of it. So just think about that in your next work session. And by the way, it was a great presentation on the stormwater, by the way, much better than I've seen.
Anyone else? Public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I have Commissioner Ballard and Seek. Are you on for questions or are you on for future deliberation?
I actually have a couple of questions.
Okay, well, Jason's ahead of you. He just took himself off, so he's first deliberation when we get to it.
Okay, so I believe that this would be a question for staff. So the current zoning is A1/RSF1, is that correct?
Yes.
So if the rezone were not approved, what could be built on the property?
So the A1, the entire property is 10 acres. So the A1 is 8.48 acres and RSF is 1.52 acres. And I believe the A1 zoning district, let me see.
One house per acre. And RS1 is, it's one house per acre in
Yeah.
both of the zoning.
So-
So you could build 10 houses.
What I'm trying to figure out is, without the rezone, are they still able to build what they're trying to build? And so what's the benefit of the rezone?
If I might, Rachel Layton for staff. The benefit of the rezone is to allow them to proceed with the proposed preliminary site plan because their lot sizes don't meet the regulations in A1 or RSF1. So because they need to accommodate for the stormwater design and the roadway design with those 10 lots, that really generates the need for them to come forward with a plan development residential zoning application.
Okay, that's helpful. I think that was the only question I had for now. Thank you.
So they're only here because they're proffering to provide enhanced stormwater protection for the neighbors and excess open space,
Yes.
which is therefore lowering the minimum lot sizes to a point where they have to spend the time coming here for us so they can build a more thoughtful project with the same number of houses.
Today's crew for staff. To be able to get the 10 houses, they would have to put a road in, which then requires stormwater for the road. So they might not have been able to parcel it out without making the lots smaller like they have now and providing the stormwater. They might not have got 10 lots.
Okay,
They might
so-
have got
So in theory, they may have been able to build
5 or,
5 or 6 or 7.
yeah, I don't
or
know
8.
what that number
But
would
the point
be,
is,
but
there's development rights there as of right now. So dust and ponds and fill are allowable as of right, effectively. Okay. Were you done? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Okay, that's Commissioner Siddiq.
So the interesting nuance about this that came up during my discussions was the fact that it's one parcel, but 2 zoning codes apply to it, which is kind of unique to older properties. So is it strictly by right for the A1 portion of it, which is the portion to the north? Well, it doesn't matter, really. That's my question to staff. It's unique in that sense. They're not combining parcels, it's one. Somehow, half of it is A1, the other's RSF1. Just wanted to clarify the point about by right. They had to come to us for a rezone because they're still A1, regardless of what the other half of the property is. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I would say that rezoning to PDR just keeps it in unison than having a split zoning.
So the A1 zoning district would allow them to have 10 dwelling units on the
Sure.
property, right? And then that smaller portion of the RSF1 looks to be kind of at fringe of their property there. I don't know how much they would have been able to use that, but they would have, if they had provided a site plan that was consistent with the A1 zoning regulations and the RSF1 zoning regulations, they could have provided for a final site plan and construction plan and not had to do the rezoning. But because the site plan itself couldn't meet all of those strict regulations, the plan development residential allows for this process.
Got it. Okay. Learn something new every day.
Because
Thank you. That's all I
we
have.
have a ridiculous minimum lot size ordinance.
How many is 2 zillion? You said 2 zillion. How many is 2 zillion?
Said zillion?
Yeah.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other, Commissioner Feltz?
Also, with this rezoning, doesn't that also allow them to come back and request higher density if they go to PDR?
they may not go to higher density because their future land use category is Res 1.
Right.
And they would not be eligible to ask for an increase in, to change future land use category because of their location in the coastal high hazard area.
Okay, so
and
that's,
coastal plain.
normally if we go to PDR, they can
try
come
to go
back
for
for
higher
higher
density.
density.
And in
But in
this-
this case, because of the stormwater issues, and that's kind of like how I understand it, is like if you, even if you have 10 acres and it's zoned A1, not necessarily does that mean you could put 10 houses on it because you have to allocate for roadways,
and-
driveways, stormwater, things like that. But in this case, PDR does not allow them to increase the density because of all the stormwater issues
And because of the future land use category.
and the future land
Yes.
use category being met. Okay.
And just to be clear, an RS1 or A1 of 10 acres does allow 10 houses in spite of roadways. It has to do with the difference between gross density and net density. In this case, because of the excess stormwater and roadways, it was violating the net density provisions based on lot sizes, correct?
Not necessarily on net density, it was on the minimum lot
Lot
sizes.
size, correct. Minimum,
Yes.
well, minimum lot sizes
Yes.
will work out to a net
Because at
density if you
one
add
acre
them.
per lot
Yes.
and a 10-acre lot, you
Understood.
just can't fit it.
Okay, fair enough. Are you back on for another question?
I am, yeah. I had another question, forgot it, and then did it again.
Okay, we're all anticipating it.
Okay. So my question is based on some of Mr. Shulow's comments and questions, and that is the information that was provided regarding drainage and evacuation, that was provided as a result of the overlays. Is that correct? Is that the reason that we're seeing this detail in this case and not necessarily in other cases?
It's because they're, Denise Greer for staff, and I have been sworn. It's because they are also running their final site plan construction plan at the same time. And I just looked a few minutes ago, anything regarding their stormwater calculations has already been approved. So we don't have any outstanding comments on that. So it's because they're running them at the same time, and we are at the point where we've already reviewed it and it's meets our standards, or actually it exceeds our standards in this case.
Okay, and so basically, they chose to
They
do-
chose to move forward
to
at
move
this
forward with
time.
the final site plan versus just a preliminary?
Yes.
Okay.
See, if you get rid of all the excess regulations and uncertainties, and people have more certainty of being able to move forward, then they're more likely to provide more information to be able to make a better decision. Okay, any final comments from staff?
No.
Any final comments and rebuttal from the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Ed Vogler, I would like to make a short rebuttal on some of these points. I think you've answered the zoning question, so that's why you do plan development. The reason there's more detail, Dr. McCann, is because in this case, we anticipate an approval. And it's a small
I
parcel.
don't remember asking for more detail on this one, but thanks for pointing me out.
Well, I've
And, you
been
know,
here I've been here all morning.
I do appreciate the fact that you're actually, giving us more information, and I know that every time you come in, you anticipate
Commissioner
approval,
McCann.
so thank you.
Commissioner Kent, the applicant, by our rules, has 5 minutes for rebuttal. Rebuttal is inclusive of answering questions or comments stated by other people in the audience or people on this dais. That is what Mr. Vogler is doing.
I thought it was a helpful comment because it's important to know, as you think about this, that developers make risk-based decisions. But we do rely upon your codes, and we do rely upon you to adjudicate fairly. And I want to say that we totally respect Greg Geraldson and his operation. We like him. And I pledge to him privately, and I pledge to you publicly that we will be good neighbors, we'll communicate and coordinate with him. I personally was general counsel to Pacific Tomato Growers for 25 years. They're the largest grower of round tomatoes in the country, and they own a lot of ag land in Manatee County that has been affected by development, obviously. When I moved here in 1977, 15th Street East was sort of the edge of development. And so everything you see there, and North River, every one of these issues has affected ag, and we know that. And the best we can do is to be good neighbors and communicate and work together. The Helene flood was very bad for our community. And you saw a graphic where we dealt with this because we know their questions, and they're fair questions. Helene was a very unusual circumstance, but Helene flooding, which is tidal flooding, is not caused or affected from development. Tidal flooding is affected really by God and an act of God. And I hope that we don't experience that again. I live on the north edge of the Manatee River, and all my neighbors said, we've never had flooding like that for 100+ years. And they're legacy families there. And so we had a lot of water too, and it was unnerving. But you do need to separate tidal flooding from other types of stormwater issues. And then also, as commented here, this property is not in a floodway. And so that's a different circumstance as well. Because you take North County, for example, projects that we've talked about, there are some homes that are in a defined floodway. And that's a different circumstance as well. So the final comment I would like to make is that Neal Communities has developed 8 or 9 very successful communities along the Loop Road, the historic Loop Road on the peninsula. Greg's right, it extends from 71st Street to 99th Street and from 17th Avenue to 9th Avenue. It's the old Palmasola Loop Road. And we've built many successful communities there, including Tideline and Estuary, which is right across the street.
No sidewalks.
And this is a continuation of our commitment to Northwest Bradenton. It will be properly done, it will be well done, and you can be assured that it'll be a credit to Manatee County. And we hope that you'll approve it today.
Thank you. All right, and now we are up to deliberation. The first 2 on, because they had taken themselves off, is Commissioner Bearden and then Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you, Chair. First off, I want to thank the applicant for giving me a very thorough presentation today. But Mr. Vogler, I'm going to have to disagree with you on the whole flooding. I mean, I don't think we've seen a qualitative or quantitative study to back up your statement regarding flooding. I don't think we've done the research and actually have seen that, which I want to push this county to actually do so that if we need to upgrade our standards, we can do that. But I really appreciate this presentation that you give, and you guys do a really good job with that. And I just want to appreciate you guys for doing that, because I wish every applicant did that. You know, I'm not anti-development, I'm anti-stupid. And stupid tends to outweigh this board the majority of the time, right? And so I love this project. I think this project is great, and I think you guys put this piece together very well. And look, I don't even have any questions to ask you because it was very thorough. So I hope we can send a message to everybody else to come with those same type of presentations that they can show this board. So thanks again. I'll be in favor of this project, and hope you guys have a great rest of your week.
Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If nothing else, the project highlighted some unnecessary components in our code. I'm not saying I don't like sidewalks. I'm just saying I think they're, the standard is, it says major thoroughfare. You don't have a major, you have a gated community. So it just opened my eyes up to a couple of gaps in the code. Good lesson in flooding. Understand the differences, stormwater flooding versus tidal. That was going to be my comment. No stormwater code standard that I can find, and just a lot in Florida. I'm sure there's something out there, East Coast maybe. Nothing really accounts for tidal flooding. The Florida Building Code, NFIP participation, your local floodplain ordinances, those are the places where you account for tidal flooding / storm surge. Stormwater, that's separate. I don't really think there was, well, I won't say that. Your design is accounting for it, and if anything else, there's a net benefit to there's a net benefit to Palmasola Bay because of the treatment of the outflows. 150% is a really good number. Other than that, I think it's a thoughtful project. Oh, the EVAC plan. My understanding is that goes to the homeowners. I talked to staff about that. I think it may be shared with the county, but it's primarily intended to go to the homeowners, so I was fine with that as well. So I would actually move to approve PDR-24-38ZP, the Christenberry rezone.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Siddiq. I'll second. I have a second by Commissioner Ron. You're still on the floor, are you done? Was that? Okay. Commissioner Feltz.
I agree with Commissioner Bearden. We've had a very thorough presentation on this. I think there should be a standard of how these things are presented to the board. I do realize that, sometimes we start off with just a rezone and taking our chances on that before we put much more into it. It is a shame that after we've just discussed Farm City Week and our agriculture, I'm glad Mr. Geraldson came to explain his point of view. With that, it's refreshing to see homes on 1 acre. It's something that I think protects the area. That's why my concerns were with the zoning not allowing increased density. It still is a sensitive area. I appreciate that you are taking into consideration that you still are surrounded by some land that is zoned to agriculture. But this is a little bit more infill in our county, as much as I hate to vote for a rezoning. At least this is 1 house per 1 acre, and I have a feeling it's a pretty beautiful area to be on 1 acre out there. There are concerns as far as location because we are subject to acts of God, like our hurricanes and such. But it's been well presented, and I think that you'll have a community that hopefully will keep Geraldson's Farm out there to keep your people who move into those houses on a healthy source of food and be a good neighbor, being mindful of those things. And don't ask for any more, because I'll probably say no to that. But 1 house per acre, we wish we could have that in District 1. So thank you very much for that.
I was worried we weren't going to get District 1 mentioned in this one. Okay, we got it squeezed in. Okay, there's nobody else on the board. There's a motion by Commissioner Siddiq for approval, seconded by Commissioner Ron. You can cast your votes now. Is approved 7-0.
Mr. Vogler, please note that I voted for you.
It's got one more batter today, so.
I'll leave it out.
Item number 7. That's not.
Item number 7 is the first public hearing of LDA 2403, Local Development Agreement, Lazy C Ranch. It's a local development agreement relating to future projects within an area identified as Lazy C Ranch to establish the terms under which the applicant shall commit to design, engineering, permanent construction, its proportionate share of required improvements to the Manatee County Thoroughfare Network, and the applicant shall dedicate the right-of-way required to the thoroughfare improvement to satisfy the requirements of policy 2.1.2.8 of the comprehensive plan. The thoroughfare improvements and thoroughfare right-of-way are sufficient to accomplish 1 or more mobility improvements that will be benefit a regional significant transportation facility such as the applicant shall be eligible for credits against the ATS fees. The project is generally located at the intersection of Rutland Road and Prairie Wolf Glen on just under 500 acres, approved for 1,100 residential units with a maximum permitted height of residential buildings is 35 feet.
This is quasi. Was there any ex parte communication? No. All right. Mr. Grimes, you're up.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, or good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Kyle Grimes, I'm an attorney with the law firm of Grimes Galvano here in Manatee County, and I have been sworn. Here today on behalf of the applicant, Pulte Home Company LLC. With me today, I have Jeff Deason, VP of Planning and Development with Pulte, as well as our engineer on the project, Trent Stevenson, with Level Up. As mentioned, we're here today for the first reading of the local development agreement for the Lazy Sea Ranch. And as mentioned, the purpose of this agreement is to establish how the development will proceed going forward, specifically with regard to the construction of the public infrastructure that'll serve the site as well as the overall county. As mentioned, these local development agreements take 2 public hearings before this board, which I feel is very important and beneficial because it gives us an opportunity to talk through this agreement, the terms of the agreement with this board, receive meaningful comments from you as well as the public, and give us an opportunity to address those between now and the final hearing should we need to make clarifying changes in the agreement. And as I'll get to in a little bit in this presentation, there are always things that can be clarified to make sure that the agreement matches the intent of the deal behind it. Before I get into the terms of the LDA, as mentioned, this project is located along 675, just north of the intersection at Rye Road. It was originally approved as a planned development residential project by this board in January of 2024 with a general development plan that you see on the screen for a maximum of 1,100 single-family homes. Since that time, as our client has gotten into a little more detailed site planning, it's currently projected to have 1,005 single-family detached homes. As you can see on the general development plan, this property does include the planned thoroughfare roadway of Rye Road that traverses from the southern boundary through to the north and ultimately to connect to Country Road 62. And this is a planned 4-lane thoroughfare roadway with 120 feet of right-of-way. It is ultimately going to be an important roadway in the county that will provide north-south connection from South County all the way up to State Road 62. Right now, the connections are either out in Duet up to 62 or in 301 Spencer Parish area. Since the approval in January 24, almost 2 years, our client and their engineers have been working very closely with your public works staff on how to develop this property and particularly how to handle the planning and construction of Rye Road through the project. The project does require to construct 2 lanes of that to a certain extent to provide secondary access to the development. Specifically, as you see on your screen here, it's the area marked in green. That's the extent that they're required to build up to provide that secondary access to the project. But in those planning discussions, when your staff sees an opportunity that they have a single owner or single developer that controls the land under which a thoroughfare roadway is ultimately planned to go through in your comprehensive plan, they see what opportunities are there to improve those roadways and set them up for future expansion so that when the time comes to connect these roads all the way through or to expand them to 4 lanes, you're set up for an efficient expansion of that roadway at a long-term cost savings to the county. And so all of those planning discussions with your staff have brought to the LDA of where it is today. And so I want to walk through some of the provisions. Again, with the LDA, we're proposing to construct Rye Road to the area you see in green and go a little above and beyond what is required for the project and build the outside 2 lanes. So that's essentially constructing the whole cross-section of the future 4-laning of the road. It'll provide for the curbs, the sidewalks, everything on the exteriors, as well as the median, so that in the future, when the county is prepared to turn that into a 4-lane road, you're just coming in and adding those internal 2 lanes. The LDA also provides for the terms under which the county will acquire the right-of-way needed for the full four-laning of Rye Road from the southern property boundary to the northern property boundary, as well as the area you see in red, which is East-West Road BB on your county thoroughfare plan. It's a four-lane collector roadway that is planned to run from Rye Road to the east. The developer is not planning to construct that at this time, just set aside that right-of-way. With the LDA, they're also incorporating all the stormwater ponds needs for the full build-out conditions of Rye Road as a four-lane in the future, as well as the stormwater needs for Road BB as a four-lane should it be constructed in the future, and accommodate those into the stormwater ponds that will be built with the development. The agreement provides that the applicant will construct their utilities needed to serve the site. Those connecting to the county facilities that are off-site, anything that is built in within the project to serve the project will be built at the applicant's cost. Those are not items for which they would be eligible for reimbursement or credit. Currently, the lines that they would be hooking up to, the water is there, but the sewer is being constructed by another developer. So with this project, they will be paying all their facility investment fees, which includes the line capacity fees to connect to those lines. And lastly, they will be constructing their project access, which is the area on the top left of your screen there that is not highlighted. That they will construct at their full cost, as well as do warrant analysis at that intersection and include any traffic signalization or other means that may be warranted in the future. Again, at the applicant's cost, those are not impact fee or reimbursable. So when your staff is looking at when an applicant has these thoroughfare roadways within their site, they're looking at what is the benefit of going ahead and doing an expansion of that roadway now beyond what's just required for the project. And that's really comes down to two main items, and it's efficiency in expanding the roadway in the future when the need is there for four lanes. I know we see some lanes, roads throughout the county that could use it now, and setting it up for future and easier expansion is certainly very important. And the other is cost savings. We've had our engineers here and kind of get a little more into those details if you'd like to talk through the numbers, but your county staff and our clients have looked through the cost associated with if you have two of the outside lanes built now and add just the inside two lanes versus if you have just the two eastern lanes and then adding the full rest of the future four lane. And you're looking at saving about 1/3 of the total cost by doing the outside two lanes up front. And then, of course, with the right-of-way, we're establishing the terms for the acquisition of that right-of-way now for the full area so that it's not something that needs to be open to future negotiations, future eminent domain, anything of that nature. You're establishing the price point now so that you know that you can get the right-of-way at the impact fee credit cost that we have in the agreement. And I do want to make one point clear that the area in purple and the area in red, which is the northern section of Rye Road and then that east-west road B, those would only be dedicated to the county when the need is there to connect Rye Road on up to 62, or should the county desire to construct or build that road BB to the east. So any impact fee credits for those would be deferred until such time as the county desires to acquire that right-of-way. And as I'll get into in a minute, that total right-of-way value for those section of roadways is about $1.3 million. So that is deferred just until such time as the county deems them warranted. So what does this mean in terms of dollars for this project? We've analyzed the anticipated homes, their sizes with your current impact fee schedule, and this project is anticipated to have $19 million in impact fees that will be coming to the county. And with this project, as we have set out in the Exhibit C to the LDA, the total credits are anticipated to be about million. That includes the road construction and establishing the drainage for the full future build-out, all of the right-of-way needed for full future build-out, the stormwater pond needs for the full future build-out is 4 lanes. And of course, as I mentioned, 1.3 million of that would be deferred only at the point where the county needs that further up to the north end of the property of Rye Road and East-West Road BB. So those would be deferred until the county needs them. And before I provide a few closing comments, I know we did receive, and I believe you all received some public comment from Mr. Steve Servin, who is here today. I believe will probably come up and talk. I want to take an opportunity to address some of those. First, I do want to appreciate the opening statements in Mr. Servin's letter that this is an important roadway. I know they've been working with the county on Rye Road to the south of providing additional right-of-way to help move forward the 4-laning of that segment of the roadway, as well as working with the county on the intersection at 675. So I know they recognize the importance of this road in the long run of connection from South County on up to 62. But I do want to clarify a few of the questions that were in there. First, with regards to the limits of construction of what Pulte is proposing with this project, again, this is only up to the area outlined in green, which is their northernmost access to Rye Road. The rest of the roadway to the north would not be constructed at this point. It would just have the right-of-way available to the county, and of course, they will be building the stormwater to serve it when it ultimately is constructed. The stormwater ponds, as I mentioned, there was a question of whether we're constructing the ponds just to serve the section of roadway they're building or the full future build-out. It is the full future build-out of Rye Road as 4 lanes from southern property line to northern property line, and for Road BB from east to west at 4 lanes. With regards to the connection to the intersection at 675 and Rye Road, our client, again, as I mentioned, has been working very closely with Public Works staff, with Scott May and his team on making sure that they're stopping what they're building short enough to provide sufficient flexibility to allow for the intersection and the crossing of Fry Canal to tie in with what is being developed in this property. They did mention that there may be some need for additional stormwater pond at the southeast corner of the site, which is east of Fry Canal. That is something our client is happy to work with the county on providing. That's an area of the project that's not being developed. In the site plan, they saved that whole area up and down Fry Canal as not touching it. So we're certainly open to working with the county on providing additional stormwater needs in that area for the intersection improvements. On the timing of dedication of the right-of-way, we do have a provision in the LDA that we have in a lot of these agreements that upon completion of construction and acceptance of the county of the improvements that it will be dedicated. But I think it is appropriate to add a provision that also allows for whenever the county requests the right-of-way, it will be dedicated within a set timeline that allows us to prepare the deed. So those are things that we're happy to clarify moving forward. So, you know, what we've been working with your staff on this LDA is to put together an agreement that makes good business terms for makes good business sense for the county in the long term. You know, we've heard this board certainly express concerns that we've fallen behind on a lot of thoroughfare roadways and wanting to try and get them built up front, or at least set up to be built when needed. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here. There are other areas of the county where this has been done. We've looked at 2 examples that are nearing completion, and that up in Northeast County, Sawgrass Road and Buckeye Road, which has been done in a similar way, where when the opportunity arose with individual developments, even if it was just a section of the roadway that at that time was going to nowhere, they enter into agreements for them to build those roadways, And now we're at the final stages of both of those roads, connecting them from Erie all the way up to Buckeye Road. And so the important thing is to take advantage of the opportunities when you have a single landowner that controls the right-of-way that you need for a future 4-lane road, providing that south to north connection, and entering a deal that can build that roadway now and set aside the right-of-way now so that it is ready for an efficient expansion in the future and long-term cost savings to the county. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we look forward to your feedback. This is the first hearing, so I know there's no action taken, but we really would appreciate your feedback so we can continue to work this agreement to the final hearing.
Sure. I actually asked for an entire separate briefing just on this item, so congratulations. I think it's the first time in a long time I've asked for a whole separate briefing on one item, to make sure everyone was on to speak about it. Here's my only concern. I'd have less concern if your slides were correct. And I'm not saying they're not technically correct, but I mean, we're currently not collecting the impact fees that you've stated because of a lawsuit, and I'd have a little less heartburn if we were, so I may use that as an exhibit in an upcoming trial. But here's the difference. You're naming, like, this board hasn't really said we need to, quote-unquote, get ahead of infrastructure. Not to say we don't, but I think this board has said, we're behind on old infrastructure, and I've pretty clearly stated my disdain, especially in terms of the imbalance between impact fees collected versus state-required impact fee credits, which are dollar for dollar, while I'm collecting 40 cents on the dollar on the back end. The bigger concern is, like in Northeast Quadrant, since up till, when we switch some of these fees, but right now it's Northeast Quadrant. We have Buckeye not built out properly, we have Golf Course not built out properly, we have Fort Hammer not built out properly, we've got parts of Erie not built out. All those people are waiting for impact fees from future developments that are gonna impact their areas. And every time we tell them, once we get those impact fees, we're gonna build out, but then North River Ranch comes in, it's like, hey, we can build this road instead of giving you impact fees. And then you guys, hey, we can build this road instead of giving you impact fees. And we never get the impact fees to fix the other people. So yes, we do say we need to get ahead of infrastructure. But we equally say there are people that have been living here for 10, 20 years, people who had babies here their kids are now in college, still waiting for that promised 4-lane road. And then every time a new development comes in out of nowhere for people that don't even live here, they're the first ones to get a 4-lane road. And they get beautiful 4-lane roads with nice landscaping and trees that probably don't even belong here. And they're just spectacular with 10-foot, 12-foot wide sidewalks. That's my headache and my heartache on this. I understand the local development. I fully appreciate public-private partnerships. I want you to work with us to build this because eventually you'll need it. But the difference between some of the ones you mentioned, going from Erie to Buckeye, which I'm guessing was probably the Fort Hammer piece through North River is what you're referring to, that was going west of the FDAB from heavy development to heavy development on a road that we knew we needed yesterday. You're talking about building a future 4-lane rye on the east side of the FDAB where nothing around it has any inherent development rights, with no anticipation of when that stuff could even be built north of you to need this road. And I have to go tell people who live on the south side of 675 on Rye Road, who are still on a 2-lane road, that don't worry, we're building a 4-lane road up there. Like, don't worry, people in your neighborhoods down in River and Rye Wilderness and places like that. Don't worry about your 2-lane road because we're going to build a really, really nice one up there east of the FDAB, and we're spending millions of dollars of impact fee credits to reserve land that 20 years from now, maybe we're going to get around to turning that into a 4-lane. But I'm not going to spend that $4 million on you today because I'm going to give it to somebody else so I can reserve land, which, let's be honest, $100,000 an acre. I truly need to see this appraisal before I agree. $100,000 an acre. I don't know if there's very much land in Manatee County, $100,000 an acre that we're underwriting for this thing. And there's no development rights to that acreage. because you're allowed to build X number of houses. You're gonna build X number of houses, whether you turn over this right-of-way or not, because that's what you were approved for. So all of the right-of-way land that you're potentially turning over has no residual value to the developer. It only has a benefit to the future homeowners that are gonna buy homes from that developer when they eventually get a nicer road. So the developer should actually be saying, here, please take this land I have no other use for, to allow you to help build me a better amenity for my future tenant, or my future homeowners, so I can sell these homes for more value based upon a future promise. That's my problem here. I want to help you on it. I'm just having heartburn because it's east of the FDAB, and part of 2128, and everyone wants to hang their hat on 2128, is that the developers were supposed to put in their own infrastructure. That was part of the deal. Was you're allowed to build where you're not supposed to build, but then you have to put in the stuff so taxpayers aren't on the hook. And as soon as you take $4 million of impact fee credits from taxpayers that could be used on infrastructure west of the FDAB, now the taxpayers that we promised were gonna have no impact are directly being impacted. So that's my issue. I'll listen to everybody else. I'm still open to discussion on this thing, but that was why I had a whole separate briefing. It was the east of the FDAB versus west of the FDAB in terms of how we were handling impact fee credits. So, do you have a thought on this?
So there's,
I know that sounded like, it really, originally was going to be a very quick question, and I kind of rambled a bit, so it went off on a tangent very long. So it was a statement, and I apologize. But, you know, what's your views on this? Like, this is east of the FDAB. You do understand what 2128 says. So how are you tying this together to justify the county and the taxpayers building you infrastructure east of the FDAB when the promise was we would not have to?
I understand, yes. So with this project, this is one that was, the parcel line was divided by the FDAB, and we brought it under 2128 to bring it under uniform UF3. With regards to Rye Road, our main connection and infrastructure that we're building for this, because we didn't have the crossing and everything to 675, is through the project access and the spine road. We are building, whether it be these outside 2 lanes or not, a portion of Rye Road just needed for secondary access up to the green part. But again, this was a request of the county that we, working with your public works staff, is to go beyond what's needed to serve the site and plan for the future, and that being where they're building it, go ahead and do the outside 2 lanes now to provide long-term cost savings. So it's going above and beyond what's required of the developer to build within the site.
Sure, but giving you approval east of the FDAB was going above and beyond what this board was required to. In fact, you got declined the first time you came with this project and then made some concessions to get it approved. So what would prohibit you just from being good stewards of the community and building the outside 2 lanes anyway and having a really nice landscape median in the middle until the county wanted to come down the road and buy something? You kept using terms like negotiating for future price and pre-setting price, but if we're giving you the money today, you're not really setting price, you're taking money. You're selling it. That's not like you're promising to sell it to us for X amount and then 20 years from now we use our call option.
Sorry, I don't know if I...
Earlier in your presentation, you were saying the advantage of this is we're pre-negotiating future prices for right-of-ways and stuff, but if you're taking impact fee credits based upon permits you're pulling and building in the near term, it's not really negotiating price. We're actively paying you for this and purchasing it.
Correct, and
Now.
we're establishing that price, and most of that right-of-way will be dedicated, again, as constructed up to the green area. The rest of it is future when the county needs that. It won't be, there will be no impact fee credits for that portion of it until the county desires to acquire that right-of-way. So that's sometime in the future, and, you know, getting the deal now with Pulte as they're, you know, negotiating and working this entire property, instead of sometime in the future where you have to determine the value with, if it was turned over to an HOA or something like that, you now have the deal established now to acquire that full right-of-way in a recorded instrument that goes against the land.
Okay, and that's the purple part and the BB.
In the BB, yes.
Okay, so we're not paying impact fee credits for that. We're just pre-negotiating, and we effectively have a call option on that.
Right. Well,
Okay.
there's
Okay,
impact
that
fee
makes,
credits
that
associated
makes
with
me
it
feel a little better.
in the
Makes me
future.
feel a little better, admittedly. Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Felds.
Well, George, that was refreshing. I don't think that I'm going to give you any opportunity to debase or dismiss me because I agree. See how that works? But as I recall, this wasn't this something that you approved in your last, this Lazy Sea, I think I was there and you were here when Lazy Sea came up, if I recall
Are you asking me a
correctly.
question or the applicant a question?
I was asking you, just
Sure.
refresh me.
Yep, we all declined it the first time, and then I think it got
Thank
approved
you.
unanimously the second time, and I still 100% support this project. I think it's going to be a good
Except
project.
for
I just want it to
this.
be built. No, this has nothing, this is the mechanics of which they're going to put into
I
the
understand.
infrastructure, not the project itself.
I understand, but we knew it would come to this. It's already there, it's there. I have had reservations on this. All I said was no good would come from this, but you're working on it. But it is going to take some work. And I tend to actually agree with Commissioner Cruz that it's kind of your problem. And it's not anything that I could really, I think one of the questions that I asked during the briefing was, what if we don't approve this? And you know what I got? Nobody knew. But I'm sure Commissioner Cruz probably could explain that a little bit better. So, but good luck.
All right, there's nobody else left on the board. Staff, do you have a presentation on this? Oh, we got the big guns here. All right.
Rachel Layton, Impact Fee Administrator and Division Manager for staff. I have been sworn. I have a presentation if you would like to hear it.
Sure, why not?
Okay. I have been sworn. Okay. As read into the record earlier, this is the first of two public hearings for LDA 2403, commonly referred to as a local development agreement for Lazy Sea Ranch. No action is requested today. Staff will request County Commission action at the second public hearing, which is scheduled for December 4th. The location of the property is 495 acres. This is a planned development residential project, which is generally located at the intersection of Rutland Road and Prairie Wolf Glen at 17503 Howling Wolf Run, Parrish, Florida. Portions of the project are east of the AFDAB. The project is located between the aviary at Rutland Ranch and Foxley along 675 near the intersection with Rye Road. Foxley received the approval for a future land use map amendment on June 15th, 2023 to change the designation from AGR to UF3 pursuant to policy 2128. Lazy Sea Ranch received approval for a rezoning to plan development residential with a general development plan for 1,100 residential units by the Board of County Commissioners on January 18th, 2024. The approval of the future land use map and zoning maps are the first two implementation mechanisms of policy 2128. The third implementation mechanism of policy 2128, parent C, is review and approval of a local development agreement that addresses construction and timing of roadways and utility infrastructure needed for the area. I want to reference the Lazy Sea zoning ordinance, which is PDR 22-26, parent Z, parent G, which provides stipulation A6 referencing the Rye Ranch LDA for force main build-out. Their LDA addresses the utility infrastructure needed in the area. Water lines do exist within the right-of-way of 675, and stipulation D3 provides the project will need to be built to the Manatee County utility, highway, and traffic and stormwater standards that are current at the time of construction. The proposed Lazy Sea Ranch LDA addresses the construction and timing of roadways. Under Florida statutes 163.31801.5.a, notwithstanding any charter provision, comprehensive plan policy, ordinance, development order, development permit, or resolution, the local government or special district that requires any improvement or contribution must credit against the collection of the impact fee any contribution, whether identified in a development order, proportionate share agreement, or any form of exaction related to public facilities or infrastructure, including monetary contributions, land dedication, site planning and design, or construction. Any contribution must be applied for a dollar-for-dollar basis at fair market value to reduce any impact fee collected for the general category or class of public facilities or infrastructure for which the contribution was made. So the purpose of the LDA is to establish the terms under which the applicant shall commit to design, engineer, permit, and construct their proportionate share of required improvements to the Manatee County thoroughfare network, along with the dedication of right-of-way required for the thoroughfare improvements to satisfy the requirements of policy 2.1.2.8. The thoroughfare improvements and thoroughfare right-of-way are sufficient to accomplish one or more of the mobility improvements that will benefit a regionally significant transportation facility, that the applicant shall be eligible for credits against the ATS fees, subject to the conditions set forth herein. The general development plan approved with PDR 2226 does show the Rye Road extension right-of-way and future right-of-way setbacks, consistent with the graphic that was provided earlier. Exhibit B shows the, off slide. Exhibit B shows the phasing of the thoroughfare road construction. The landowner shall construct the Rye Road extension improvements and shall dedicate the right-of-way necessary for the improvements as detailed in Section 5 herein, which include project access intersection control, the Rye Road extension, which is design, engineer, permit, and construct the outside 2 lanes of Rye Road for the future 4-laning of Rye Road as a 4-lane thoroughfare as depicted on Exhibit B as Rye Road extension. Further, dedicate 120 feet of right-of-way, approximately 15 plus or minus acres total, for Rye Road extension from 675 to the project site as generally depicted on Exhibit B for purposes of this development agreement. Only 58% of which is considered thoroughfare right-of-way, or 8.7 acres. The remainder will be dedicated to the county, but because it is required for access to the project, it will not be creditable. Dedicate 78 feet of right-of-way, approximately 1.84 total acres for Rye Road extension, where adjacent to 40-foot right-of-way reservation of the adjacent aviary development, as generally depicted on Exhibit B for purposes of this development. Only 68% of which is considered thoroughfare right-of-way, or 1.25.12 acres. The remainder will be dedicated to the county, but because it is required for access to the project, it will not be creditable. Dedicate 78 feet of right-of-way, approximately 88.63 acres, for the future extension of Rye Road, where adjacent to 42-foot right-of-way reservation of the adjacent aviary development, as generally depicted on Exhibit B, 100% creditable as such portion is not required by the project for access. And finally, dedicate 120 feet of right-of-way, approximately 6.33 acres, for future construction of Road BB, as generally depicted on Exhibit B, 100% creditable as such portion is not required by the project for access. Upon completion of each of the thoroughfare improvements, applicant shall dedicate the applicable thoroughfare improvements and thoroughfare right-of-way to the county. Exhibit C goes into all of the cost details. I don't know that anyone wants me to read through those, but it does break it down by phase. Exhibit C for cost, the cost of the design, engineering, permitting, and construction of the thoroughfare improvements exclusive of the value of dedicated road right-of-way for purposes of this agreement is projected to be $1,738,718.55 based on FDOT standards, as more particularly set forth in the cost estimate attached hereto as Exhibit C. $2.62 million as the value of the thoroughfare right-of-way using county standard estimation methods as agreed to by the parties. The projected thoroughfare improvement costs and thoroughfare right-of-way value are collectively referred to as the total project thoroughfare cost and equals $4,359,338.55. The thoroughfare improvements and thoroughfare right-of-way will serve projected project site-related needs and will satisfy the requirements of Policy 2128 for the development of Lazy C Ranch. I have a snapshot of both the phases and the pricing, and then for the record, staff concurs with the terms of the agreement as presented. I do have Clerk Davis here for more technical questions on the aspects of the agreement. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Two things. One that's more general. We don't really talk about LDAs quite this much most of the time. Are these really quasi?
They are quasi-judicial items.
All right, so we're in a first hearing, and then we're gonna come to a second hearing. There's
Yes.
no scenario under quasi that I could like talk to them about it. We're just kind of stuck on our own here at this point.
During this hearing, you can provide input. They're
While I'm
looking for input.
While I'm sitting up here, I know, I just,
Yes.
it felt like it should have been more of a legislative kind of thing, but you're saying it's quasi, so I can't like, hey, let's talk about this. I can't. Okay, that was my first question. That was more just my second thing, go back to the thing. I'm less concerned about the money for the improvements, because there is improvements made that are going to affect Rye, and it's gonna affect other projects in nearby. It's one of that right-of-way thing that's killing me here. You just said, whoa, you're all over the place.
Oh, sorry.
There was one with a lot of words on it, where you had the numbers. Nope. There you go.
This one.
The value of your thoroughfare, quote, using standard county estimation methods. What standard county estimation methods do we have for valuing right-of-way east of the FDAB that has no development rights?
I'm going to ask Clark Davis to speak to
Okay.
that.
And this is relevant because I'm sure there's a few other projects that are going to want to use our same standard county estimation methods at the end of this hearing.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Clark Davis. I'm Deputy Director of Public Works, and I have been sworn. I wasn't intimately involved in this, but the amount that was negotiated was about $100,000 per acre. If without appraisals, we're looking at similar deals that we've done in the same areas of the county. In this case, roughly the Rye Road corridor, which puts us kind of at the suburban edge in developing suburban Manatee County. And we have examples of land at $100,000 an acre, and then I think another one that's closer to $200,000 an acre in recent transactions.
Sure, I know, we get hosed by people all the time, but that doesn't make it a standard practice.
Well, we do it all the time.
I mean, but again, those are west of the look, it's not his question. Those are west of the FDAB. What metrics did we use? Were all of our comps to determine this based upon west of the FDAB developable land when determining the value of this right-of-way east of the FDAB?
I would need to confer with some other people, and I can do that prior to the next hearing, but my understanding is it was in the Rye Road corridor, so it was in.
So that's west of the FDAB.
So it,
And the second thing is the Rye Road corridor, which is still 2 lanes, and has been forever, is in theory, hypothetically, a little more near term, and there's a time value of money. So when you're buying something for $100,000 an acre on a road that you're imminently going to widen, it's different than if you buy something for $100,000 an acre today, you're gonna use it 20 years from now. That's just from a time value standpoint. Okay, so you answered my question. We didn't have a standard way of computing this. We use comps that aren't necessarily relevant to this property. We didn't take any metric. We didn't even wags a made-up thing, like, because it's east of the FDAB and there's no development, we're gonna use 38% of it. We just said whatever we recently bought developable land for is a close approximation on an acreage basis.
but in the same general
Okay,
area, yes.
thank you. Those words just caught my eye when the thing came up. Okay. There's nobody else on the board. I will open this up to public comment. Nobody's signed up. Is there any public comment? Please state your name, whether you've been sworn, because apparently this is quasi, and you have 5 minutes.
Great, good afternoon again, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Anthony Shulo, Manatee County, I've been sworn. Is it appropriate to ask for one of your slides to get brought back up, or do I have to just
Sure,
supply
I don't
that?
care. Pick one. As long as it's one of our slides, I'm
It
not
is,
gonna force
it's
them
right
to.
on the agenda, the aerials, if you click on this particular topic and you looked at the first one of the maps, not in this slide deck presentation, but. Yeah, or item 7 in the packet, item 3 in the packet would be correct. The
Oh.
first aerial there just shows a yellow outline of this particular project and the topography of the area. So like if I can only show you how I navigate there as a citizen. I go to the agenda online, I go down to the project, and one of those links down there.
Do you want to stand down and let
No,
Mark talk first, and you
if you
can
bring it
you
up,
can
we'll
talk
get to it.
I mean,
You'll see
if
what
you
I
think
mean.
it's relevant, then I'll let someone else talk while you figure out the slide, and then
It's
you come
okay.
back. All right.
It's not queued up, so it's going to take us a few minutes because we didn't have it ready.
It's
And-
okay.
And your clock's running, you're down to 4 minutes.
I'll make it very short. So I lived that exact scenario that you're talking about, Mr. Chair, when North River Ranch was getting developed. that unconnected 4-lane, beautiful North River Ranch that you couldn't get to, but you could see it. I could walk my dogs there. I could, ride my bike over there, take my son on his dirt bike over there and ride around before it was too wild. I saw that when then the Moccasin Wallow was this 2-lane nightmare that was happening while you saw this beautiful road up there. So shifting that connection there to Rye, yes, I'm like having deja vu. Like a project like this, they're going to build this beautiful road, and all of us just south of Rye or south of 675 are going to watch it. Perfect. Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. So if you look at the topography here in this southwest quadrant, and you see where this is Fry Canal. I don't think I can point to it, but you can see Fry Canal runs sort of parallel to Golf Course Road there. This statement here is just another plea to do the road work and the waterway work first. Please, you guys have this already. 675 from 301 at least to Rye Road. Do that first. I mean, the increase in traffic in that area is just unbelievable. I mean, we're having fatalities at Spencer Parish Road almost weekly. And then adding this area, that is, well, I wouldn't say weekly, okay, monthly. Please qualify that statement. If I have to do that, it's going to take me longer than 4 minutes every time, sir. But this area that I'm talking about is Fry Canal, which it's a low-lying area along 675. Developments along 675 on the north side of that road all show floodway and storm water moving and sheeting across this road. We've seen it in other projects that have given you the stormwater mapping, and it shows you have a problem there at various segments, this being one of them. So this private partnership, this public-private partnership and these waiving of impact fees, it goes far beyond roads. It really does. We have to talk about these partnerships when it comes to waterways. The water has to be moved before you start increasing the density there. Traffic may be an inconvenience to some, but it's devastating to everybody else that's downstream of them. So please consider more than just roads when you're doing this sort of evaluation. Even with the proffered retention at the southwest corner of that area, that is Fry Canal. You know what got me started on this whole kick to come down here? After we all flooded there after that last storm, we met at one of my neighbor's homes, which is right there at that corner. And I couldn't believe how close her whole entire home came from just falling into Fry Canal, because it's just eroding at a pace that she can't keep up with. And then you're going to add more. So putting any additional retention there isn't the solution. This needs to include diversion and volume capacity work in Fry Canal downstream. Downstream of this project doesn't need retention upstream. It needs diversion and volume control downstream. That's why you brought Cannon Properties. That's why that area, it doesn't matter how much they dig for retention. The water's going to move through Fry Canal. It's going to blow out Golf Course Road. It already is. So this can't wait like roads. It can't wait until later. There are also no estimates, like you just brought up, the estimates that they used for these roads were based on west of the FDAB. I mean, it should be much greater. But there are no estimates or projected costs for the stormwater or the waterway work. And that should be calculated by the staff. How much is it going to cost for us to fix where Golf Course Road and these streams go? Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Any other public comments?
Good afternoon, Mark Vanderie, Manatee County. I have been sworn. A couple statements I'd like to make on this particular project. I'm actually speaking on behalf of some of the neighbors up in that general region. And other than the fact that 2128 should never have been used to approve this property in the first place for development east of the FDAB. There's a lot of folks up there shooting guns, hunting, that sort of thing. May not be a great place for a roadway right now. You know, last time, and Georgia may consider this to be an asinine comment, but last time, big project up in that area, I said
There's a
they're
good
selling
chance.
swampland to Yankees, and now they're trying to sell swamplands to the county commission. You know, I don't go for it. What Tony was saying, I agree with everything he was saying. Rye Road was underwater, is impassable. And now you're gonna extend it to another piece of road that you can't use? Not easily, not readily. You gotta fix the drainage issues. It's a big issue. You gotta fix that first. You really do. Another thing that I would like to say is a more broad issue is this business of the county letting private entities build roadways for the county to adopt later, use and maintain.
Bless you.
Bless you. Two. One more. The problem that we have with these private roads being built and then turned over to the county is for some reason there is not adequate scrutiny on how these roads are being built. The design, I don't know if it's a problem with the design, I don't know if it's a problem with the build, I don't know if it's a problem, if it's a design-build issue, I don't know if it's a problem with the QA, QC, but somebody's not looking at these roads and getting them done properly. They're turning out to be substandard. Now, I say that because look at Lakewood Ranch Boulevard from State Road 64 to State Road 70. It's got potholes in it all the time. We just finished a major, it wasn't resurfacing from State Road 70 south to University. That wasn't resurfacing, that was rebedding. The bed, the road bed, was messed up. It was a big deal. It cost us a lot of money, okay? Out by me on Waterline Road, two little intersections there for a couple of developments that were put in. They're just a couple 100 feet long. They're already potholing, they're sinking, they're submerged, there's no adequate draining, the road bed underneath them is collapsing in two places, and they're practically brand new. Look at Uline Road. I drive down, before they closed it, I was driving down Uline Road, and it was peppered with potholes. It's not resurfacing. It's not a final surface issue. That's a subterranean roadbed issue. They're not getting built properly. So before you start giving money away in these partnerships for roads that we're going to have to maintain, you need to tighten up how they're designing it, how they're building it, how it's being inspected, or we're just going to wind up with more big cans of worms that we can't pay for to fix. I don't care if it's 2 lanes or 4 lanes or if it's got sidewalks or curbs. You need to tighten it up. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Scott Rudisill. I'm attorney at Laylock Walters. I'm here on behalf of Rye Ranch LLC. I believe you all received a letter from Mr. Steve Servin on behalf of Rye Ranch, and he's here with me today. We're happy to hear the comments, and I was sworn, yes. We're happy to hear the comments from Mr. Grimes that that they'll be working to address and to clarify the issues that were raised in Mr. Servin's letter. And so we'll commit to work with them to do that as well. And so as long as that applicant and the county will engage with us to do that, we'll work with them to make sure that happens before this comes back to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Commissioner Seek, are you on for deliberation or on for questions?
Question for staff about
Okay.
traffic infrastructure. So the question I had was around what was the basis for the determination of the 4 laning? There was a comment made about a need to meet future demand. I'm just curious, yeah, what was the basis for that determination? Was it some of the other development approvals? Was there at least east of the FDAB?
It's long-range planning, so it 4-lane, essentially Rye Road's planned to be a 4-lane corridor north to south from 64 all the way up to 62 in the future. So It's simply that. It had nothing to do with, say, short-term traffic projections, which is why we're stopping it with just 2 lanes, right, for now.
Okay, got it. That's all I had.
All right, I have no other questions. Any final comments from staff? We're not voting on anything, so. Any final comments, Kyle, before we not do anything?
Again, I do appreciate all the comments. Just want to address a few things, and again, we'll continue to work with your staff, with the Rye Ranch folks, and before we bring this back to you, which is currently scheduled for next month. But I just want to reiterate a couple things to Commissioner Sadiq's. This is not a required to build 4 lanes. We're not building 4 lanes. With this project, they were only going to build 2 lanes of the road as necessary for access, but the county, looking at the long-term comprehensive planning of this roadway as a 4-lane in the future, are looking at, okay, what can be done now to set up for when this road needs to be 4-laned in the future? How's the best way to go about it? And the thought there was to do the outside 2 lanes, do the stormwater infrastructure, everything for that roadway now. So when the need is here in the future, when the county is ready to make that connection up to 62, that infrastructure is in place for the future 4-laning. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, just for the public's sake, I mean, it's always better to build the 2 outside lanes because it's super expensive and a real pain to move utilities and move FPL poles and move sidewalks. So if you build the outside 2 lanes, you can put the utilities and everything else in permanently from the start. And it's a lot easier to build the extra 2 lanes later. So that's always our preference. Okay, it's kind of anticlimactic. Is that it? All right, see you next month. No one else on the board. We are way past a break. It is 2:51-ish, so let's break till 3 o'clock. Sure. All right, we are back. And we are moving on all the way to item number 8. Ms. Knapp.
Item number 8 is PDC 2501 ZG Bradenton White Eagle East Commercial. It's a rezone of approximately 3.95 acres from general agricultural to planned development commercial zoning district, generally located at the southeast corner of the intersection of State Road 64 and White Eagle Boulevard. Also approving a general development plan for up to 45,000 square feet of commercial and office uses, and approving a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses as voluntary proffered by the applicant, attached on Exhibit B, and your staff presenter is James McDevitt.
All right, who is here for the applicant? Back to back.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Well, I'll be brief up here right now. Been talking with our client. They've been working with the Savannah HOA just south of this project. I think you can recall when the clients came in next door with the access. They're trying to work out with them how maybe they could work together to have access to that roadway and do some improvements for them. We were hoping to get a little further along with them by the time of this hearing, but they're not having their annual meeting until later this month. Our client's here if you have questions of his communications with them, but we're going to be requesting a continuance today to no date certain to be re-advertised.
All right, so you're going to work with, because I remember the first time when the retail came up for the first Savannah project, and I voted no on it, and then you worked in good faith with Savannah and actually had representatives of Savannah HOA come in supporting the revised project. So that's what we want to see, is people working in good faith with their neighbors. So if you're actively working with Savannah to come to a similarly mutually beneficial conclusion, then I think that's in everyone's best interest.
Yes, and Dan Moyer with Casta that's here with me today, he's been in constant communication with that HOA. And as I mentioned, they're anticipating their annual meeting later this month and hopefully kind of get a little more resolution of how, because we think those discussions may involve some minor changes to the GDP with regards to the access.
So
And we want to have that up front instead of having to come back and amend the plan in the future.
So you're looking more like a January, February, but you're saying time no
Right.
start, we're not setting a time, you're just saying.
Right,
We'll re-advertise at some.
We just haven't had a chance to coordinate with your staff on what date would be available, so we'll work with them and then re-advertise.
Sounds good.
I move for the continuance.
I'll second. Okay, I'll let Carol have that. I have a motion to continue to no date certain by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. I'll open this up to public comment regarding the continuance. Seeing none, I will close public comment. No one's on the board. We can do this by voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That is approved 6-0 with Commissioner Ron absent. See you in the new year. Well, I'll see you sooner than that probably, but you seem to be here all the time. All right, moving on to item number 9, Ms. Knapp.
Item number 9, PDMU 1902 GR Travel Imagination Lakewood Ranch RV, amending and restating ordinance PDMU 1902 ZG, retain the Evers Reservoir watershed protection and special treatment overlays on a property comprised of approximately 4.6 acres and generally located on the north side of Rangeland Parkway, approximately 700 feet east of the intersection of Lorraine Road and Rangeland Parkway, amending the general development plan to request specific approvals and allow outdoor storage as a permitted use. And your staff presenter is CJ Mills.
This doesn't say quasi or legislative on it, but it's under the heading of quasi. So is this quasi?
Yes.
Correct, yes.
Okay, this doesn't say either way. I assumed it was. So is there any ex parte communication? No. All right. Is the applicant here?
Yes. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Stephen Thompson. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Najmi Thompson. I have been sworn. I'm representing the applicant. We are requesting an amendment to a previously approved PDMU. This PDMU was approved probably about 6 years ago. The storage facility has been in operation since that period of time. Unfortunately, the owner who got it approved had a number of violations with the county. My client purchased it unaware of the violations, and since the time of the purchase, we have really been working with the county to resolve the problems with the county regulations. That's one of the reasons we're here today. We've been working very hard with the county. We do want to bring the property into compliance with the county requirements. We're happy to work with the county. We're also serving the nice thing is that we've been providing a very good service and have gotten a lot of good feedback from our neighbors. So we've been very sensitive to the needs of our neighbors and worked with the neighbors in advance. But as a result of, the 6 years and the need for a final development plan, we do need or requesting 2 specific approvals. Again, during the operation of this facility for the last couple of years, we have learned a lot about the business. And one of the most important things is really how we've been able to work with our neighbors. That addresses really one of the specific approvals that we are requesting. And that is in regard to the fence to the northern boundary. There's a requirement in your code to have a fence there, but we met with our neighbors and reached a fence agreement with our neighbors, have already installed the PVC fence along this boundary, so we don't think that there is a need for the fence along the northern boundary. We're also seeking a specific approval to not have a office on the site. Again, we have been operational for a number of years and have determined that there really is no need for an office on the property. Our customers access the property with a fob, and again, there is no need to put an office on the property, and you're just creating additional impervious area if we were to do so. And there really is not a need for having the office on this property. So that's our second specific approval. The first one is the relief from the fence to the north. The second is not to have an office on the property. Again, my client, the successor interest to the client who was in violation, has worked very well with the neighbors. We have a very good relationship with our neighbors, and our neighbors are residential developments that really understand the importance of this storage facility, and that's where our customers are. So we're not going to do anything that's going to create problems with our customers or our neighbors. And again, like I said, we're working hard to come into compliance with the county. We've been working very hard to get these issues resolved. This is it. This is the last issue, get approval, and then we can move forward with our final site plan. The Planning Commission recommended unanimously approval with the specific approvals. What we are requesting is approval from the commission with the approval of the specific approval so we can move forward in our quest to bring our property into compliance with the county requirements. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer those. Thank you.
Commissioner McCann.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple questions now.
Sure.
The fence, I don't see as a problem, but, I read something about a standalone restroom that you want to build on there. Is that correct?
Well, we initially had requested specific approval to do away with the restroom facilities, but we were informed by the county that because in the Evers Reservoir watershed, we could not do that. So we're now seeking approval for a septic tank through the state. We did have, for the last 5 years, we had a porta potty.
Yeah.
And the guy with the porta potty said, hey, you generate such de minimis amount of flow. I mean, we can do that, but again, that's why we had originally requested the specific approval not to connect to the county. So we are seeking approval from the state for a septic. But again, it's a relatively, there's not that much waste that's created on this property.
So you're not really building anything on the property now?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Why wasn't this presentation upon request? I'm looking for it. I don't know why this is on the agenda, but I certainly don't know why it wasn't presentation upon request. Okay.
Well, I appreciate that because there were attorney fees incurred, and I,
Well, you're the attorney, so I can imagine you appreciate it. All right. Staff? Does anyone need a staff presentation portion of this?
No, just tell us they're building an outhouse in Lakewood Ranch.
Unless somebody wants one, I don't think we.
They're doing the two, CJ Mills with staff and sworn, they're just doing the two specific approval requests. That's it. The outdoor storage is.
They're already doing
existing
this.
use.
And in fact, if you drive down Rangeland and drive past it, you wouldn't even know it's there.
With the fence, yeah.
Yes. Okay, we don't, thank you.
All right.
Great
Thank you very much.
presentation. Thank you. I will open this up to public comment. Stacy, got anything on this one? No, you want to talk about porta potties? No? All right, I will close public comment. Any questions? Any final comments from staff? Nope. Any final comments from the applicants?
no, thank you.
I move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Ballard. It's coming up any second. There you go. You can cast your votes now. And that is approved 6-0 with Mike Ron absent.
Thank you.
Nice work,
Appreciate
Steve. All right,
Glad we gave you relief.
moving on to an equally fast one, item number 11.
Item number 11 is 802510, appeal of an administrative determination,
I don't see anyone here.
R25-170 or R25-169. It's an appeal of an administrative determination, 802510, denying the appeal and affirming the administrative determination of 802510. Said administrative determination and resolution 25169, an appeal of an administrative determination, granting the appeal and modifying the administrative determination. Said appeal pertaining to approximately 1,200 acres of property generally located on Oak Knoll Road, east of County Road 675 and north of State Road 64, east of the future development area boundary line in the comprehensive plan. And your staff presenter is Elizabeth Schulman.
All right. And I just want to make sure I clarify this from the start, because there's still people in the room and it's the last item, so people are looking to talk and there's people on this dais. This today, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Shank, but we discussed this on my briefing, is the board's determination of whether or not this parcel of land, regardless of what's to be built on it, conforms to the concepts of policy 2.1.2.8, not a discussion of the project being placed on the land. Whether it's a hotel, a gas station, or a subdivision is not material to this. It's a question of whether or not this land is tangential to other parcels of land to allow for it to use policy 2.1.2.8. So that's where our discussion should be had, and that's where a discussion from the public should be had, because whether or not it's abutting another parcel of land should not be relevant to what's being put on it. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Ed Vogler. I live in Manatee County. I have been sworn, and grateful for this hearing time, but I'm having a logistical problem that I need to share with you. My team members are Katie Labar and Scott Batari, and their testimony is essential to this. And they're on their way, but they're not here. The last couple items, I guess, went faster than they had planned. And so I'm hoping you'll give me a slight pause. If not, I will continue because we need to go forward today.
What is the slight pause, because you are the last item, because I was going to
Well-
propose the reports get moved into a work session style discussion
I
another
understand
time.
the
And
point.
so
I
after
understand.
you, I've got a little hammer here, I want to bang and go home.
I know it. I understand that.
So if you're saying you need 5 minutes because they're
I
looking for
don't know.
parking, but if you're saying you need an hour and a half, that's a little different story.
So if I knew, I would tell you. I've called 4 times and texted.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I would suggest the full board would be appropriate for this type of appeal, if possible. I just think, I can't, tie votes are so difficult to deal with, but it's quasi-judicial, full board would be better. Well, I'm just suggesting. And would the staff have any other dates?
We have
I'll have to
that's
ask.
been here all day long.
I'll have to ask Dr. McCann can to vote again for continuance, maybe the two times in a day, it could be
Commissioner Chair,
stretching.
I'm sorry, we've arranged, we've done this before. You see these people in the audience, they have been here all day long. I wish they all wore matching shirts so you could make the judgments that you have before, where you have adjusted the agenda when you have people who have been here all day. I apologize, sir, for your staff. I'm sure you could do a fine job of presenting this on your own. I have a great amount of confidence in you, and I'd like to go home as well. I have a horse to feed.
Just for clarification, I don't determine continuances, so please do not direct your aggravation at me, or for that matter, at anybody else. Keep it inward. What's that?
I didn't direct anything, did I?
Oh, I was trying not to look at somebody because that's rude. I was just speaking in general terms of anybody with aggravation and anger management issues.
Here it is. Sorry, I don't have it.
Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead. Hey, James here.
Crisis averted.
All right. No, no. Crisis averted. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Ed Vogler. I recognize that we seem to be one member short, and I want to acknowledge that and proceed. We represent today the John Hales family of Okeechobee. The property in question has been historically farmed as a grove and a ranch. The procedural posture that we're in was explained by the chairman. We applied for a comprehensive plan amendment, a map amendment, on November 15th, 2024, November 15th. And of course, this was prior to any deliberation on this particular policy of the comprehensive plan. And we've relied upon the policy 2.1.2.8. And it was in the plan then, it's in the plan now. And so we made that application, and initially your staff had some questions about our compliance with the criteria. And so we applied for an administrative determination, which is a staff review of the policy and the staff conclusion of what they thought the condition was. And they wrote to us their interpretation, and we disagreed with that interpretation. And so when that happens, under your plan, we're allowed to appeal that interpretation and come before the board, because the board is the final interpreter of the plan. So you have ordinances, and there's words in there, and whether you were part of the adoption of those words or not part of the adoption of those words, you get to interpret them. But as Chairman pointed out, this is not the consideration of a map amendment. It's not the consideration of any development rights. Today is a question of a very narrow interpretation of what we would say is certainly imprecise language in the plan. And if the appeal was granted today, it would simply allow us to go forward through the plan amendment process, which would come back to your board as a legislative act. This today is a quasi-judicial proceeding. So no development approval is sought. There are no truly specific definitions in your plan that answer your question today, that help answer your question today. And so we would argue that ambiguity in the language, to the extent it exists, should be resolved in favor of the landowner and their investment-backed expectations. They're the ones who looked at your policies and applied for the amendments. My testimony today and the testimony of Katie Labar and Scott Patari will be as experts, and they will identify their own their own credentials. Mine are succinctly that I've practiced land use law and have reviewed statute, ordinance, contracts for over 43 years in Manatee County, and I believe that I'm qualified to offer this testimony. And it is my opinion, therefore, that a portion of the subject property that makes up the ultimate map amendment is contiguous and coterminous to the future development area boundary established for Manatee County, and that this administrative appeal should be granted.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Katie Labar with Stantec. I have been sworn, and I'm here on behalf of the Hales family. I am an expert in planning and land use matters in the state of Florida. I practiced planning in Manatee County for 20 years and am entering my resume into the record. The site that is on the aerial before you right now is approximately 1,204 acres. It's on the east side of County Road 675 and north of State Road 64. This land presents a rare and unique opportunity for low-density, low-impact residential development. The property is connected to existing publicly owned lands that currently have limited public access to those lands. The yellow areas on the exhibit before you reflect the location of a 25,626 acre independent special district known as the North Lake Stewardship District. It's planned for infrastructure development. It was formed in June of 2022. The orange area represents Pomelo Bluff, and it shows its location in relation to the North Lake Stewardship District. Districts provide an opportunity for non-county infrastructure. This will be similar to Babcock Ranch, which obtained development approvals through a development of regional impact and built the necessary infrastructure to support the development in eastern Charlotte County, adjacent to the Babcock Ranch Preserve. Approval of low-density residential uses on this property is not urban sprawl because it doesn't exhibit the elements of urban sprawl as detailed in Exhibit A of our Notice of Appeal dated March 10th of 2025. Now that we've established the location of the property and the facts about the existing special purpose district that surrounds the property, I want to transition to the central question of whether or not the site is coterminous and contiguous to the future development area boundary. Policy 2.1.2.8 requires a portion of the area to be developed to be coterminous and contiguous to the FDAB. The word coterminous is not defined in the comprehensive plan or the land development code. The intent of the word contiguous, however, is established by the Manatee County Land Development Code when it defines contiguous to mean adjoining or separated by no more than a street, railroad, canal, stream, or similar feature. The comprehensive plan also provides guidance on regarding interpretation of undefined terms, and it states that other relevant and appropriate state statutes or rules should be relied upon before other rules of interpretation or generally accepted professional terminology or common usage of the word is relied upon. The statutory criteria for annexation provides specific instruction regarding contiguous and coterminous. Section 171.031 defines the word contiguous, and it ratifies the separation by a body of water like Lake Manatee. The statutory language specifically states the separation of the territory sought to be annexed from the annexing municipality by a publicly owned county park, a right-of-way for a highway, a road, a railroad, canal, or utility, or a body of water, water course, or other minor geographical division of a similar nature, running parallel in between the territory sought to be annexed and the annexing municipality. When I read the language of Policy 2.1.2.8 and reflect upon the intent, It's my conclusion that the proposed development in this area is not urban sprawl, and the subject property is contiguous and coterminous to the future development area boundary established for Manatee County, and that the administrative appeal should be approved. I'd like to ask my colleague, Scott Butari, to come up to share some additional information and provide some additional graphics.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Scott Butari, Senior Principal with Stantec, Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn. I'm a licensed landscape architect here in the state of Florida, practiced for over 26 years in Manatee County, and I will turn in a copy of my resume to that point. Katie has just outlined the important terms for the discussion here today. I'm now going to walk through how those terms apply to this specific property and case. In my professional opinion, the subject project and property is... I'm sorry. In my professional opinion, the subject property is contiguous and coterminous with the future development area boundary. Step one in making this determination is to review what is included in the body of water we know as Lake Manatee. In 1965, the deed transferred ownership of all real property below 40 feet mean sea level from Hubert and Ruth Rutland to Manatee County for the express purpose of, quote, impoundment of the Manatee River as part of a public water supply project. The highlighted text indicates a series of land sections, and the map that was included includes a hand-drawn line indicating those approximate limits. To put this in a more modern view, this is a comparison of those same section corners highlighted on an aerial of today. The outline red property would be all of the sections that were named, again circling those same corners for reference. Then in 1966, about 1 year later, there were two separate deeds transferring what is totaling about 1,400 acres. One of those deeds was from Ben Hill Griffin, Inc., the other from the Rutlands. And those property, again, both deeds contain the term, quote, the impoundment of water. But I would also like to point out some additional text that was included, and that was regarding the reservation of the right to access and the riparian rights. These two specific deeds are called out on the boundary survey for this property and highlighted here in blue. To put that in context of the overall property for spatial reference, this is the overall boundary survey. Again, the highlighted portion indicating those two specific deeds. This is an aerial from the early 60s indicating the Manatee River as it existed at that time prior to the construction of the dam. Here will be an aerial of that same region. And then finally, a combination of the two where you can see the alignment of the river flowing through today's body of water known as a lake. Conveniently, USGS actually studied the depths of the lake back in 2009 and confirmed the limits of the lake, top of bank elevation of 39 point, water elevation, sorry, of 39.7, again, as presented originally at the lands at elevation 40. Upon review of the historical documents, the geographic location, and the limits of Lake Manatee as properly described, and as illustrated in this presentation, it is my opinion that the subject property, the boundary of the subject property, the future development area boundary line are parallel with each other at various points, and that the subject property is contiguous and coterminous to the FDAB line. For those reasons, we'd request approval of the administrative appeal. And
Mr. Chairman, members, I'll spend a couple of more minutes making a final closing statement for this, and then, of course, we'll answer any questions. You know, when a landowner opens the door to Manatee County, we do that by reviewing your codes and ordinances and the authorizations and invitations that are provided by those ordinances. And so in our case, we made the application, as I mentioned, November 15th, 2024. And so I would say that that makes this property in Manatee County a unicorn. And it's not going to happen again because we're the only property owner that opened the door to seek this approval prior to the time the board, a few months later, announced intention to consider revisions to policy 2.1.2.8. And that's an important consideration because if we are a unicorn, we're the only group that you'll have to deal with on this subject matter based upon the actions that you have taken. So when we open the door and when we look at your ordinances, one thing we know for certain, and this is confirmed by anyone who has reviewed this, there is no legal requirement that the property in question share a direct boundary with the future development area boundary line. That is uncontroverted. It does not have to be a contiguous line. There are languages here that open the interpretation, and of course, that's why we're here. So clearly, a property that is separated and not directly bounded by the FDAB line qualifies for interpretation as contiguous when the intervening property is a publicly owned parcel of land in the form of a, quote, body of water, close quote. And these being in the statutes and nothing in the plan is some of the most direct explanation for what we derive as the proper intent and analysis for this particular consideration. And so what we've done is we've explained to you our rationale, we've explained to you why we're here, and we've provided you the data that supports our opinions. And these are qualified professionals that have afforded professional opinions to you to support your decision. And so we hope that you'll reflect upon these words and act today in the form of granting the appeal. And just to put a final point on it, all this will allow us to do is to process, but come before you at some time in the future for legislative consideration of a map amendment. And we're prepared to do that. But we've opened the door. We'd like to go through the door all the way to your board's legislative determination of a map amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner McCann.
Can you go back to your slide where you define contiguous? Oh, thank you. Can you go back to your slide where you define contiguous? Okay, and it says not separated by, but, you know, there's a, part 3 in this makes it very clear. However, nothing in this subsection may be construed to allow local rights-of-way, utility easements, railroad rights-of-way, or like entities to be annexed in a corridor fashion to gain contiguity. And when any provision of any special law prohibits the annexation of territory that is separated from the annexing municipality by a body of water or water course, then that law shall prevent annexation under this act. I see that, you know, when I look at that, that was not brought out.
And therefore, you conclude that that's mandatory on the interpretation of your plan, and we do not, because that is language that controls the authority of a municipality to annex county land into the municipality. We are using the statute in the absence of any other definitions to define an open body of water. So I don't, of course, disagree that the language is there in that statute, But we would never mention it because it's not applicable to the issue that's presented to you.
Okay, but this is the statute you're using, correct?
No,
You're using this for giving us the definition of contiguous.
in part, because if you don't have a specific definition, you have to find others. So you do a Google search of the statutes or.
Did you
search
do a
of the
case law
statutes.
search on this?
Of course.
Okay, and what case law did you find?
There wasn't anything directly on point, sir.
What did you have that was not on point?
I mean, I can't answer that because I didn't study anything that wasn't clearly on point. I didn't study that. This question has not been answered. And moreover, I would say this, that the only people that can answer this question are in this room sitting on that dais.
Okay, thank you for your opinion.
Commissioner Ballard.
You can come back up. I have a couple of questions. So in our LDC, it says contiguous shall mean adjoining or separated by no more than a street, railroad, canal, stream, or similar feature. Wouldn't you say that a stream is quite different than Lake Manatee, one of the largest bodies of water in Manatee County?
We don't see it that way, Commissioner, based upon the overall language and intent that we see in the plan document, because it's not urban sprawl. So we would argue that this is good for Manatee County and consistent with the policy. And so ultimately, those are decisions that you have to make. I started my presentation by saying there's no definition anywhere that totally is on all fours in answering that question. And so it's a provocative question, but we have to answer that question as yes, a similar feature is a body of water. There aren't very many Lake Manatees around, so, you know, but it's what we considered a reasonable interpretation, and that's why we're here.
Okay. So what is the closest area of approved development to this?
I don't think we challenge what's in the staff report. It's quite a ways away. And we don't make the case that we're qualifying under that provision. If we were immediately next door to Taylor Ranch, or tell me the other name. East River Ranch, then that we would make that argument, you know. But that's not what we are.
Okay. So a stream is defined as a small, narrow river. Obviously, Lake Manatee is an order of magnitude different than a small, narrow river. Would you agree?
Today it is. As Scott pointed out, it wasn't always, but today it is, yeah.
Okay. So going to Florida Statute 171.031, can we get that up on the overhead here? We've got the separation of territory sought to be annexed. We've got a body of water, a water course, or other minor geographical division of a similar nature. And you're saying that a body of water constitutes a minor geographical division in our case.
I think those are.
So, hold on.
Okay.
Would you, so we've got lots of lakes that are bodies of water in Florida. Would you consider Lake Okeechobee, for example, a minor geographical division for your purposes?
I think we're not utilizing that language, okay? We see the commas between those provisions, and so we're focusing on the body of water language, and so probably, yes, they're both bodies of water, or significant bodies of water. And, you know, remind me, we have a lot of lawyers as commissioners, you know, so it's like a little moot court. But this is our rationale, and I see it. You know, there's defects in our argument because there's not clear definitions. But you come back to the board and you say, all right, fine, what do you feel? And, you know, I think it's not unfair for me to say that the board doesn't seem to like policy 2.1.2.8. I think that's a fair statement. And so here we are, you know, we're coming along before this board was seated, and we're trying to obtain these rights.
So I will say that there are cases where there were people who justifiably relied on 2.1.2.8. I don't believe that this is one of those cases, because I believe that you have a very large body of water that's separating, and that it is not a minor geographical division, and it is not anything similar to a stream or similar feature like a street. So I don't see that justifiable reliance here, and I'm sorry, I'm getting into a little bit of deliberation, so I'll go ahead and stop. Thank you.
I'm good. I have staff question.
All right, were you involved, because this, it sounds like what you're coming down to is, there's no direct definition, so it's up to interpretation, and you're making your interpretation, our staff has made their interpretation, they do not align, you're coming to us saying, is there enough of a gray area to warrant a next step in the two? So if we don't have a definition, I kind of have to look back on the intent to some extent. Were you involved, I know Caleb was, but I don't remember who else was involved, the first kind of versions of this? Because 2128 as transmitted was different than 2128 when it came back, just for a little bit of a history. Correct? Like,
Yeah, no, that's right. And I was not directly involved as a client matter. However, I do follow this stuff, you know. And, 2.1.2.8 was unusual type of legislation. And it really was designed with the idea that there would be a stewardship district, that there would be a master. We're only focused on one of the elements, but just to, without a big filibuster, I mean, when you look holistically at the ordinance, you're looking at scenarios where you can reward properties that are self-contained and master plan. And you can argue that that's a good policy.
but that's not really what it was for. See, there's maybe where there's a disconnect. Like, in fact, there's a bill that just got filed. You probably pay attention to Tallahassee. The blue ribbon thing, it just got filed like 2 days ago. That is what you're talking about. That's like 10,000 acre, self-contained kind of thing. That just got filed in Tallahassee. This wasn't that. If this was that, then Cone Ranch wouldn't have gotten approved. Lazy C probably wouldn't have gotten it. We just had that. It was 1,000 homes. That's not a self-contained anything. My neighborhood's more than 1,000 homes. You know, so that wasn't really the intent. But to go back to where I was going with it, because I just want to give, because I think I was the only one on the board at the time during the first transmittal. Maybe not. Maybe you guys were. I don't remember if you were or not. Okay. Originally, the language said it had to literally be abutting the FDAB. There was no coterminous aspect to this. It was, you have to be abutting a development that was being built on the west side of the FDAB. And there was a whole discussion of whether or not this was only for Lakewood Ranch, because they're the ones who qualified. When it got revised based upon some conceptual promise that, hey, this makes sense to allow it to be abutting the next one, because you can share pipes and share roads, and we're gonna promise you inter-neighborhood tie-ins, and parks and trails can be. So if the intent was to allow coterminous because of the continuation of a development, and now you're making an argument that the intent also involved being on the opposite side of a lake that has no neighborhood tie-ins, no pipes that can be connected, no roadways that can be connected, you're defeating the purpose of what the intent was when we as a board at that time were asked to modify the original language from being abutting the FDAB to allowing this leapfrog, which led to very questionable developments like East River Ranch, for instance. And I'm sure your project will be better than that one, but that one at least adhered to the intent of 2128. But yours doesn't fit the intent as I saw it at my time on the board. So I have to work off my intent, my understanding of the language if there isn't a clear definition. So that's just more of a history lesson for everybody else. Where am I wrong on that? How do you conform to 2128 versus me? Because again, we're talking conceptually here, but you're not going to use you're not sharing infrastructure, you're not sharing utility systems, you're not sharing trail systems, you're not sharing roadways. You are nothing. I mean, by your definition, I could make a legitimate argument that Emerson Point is contiguous with Robinson Preserve. And therefore, it's effectively one preserve because they're really actually next to each other. But they're not, because if we're getting into the gray area of how big is too big, then you've lost me, because now you're not making a real argument, because now it's just a matter of where the line in the sand is.
Mr. Chairman, I don't resist the things that you're saying. What I would say to you, though, is this. We as a community and as a landowner are stuck with the words in your ordinances, okay? You make the policies. And so Katie mentioned Babcock Ranch, for example, or Welland Park, okay? They struggled with all of these same things, exactly the same. What does the Northport Code say? What does the Charlotte County Code say, and so forth like that? And they battled through it. And I defy someone to say that isn't a quality project.
And I'll agree with you, it's quality. And in fact, I'll go one step further and say, I voted in favor of the L3 project down State Road 62, which is probably a better example to Babcock Ranch than what you're proposing. Why? Because L3 didn't pretend they were something they weren't. L3 said flat out, we're east of the FDAB, we're a self-contained community, we're gonna put little farms around it, we're gonna have our own little packet utilities. They were what they were, and they walked in front of us and asked for approval, and ultimately they received it. So there's, in theory, nothing precluding you from coming back here anyway. But the issue we're having is you're hanging your hat on 2128, and this is an administrative determination on whether or not we, the board, agree with our staff's administrative determination that this does not comply to it as we see it. Look, we're talking hypothetical. There's no right or wrong answer. You have your opinion, we have our opinion, they have their opinion. We're all going to walk out of here thinking we were right at the end of the day. It's just who has votes and who just has an opinion. So, I mean, at the end of the day, there's nothing to preclude you from coming and saying, this is not 2128, and we're not implying we're next to anything. We just want approval for this. You have every right to do that as a potential landowner. But again, 2128, remember, does not say that it shall be allowable. It says it may be allowable. It's still a subjective policy that we can determine whether or not that makes logical sense. Let's be honest. 2128 was always written, and I've stood by this, as a CYA for board members, not really a CYA for applicants. This was written for a certain board for a certain reason so that the board can point to a policy and say, we approve this and this conforms to the comp plan here, so the public can't sue me. This was never for the applicants, because you guys, again, can request L3 if you want. So my opinion is, again, this does not conform to it. This is my version of the history as I recall it. You can correct me if I'm wrong, and you can try and tell me why I'm wrong, but that's my remembrance of why this extended from against the FDAB to further, and allowed for the not leapfrogging, but the back-to-back projects. I don't see this being it.
We're just battling for a great project. That's what we're doing. And we know it will be. And the only thing that I would disagree with you on your statement is that when we do walk out of here, we're gonna know one thing is what the decision of the board is, despite our interpretation, or even the staff's for that matter.
I don't disagree that today, my opinion does in fact have a little more weight than your opinion. I'll be the first to admit.
Point made.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Beard.
So, yeah, I mean, looking at this, I mean, if we were to, let's just say, grant this today, we would be making the definition, which would affect other cases around the state of Florida, which I don't think this board really wants to be in that position. We're going to be the board that defines this, right? And, I mean, that's a pretty big pill to swallow, you know, if we're trying to make that decision. What implication would be granting this, what you call a unicorn appeal, have for future applicants seeking similar exemptions or interpretations that you would see if we were to say, let's go with this?
Well, I want to answer that, and I hinted at it, I guess, not directly enough. I think we're the only one that will fall in that category in Manatee County, because you have a repeal ordinance in place. And the only thing that you haven't acted upon it is from some other restriction, right? And so there's a principle of law, Commissioner, that says if you're a landowner and you know of a change that is pending, you can't avail yourself of the policy that hasn't yet been terminated. So if I come today and try to apply under 2.1.2.8, say, hey, it's still in the books, but I've known for how many months that you're seeking to terminate that, that landowner is in a completely different and completely indefensible category. So the direct answer to your question, we are a unicorn because there's no one else in the application queue on this question. And it won't have any effect on anybody else. A favorable decision.
I'd probably disagree with you on that,
Well,
but.
If-
But I
if we always
respect your
agree, I'll be
opinion in the
surprised.
sense that I understand what you're trying to do.
I'm
so.
trying to answer your question.
Correct. Yes, sir. And I appreciate that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Just pulling up the right page. One of the things that policy 2128 encourages is orderly development. How is this orderly?
I heard you say that one time in the past on the policy question, not this matter, and
Well, I meant your development, sorry, not the policy.
No, it was another matter, and I think, and I agree with that. It does provide for orderly development, and so that's why you have to stand alone and demonstrate master development, CDD, stewardship district, the provision of your own utilities and so forth. And like the chairman says, you've got another planned provision that could provide for some of that, but there are some limitations on that that are not attractive. And so we've gone a different route.
Well, my question is more, how is this development orderly? So for example, you have, let's exclude the large portion. Can we pull up the map real quick? My eyes hurt looking at this on the small screen. While we're doing that, my question was specific to the parcels that you're saying are contiguous to our, contiguous and coterminous, not necessarily with the FDAP, but with the boundaries of Lake Manatee, the smaller finger portions to the north and east of that. If we can kind of zoom in, can you zoom in on the northeast corner a little bit? Well, we don't have to. So there's the northern portion here, just north of the river, the northernmost portion, that has no connection to the south. I guess my question is, how is that orderly relative to the rest of your parcel? How is that discouraging finger-type developments, isolated portions?
I think I'd probably, again, Scott Vitari for the record, I'd answer a couple different ways, Commissioner.
Oh, and the same goes for that little weird western portion too, the squared off rectangular thing, just slightly, yeah, other side of that.
And I promise I'll get to the answer, but
Sure.
I would need to start with, at this time, as Ed has mentioned, what we are trying to do is get in for review with a plan. And those details that you're asking about, the orderly development of the property would be easier to explain with a physical site plan. But to try to answer the question conceptually, there is actually a existing ag road that crosses that portion of Lake Manatee that I think you're referring to, the portion that's bifurcated by Lake Manatee. There is an ag road that crosses that at this time. In the development plan that we have proffered, there's also the, again, not part of this particular hearing, but in the plan that we've submitted, there is a parcel of land at the extreme north that I think you're describing that was actually shown as an opportunity parcel. It's not necessarily going to be developed with homes. It could be a park. It could be long-term agriculture. It could be the solar farm that you see at Babcock Ranch. So the orderly development isn't just in what land is included, it's what's done with that land.
Sure, but you're here asking us to make to make a determination against what our staff's recommendation is. So I'm looking at other future land use elements in addition to 2128. I'm not going to go argue that because, yeah, I just don't want to get down that rabbit hole. But I'm also looking at compatibility with other parts of our comprehensive plan. We have 221, which calls for development to occur in quote, in compact contiguous patterns. We have 2123 promoting quote unquote orderly contiguous growth. And then you mentioned sprawl. 2212 discourages premature or scattered urban development. So my concern is I don't really need a site plan to tell that you're going to have to do something with these portions that are bifurcated by Lake Manatee, of which you have one little parcel, two big parcels to the north and east. How do you explain that? Again, it just kind of goes down to how is this orderly contiguous within and of itself?
So the short answer is that we would have to comply with all of those ordinances when we deliver you the real development plan. But we've cracked the door open, but we're not even through the door yet. But this is, how many acres is this? A lot of acres. 1,200 acres. I mean, this isn't going to be developed to every corner. I mean, the orderly element of this will be much more compact because, frankly, I mean, I'm getting way over my skis now, but with some of these, you can't build bridges. You can't effectively build bridges. So there are portions of these parcels that won't be developed and will have to have some alternate use, like the solar farm, for example. And that's a very good use, right? And that would provide for direct and orderly development. So you ask a very good question. It's just premature, other than we can assure you that it will be orderly. And someday, Commissioner, we'll come back and show you, hopefully to your satisfaction.
Thank you. Going back to a question asked by, I believe, Commissioner Ballard, let's call it a hearing problem. If you don't mind restating on my part, if you don't mind restating whether there were any other properties that you are claiming this parcel is contiguous to and coterminous with that have been approved under 2128? Or is your argument just that you're contiguous and coterminous to the line, FDAB line?
The latter.
Okay. All right. And, Mr. Chair, just a quick question for procedural matter. Am I allowed to ask the attorney a question, or should we wait?
Sarah?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay. What authority do commissioners have to apply and create this broad definition of what an open body of water is? What is considered, well, I won't say compact, but we talked a lot about the open body of water. What is a body of water? I was just doing some quick searches on Florida Statute 171, that chapter. Because there are, and I asked that question because there are, I believe, 3 different agencies, some federal, that can make that policy determination. So I wonder whether we have authority to make that definition as well. SWIFMUD, FDEP, I don't know if WCIND counts, Army Corps, certainly that's federal. My concern is we don't have the authority to even say that.
Well, the introduction section of the comprehensive plan designates the Board of County Commissioners as the body that makes the interpretation. For purpose of your comprehensive plan, you are the authority.
We can
They have to
define.
get permits from state agencies or federal agencies if they were impacting the water body. That's a different issue.
My question was more around, can we, as a board, define bodies of water that are determined by state statute and state and federal policy, agency policy?
Well, allowed to interpret our comprehensive plan, and the definitions in the LDC is your guidance.
I mean, it seems like the question is we're having to define open body of water, especially when it comes to some of these finger portions of Lake Manatee. I'll just leave that question unanswered. That's all I've got for now. Thank you.
This has been, I was worried about things going off track because we were admonished that what we are talking about is the interpretation of the 2.1.2.8 and bodies of water here, and I think we've all been given a little largesse to get into other areas there. I'm I haven't seen the staff, we really didn't get a whole lot as far as the staff, except for the staff has made their decision and their interpretation on it, and you've asked the board to, yeah, we're there, we just haven't heard your.
We haven't gotten to
We're-
that
we're
point
good.
yet.
We're good. We're getting there.
Tal's trying to figure out the
We're getting
definition of
there.
body of water over here.
And again, we're still trying to find what is water. And you know, that's a very, a local thing, right? What's a creek? What's a creek versus what's a stream, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. You know, what's a lake versus a reservoir is all where you came from, right? I mean, basically, we could annex Mexico if we consider the Gulf of America a contiguous part of it, body of water, right? So for that, I'm very grateful for the other lawyers on our team here, because this is a legal wangle. And you do present your side very convincingly and eloquently and professionally, and we always appreciate that. But it is what it is. And it is not, in my humble policy-making and voting opinion, what we're trying to make it. So I can't wait to hear our staff's presentation on what they consider a body of water. But we're close, but no banana on this, guys, so good luck next time.
All right, staff.
Hello. My name is Elizabeth Schulman. I'm a senior planner with Manatee County, and I have been sworn. I just really quick wanted to talk about the North Lake Stewardship District. That's a fiscal entity, like a CDD, and as far as I can tell, has nothing to do with this. Okay. So I'm presenting on the Pomelo Bluff Appeal of Administrative Determination. AD was issued in February, a code interpretation, and on criteria A, a policy 2128, we've gone over it, and the appeal was requested in March. Policy 2128 has two avenues of achieving compliance with criteria A. You can be coterminous and contiguous to the FDAB, or to lands that have been approved pursuant to the policy, and that was the request. Gone over where it is. Linear distance, 2.76 miles, just for background context, 3.87 miles if you're traversing Lake Manatee. Lot of parcels in between the two. And then the closest development, I know this was asked a few times, is over 1.5 miles away, East River Ranch. And it's surrounded by conservation land, which was purchased by Swift Mud in order to protect the surface waters of Lake Manatee, our drinking water source, and that hatching is the Lake Manatee Protection Overlay. So my interpretation falls in 3 parts. I do think that we have very solid definitions. I don't think that there is anything undefined in this. So I'm going to go over the coterminous definition. I'm going to use the dictionary definition. And then for the contiguous definition, I'm going to use our land development code, and I'm going to reference the Florida statute as well. Coterminous means sharing a border. The FDAB and this property do not share a border. The land development code definition is pretty clear. It says contiguous shall mean adjoining or separated by no more than a street, railroad, canal, stream, or similar feature. There's 2 parts of this definition I want to go over. First is the similar feature part. I've got 3 examples of the features actually on the FDAB. A street, railroad, and canal, which are all narrow features, which means of small width. You got Bourneside Boulevard at 120 feet, approximate, done using Manatee County GIS. We got the CSX line, 25 feet, and a canal or a stream on the FDAB, which is 12 feet. I think that Ballard said this as well, it's an order of magnitude different, easily. So Lake Manatee is not a similar feature. So in my professional opinion, I would say even if the orientation of this lake were different, and the project site was directly next to it and in between the FDAB and the site, it would still not be contiguous and coterminous because Lake Manatee is not a similar feature under our land definition code of contiguous. Moving along, I want to talk about the second part. Contiguous shall mean adjoining or separated by no more than a street, railroad, canal, stream, or similar feature. So a separating feature has to be the only element separating the FDAB or lands approved pursuant to 2128 from the subject property. Two sites that each touch a feature but are otherwise disconnected are not contiguous. So this was what it means to be separated by more than the separating feature. Parcel 1 and 2 are contiguous. They're separated by a stream and no more than the stream. Whereas parcel 3, it touches the stream as well, but it is separated by land. It is separated by more than. So therefore, it is not contiguous. So just to recap, the project site does not share a border with the FDAB. Lake Manatee is not only not an eligible separating feature, but it is also separated by thousands of acres of land in addition to Lake Manatee. The Florida statute definition, I think, is interesting. It's got a definition of contiguous in it in relation to municipal annexation, but we are not annexing territory. The applicant is asking for a CPA and a rezone, not a municipal annexation. So they have to go by our land development code definition. They have to go by our comprehensive plan and land development code, not by Florida statute per se. But even within this Florida statute definition, we've talked about a body of water running parallel, a minor geographical division, all of which this does not meet. Lake Manatee runs perpendicular to the project site and again has thousands of acres of land in between it. So this is the conclusion slide. These would be the two avenues in which Pomelo Bluff could have gained compliance with criteria A. One is being contiguous and coterminous to the FDAB. The other contiguous and coterminous to lands that have been approved pursuant to policy 2128. And we can see that it is over 1.5 miles away from the closest area. So in conclusion, the project site is not contiguous and coterminous to the FDAB and is not contiguous and coterminous to developments approved east of the FDAB, Taylor Ranch and East River Ranch, and therefore does not meet the locational criteria of policy 2128A, and staff supports the administrative determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner City.
Thank you. Just a question to you. And
Yeah.
The intent of the prior question was kind of ask an absurd one and see an absurd answer come by.
Sure.
I was just too tired to have the charisma to say it. But the question I did have is one of the implications in the state statute is a logical connection between the boundaries and parcels. Is it, I mean, if you go back to the map where we showed the arrows, I mean, it is your opinion that this is not a logical connection to the FDAB, that Lake Manatee, the distance between Pomelo Bluff and Lake Manatee, and then Pomelo Bluff and East River Ranch, those are not logical boundaries.
Correct. They're surrounded by agricultural rural land, which makes sense because it's east of the FDAB. And then most of Pomelo Bluff is actually surrounded by straight conservation land meant to protect our drinking water. So there's very little logical connection between the Pomelo Bluff site and, in my professional opinion, and these other sites. And they don't, a lot of the Florida statute definition on annexation talks about them trading socially and economically, connecting areas that have something to do with each other and want to become part of the same region. This is undeveloped land. There's no inhabitants to speak of. So there really would be no route looking at that.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I have no one else on the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will open this up to public comment regarding the administrative determination. I have 4 people signed up, so I'm going to call out the 4 people that signed up in the order they signed up first. I know you're back there super anxious to. I have, in fact, you can come first because you've been very patient. Go ahead. You come first, and then I'll go. You would stand it up for like 45 minutes, like pacing back there like a tiger waiting to go. Please state your name.
Good afternoon,
and-
evening. My name is David Dean. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
I live on Lake Manatee at the intersection of 675 and 64. My property deed has the stipulations in it that I only own to the 40-foot contour line above sea level. Everything below that belongs to Manatee County's Lake Manatee. I also have another easement in my deed that says that the county reserves the right to flood my land to the 45-foot contour line, periodically flood my land. And we've seen that done a few times. So the county owns that. It's a parcel of land. It's 1,180 acres that the county bought from the landowners, as their gentleman researched. And so it's not some natural body. It was artificially created. If the county decided tomorrow to take that dam down, they would still own those 1,180 acres of land that would separate the FDAB from these folks' parcels. And if you look at the FDAB, the only reason the FDAB even jogs east in that location to be on the upside of the dam is just to acknowledge that the county is responsible for the waste treatment plant and the dam. That's part of your infrastructure responsibilities. It certainly wasn't designed to allow the FDAB to be thwarted as these developers are attempting. And staff has done a great job. I'm not a lawyer, and I don't think the annexation statute, Florida annexation statute, has any relevance for the purposes here. And I just look at the dictionary. I am an old union advocate, and when we decided contract cases, the arbitrator's old saying was, the plain language speaks for itself. The contract speaks for itself. And you only look for obscure definitions when the language is not clear. It's my contention that the language is clear. Coterminous is having the same boundaries, and contiguous is sharing a common border or touching. You don't need to go any further than that. And I also submitted written comments. I still stand by them. And those are just the couple of extra points I wanted to make in light of what I've heard here. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Luchman?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then I have Jamie and then Kimberly Siri after that.
So, thank you very much. My name is Adam Mukman, and my farm is directly
I'm sorry, sir,
bordering
could you repeat or spell your name for us? I apologize for not understanding.
UCHMAN.
And have you been sworn?
Is that
Sure.
your first name or last name?
Last
sir?
name, Adam.
First name is Adam.
Okay, thank you.
A-D-A-M.
Thank you.
Have you been sworn?
I'm sorry?
Have you been sworn?
Yes, I was.
Okay,
I was
okay.
in the morning.
Okay.
And yeah, I came in at 9 a.m. So
Still valid.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
still okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, my farm borders the, oh, boy. Wow. My farm borders the property on two sides. And what I wanted to say is that my understanding is that the Lake Manatee is the source of, strategic source of water for the Bradenton and Sarasota. And my understanding is that there is a law that prohibits any developments around the Lake Manatee and the Gill Creek. That's what I wanted to say today, that I'm against the development, I'm against the 3,006. I shouldn't be talking about the
No,
buildings here.
Not noise pit. no.
Yeah. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Thank you.
very much, guys.
Thank you. Jamie Van Hoos. That close? All right, that's what I thought.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me find my, all right, so Pomelo Bluff.
Ma'am, could you please state your name and
Yes.
if you've been sworn?
I've been sworn. My name's Jamie Van Hoos.
Thank you.
Pomelo Bluff is called a thoughtful transition from west to east by the developers. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I've been born and raised here. I'm also an adjacent property owner to the proposed Pomelo Bluff. I wasn't always an adjacent property owner. The southernmost portion of land in Pomelo Bluff that touches State Road 64 is my adjacent property line. My previous neighbor, Mrs. Gomez, was deceived. She was promised her property was being bought by a local cattle rancher. We haven't seen a cow on that land yet. And now look, it's the new entrance to proposed Pomelo Bluff. Isn't that ironic? Regarding policy 2128, the developers argue that their property doesn't necessarily have to be adjacent to or touching the FDAB to be considered contiguous coterminous, and a reasonable interpretation should proceed, development should proceed. We have to define the interpretation of this policy and apply it, and it's very clear. This property is not contiguous or coterminous to the FDAB. The FDAB exists for a reason, to prevent depletion of our lands, wildlife, and aesthetics, just to name a few. This is a line drawn that cannot be loosely interpreted. The implications of doing so are dire. An example, in the county report, any property touching a water body, no matter how far removed or disconnected from the FDAB, could be deemed contiguous. It would allow any property touching State Road 64 all the way to the Hardy County line to be considered eligible merely because the FDAB crosses State Road 64. That interpretation is not reasonable. Another strong point from the developers is they are simply going to be a continuation of the existing development pattern to the west and south. The FDAB exists to prevent that from happening beyond the boundary, simply put. I don't care that it's consistent with everything else that's happening. That's the entire point of the FDAB. Let's just agree that it is consistent with the land to the west and south. What does that matter? No one might have thought that it would be, but it is, and exactly why the boundary exists, to prevent urbanization from moving past it. Lastly, I would like to discuss a report written by the Southwest Florida Water Management District from October of 2004. I would love for you guys to have a copy of this, for it to be entered into record. This is I think we've missed the point of where this is in Manatee County. You want to talk about a unicorn? This is on Manatee County, Lake Manatee watershed, okay? This is a document titled, "A Plan for the Use and Management of the Lake Manatee Reserve." It's a comprehensive summary noting why developing near Lake Manatee and its surrounding tributaries is dangerous and detrimental in various aspects, and outlines the county's obligations to protect it. Manatee County reserved lands were acquired by the district for the primary purpose of protecting the watershed, which serves as a major source of drinking water for Manatee and Sarasota counties. Gilly Creek, where Pomelo Bluff is being built, discharges directly into Lake Manatee and is the primary tributary to the upper Manatee River above the dam. We have documented in this document from 2004 that Gilly Creek is an already struggling waterway. The United States Environmental Protection Agency came in 1998 and declared Gilly Creek as an impaired body of water in the Clean Water Act and recommended vigorous water quality monitoring moving forward. This creek is paramount to the health of the lake, rivers, and species it flows into. The protection of water near Gilly Creek and Webb Branch is important. This development will negatively impact this environment, and there will be unintended consequences. Habitat loss for scrub jays, active burrowing owls We have documented breeding pairs in Gilly Creek North in this document, where this development is going. And those are designated a species of special concern by the FFWCC. So either we gave false information in 2004 or we don't care anymore, right? And it's our choice now to show your community that you value this area, this very special area for all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I have Kimberly Syria. Okay. I'll just remind everyone, we're discussing the location of the land, not what birds are on it. I mean, this determination has to be whether or not we're defining this definition of coterminous and so forth correctly, and not dictating it based upon your approval of or disagreement of anything you could potentially do to this land later. So if Kimberly's not speaking, then it's open to anyone else in the room who would like to speak. Please state your name, county residence, whether you've been sworn, and you have 5 minutes.
Great. Good afternoon again,
Hello.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident. I have been sworn. Been waiting all day for this. And so here's something that I assume you've already looked into this from a legal perspective, but my entire career has been in waterways, navigation, and this is totally in my wheelhouse. And I'm amazed that you didn't bring this up, but so coterminous, sharing a common boundary, contiguous, in contact with, we're all clear. It's been repeated a number of times. Is this waterway public? The answer to that is yes. Is it navigable? Is this waterway navigable? That answer is yes. Or is this waterway substantial? I think the answer to all three of those questions is yes. Lake Manatee is a navigable waterway under Florida common law. It's a navigable waterway. By that, it seems to me that the presence of a navigable waterway between properties prevents them from being considered contiguous because the state or the county owns the bed of the navigable water, which breaks the physical connection. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the water is irrelevant. The navigable water, right, the bed, the state owns. And I'll just continue, and if you didn't know this already, I'm sure you did. This is your guys' deal here. This hasn't been decided in Florida statute, right? Navigable waterways is a contentious issue in the entire country. People want to build docks, and they want to do all this crazy stuff, and then they want the federal government to determine if it's a navigable waterway. The feds will say no to this because it's Lake Manatee. It's not coastal, so the feds get out of the way. But this isn't a Florida statute, but it is determined in case law regarding navigability in fact test. That's what it's called, the navigability in fact test. And there's two cases specifically you can look at, State v. Black River Phosphate and Odom versus Deltona Corporation. That's just where it's been debated about whether or not a waterway is considered navigable. But back to the point, to make this contiguous, to connect these two things together, the state would have to sell Lake Manatee to somebody in connection with another property. I mean, I can't, for the life of me, this is where I lose trust sometimes in the good of the applicant, because I can't imagine that these professionals didn't know that. The navigable waterway is clearly the difference here. It doesn't matter how far it is. It's a navigable waterway. This is case law. So I just think you should consider that, or at least ask for more information about that test, because a navigable waterway, Lake Manatee, if you boat, you've been on it. I mean, that's not in debate. These three things, again, is it public? Is it navigable? Is it substantial? Answer no to any of those questions and you got an argument. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Man, did she just cut you off?
I did. I gotta get my kids home. Hi, my name is Stacy Jesse. I live in Manatee County, and I have been sworn in. It's fun to be back here. wish it wasn't so late. I am representing East Manatee Preservation Association today. Everything I was going to say, someone on the board has already said, so I'm not going to stand up here really long. I kind of did the same thing that apparently Commissioner Cruz did. Well, he probably remembered it. I wasn't paying attention to local politics in 2021, so I spent way too many hours this past week watching the meetings from April and November of 2021. And I just wanted to talk for a second about kind of the history and the intent of policy 2128. I think that it's a terrible policy, but I think that, right, we're talking about an appealing whether it applies in this case, and as terrible as I think this policy is, I think that it very clearly says, no, you can't develop where this development wants to be. I agree even that it's ambiguous. In fact, our organization hired our own land use attorney who agreed that it was ambiguous, but it was ambiguous on the parts about how developers were going to pay their fair share of infrastructure, not on what contiguous and coterminous mean. It's been talked to death, but my kids just did geography on the non-contiguous states of the United States, and they're Hawaii and Alaska because, oh yeah, they're, you know, the Pacific Ocean separates them from the rest. You know, you Google it and Cornell law says what it means, so I don't think that there is any ambiguity in those two terms. But I went back and I listened to the original applicant for Lakewood Ranch Communities, the attorney that put the policy forward in 2128. And one of the big things that he talked about was they didn't want this to be leapfrogging. In fact, the exact words from that November meeting from the person who put it forward, it must be an extension of current development. We're not talking about leapfrogging. We're saying where we have development in place of a suburban type nature, that's where we might want to extend. So the staff report is phenomenal. That picture there is, you know, all anyone needs to look at. There's no way you can have pipes from a developed community going across Lake Manatee, right? It's not there. There's no way to make that connection. It just doesn't work. And I think that, right, it's not, we've already covered, it's not a minor geographical division or a similar feature. And I think that just my final thing will be, there are no unicorn projects. As soon as I watched, and in November they came back of 2021 and were like, oh, we're going to change it so it's not just specific to Taylor Ranch. We want any developer to be able to have a chance, right? We knew that we were opening the door. That's why so many of the people in this room were here 4 years ago, because they knew it was going to happen. There's always a unicorn project that's going to get you to push the line, and then there's going to be another one and another one. There is never enough. It will always continue. But I think the policy is really clear here that you have to deny it does not meet the very basic requirements to build past the FDAP. Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Elizabeth Arnold, Manatee County. I wanted to offer an opportunity for improvement.
Have
if
you
I
been
could.
sworn?
Huh?
Have you been sworn?
Oh, yes, I've been
Okay.
sworn. I saw an opportunity for improvement because on the agenda, it doesn't say that this is quasi-judicial, and it is. And so a lot of people back in Mayaca, who are a long way from here, prepared speeches and were going to call in. And so they were messaging me and very disappointed that they couldn't be here to talk because they didn't realize they had to be here to talk. So hopefully moving forward, if something's going to be quasi-judicial, we can make certain that it says that, because that's really important to folks because they want their voices heard. Pretty much everybody said everything that I've been thinking. I do want to also thank the staff for their hard work. I think that they were terrific, and I really appreciate everything they did. Their diagrams were wonderful, and I think that you all should uphold what the staff recommended. It's important, and when you look around that land, it's very clearly all just acreage and small farms. There's no development there at all, and so I think that everything was covered beautifully, and I think that to do the citizens a favor and also the developers a favor, if you will, this should probably be just ended, not continued on, so we all have to sit here through more days of discussion and they spend more money trying to develop something that in all reality should never have been on anybody's radar to begin with. Thank you very much.
Well, good evening, Mark Vanderie, Manatee County. I have been sworn, had 8 signatures for people I'm speaking for on their behalf, so I should get 10 minutes for this one. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Waterline Road Preservation Group, as well as some others. And yeah, we oppose this appeal, please. Please oppose this appeal, and please respect the FDAB, at least for once. Commissioner Cruz, to your point earlier, I agree with you that we do have very capable county staff. Sometimes they're a little overwhelmed and overworked, but they got this one right, and you should listen to what they are telling you. They did their homework, and it's very clear. And also to your point, Commissioner Cruz, the intent is important here. The intent of contiguous coterminous. You already heard a lot about that earlier. This land is not. To get utilities of any type out there from the nearest utility areas serving Taylor Ranch or East River Ranch, whatever they call it these days, you would have to micro-tunnel underneath the reservoir. Why would you, how could that even be allowed? And to Tony's point earlier, it's navigable water, but it's also an outstanding Florida waterway. It's our drinking water. It's a lot of things that you shouldn't be looking at it too frivolously. It needs to be protected. I think you want to protect it. I think the staff wants to protect it in their interpretation of Policy 2128, which hopefully one day will be going away. So last I looked, unicorn is not a federally protected species. So hypothetically, I think we should just shoot it and put it out of our misery. And that's all I have to say. I yield back my 3 minutes from this morning. Thank you.
Fair enough. Any other public comments?
Rob Brown, Manatee County resident, and have been sworn. My other colleagues here have really taken all my thunder here, and the chair won't let me talk about water quality, so.
Well, it's not relevant to this. You can call me, I'll talk to you about it all day
I
long.
understand. We'll save it for a later date if
All
it's
right.
necessary. But again, I do agree that, ordinance 2112 that adopted, policy 2128 should never have been approved. And hopefully that soon we could have that reversed. I don't want this board to lose the forest for the trees here. I go back, and I worked for the county for 34 years, was here in 1989 when the regional comp plan was adopted, and discussion for the overlay districts. And what it meant to protect the Lake Manatee, that huge investment to Manatee County. It was the envy of west coast of Florida to have a surface water supply. And then our wastewater treatment plants and the port, Manatee County was the envy of everybody. So it was a great investment. The overlay districts were established really to protect from mining, but we understood there'd be future development. And the standards were established, like I said, in '89. They really haven't been updated to deal with what's coming forward now, and I think that should be a charge going forward. But again, it's an invaluable resource, the habitat, the water supply, the infrastructure, and just don't lose sight of that as we're moving forward with future development in this area. And the FDAB line,
again, we thought we would never get there. We thought development would never reach the FDAP line back then, and look where we are now. So please, put a halt, stop, think, and look at your policies, go back, and we do need to update some as we're going forward, and not let things ride as they were 30, 40 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Any other public comments in the room? Seeing none, I will close public comment. We're on questions, so I'm not sure, Commissioner McCann, Commissioner Seek, are you on for deliberation or for questions of anybody? Okay, in that case, any final words from staff? Anything final for you? I know Ed stepped out.
Katie LaBarba Stantec, representing the client. I will just say that you have before you today a request for appeal for an administrative determination. We are following the rules and regulations of the Land Development Code by bringing this request before you. We have presented facts based on ambiguities that exist in the policy, and we have provided evidence to support our position. We ask that you consider our position and rule in our favor today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we are up to deliberation. I've got 3 people on, starting with Commissioner McCann.
Again, I looked at the law and I looked at everything that applies here, including the Florida statutes, and I don't find this to be contiguous. So I want to make the motion right now, based upon the staff report, evidence presented, comments made at the public hearing. I move to adopt resolution R25-170 to deny the appeal of administrative determination AD-25-10 and affirming administrative determination AD-25-10.
It's quite the double negative there. It took me a second. All right, I have a motion to approve the denial of sorts, actually approve the determination of staff. So it's not a denial of anything, it's acceptance of your determination. That motion to approve is by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. I still have 2 people on the board. If you feel like speaking, Commissioner Sadiq.
I'm in support of this. I think I accept the facts and evidence and public testimony of our staff and their expertise. I agree with it, having read the statute and interpreted it as best I can myself. I think the ask of us to make this determination will also not serve a public purpose. It is the applicant, potential applicant's, I guess, applicant's admission they're a unicorn. And so in making this, I think this determination will, the obvious impact is it could affect other property owners in the future, but it's clearly not the case. So I think this is leading to a potential private benefit, which is not in line with what the Community Planning Act or what our local ordinances and codes allow us to do. So in saying all that, I just going to agree with the denial.
This is not a denial, this is an approval. Okay.
Can we clarify which resolution, Sarah, please? It's R25-170?
Yes, Commissioner McCann, I read the resolution number 25-170.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Feltz, to close us out.
First off, I want to thank my District 1 people for showing up and hanging with us all day long. I do hope that we can make some adjustments to our public hearing notices, maybe get some time certains when we know it's a contentious issue. These people have sat here all day long, and I think that's tells you their tenacity. And I appreciate staff doing a great job at this, and I appreciate the applicant being as passionate about it. But this is a pretty cut and dried situation that I think we've put forward here. And I think it was presented well with professionalism, and I appreciate my fellow commissioners' vote on this because it means a lot to my district.
You don't know how we're voting. All right, there's no one else on the board. I have a motion to approve by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. Everyone has cast their vote, so all votes have been cast. that is approved 6-0 with Commissioner Ron absent. So that means we have accepted the administrative determination of the staff to deny the request. All right, we have 2 items left. Here's where I'm going to go with this to the board. The fact that you're all packing up may make this easier. The last 2 items were both administrative on our side. The big one is there's a lot of things we proposed in the comprehensive plan that we haven't moved forward because of Senate Bill 180, some of which we can do in spite of Senate Bill 180 because they're not more burdensome. Plus, we had the form-based code from Commissioner Sadiq and the discussion about the corridors. The discussion was, this is a bigger discussion, certainly not 445 with a partial board, but I think this is a great thing for like beginning of the year work session to have a real sit down all morning discussion, invite the public and really hash out our thoughts so the staff can act on it. So I would propose we take 12 and 13 and turn them into a work session at next available work session at the beginning of 2026.
Thank you very much. Rachel Akerstadt, thank you very much.
I can't make a motion, so this is just a proposal. Looking for head nods.
I'm making the motion. I'm making the motion that we defer items 12 and 13 to a workshop after the first of the year, first workshop available.
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner McCann, seconded by Commissioner
So hard
Sadiq.
to hear, I'm so sorry.
It's just it was a motion by Commissioner McCann to defer items 12 and item 13 to a work session after, no date certain, after the first of the year.
Okay,
And
thank
that
you.
motion was seconded by Commissioner Sadiq.
Thank you.
We'll do a voice vote because some people already closed their computers. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed. That was approved 6-0 with Commissioner Ron absent. Ms. Knapp, do you have any final comments? Sarah, any final comments? Before I get yelled at, I will reopen up public comment for future agenda items. That hand's been raised for 3 hours. Oh, now the hand's raised. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, now someone's gone. All right, I have a call 309. It's on the agenda, I gotta do it. No.
Not yet.
309.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Dalton Nelson, Manatee County. I just wanted to take the time and say I appreciate all the good discussion and everything today. Unfortunately, I was not able to be there. I would have been there to speak about some of these issues and things as they closely relate to our property. But, you know, again, earlier this week, I also feel the need to reiterate that for future agenda items consideration, this involves all agenda items, you know, we need to make sure that we're being respectful of the public that is taking time out of their day to come up here and to talk and to, you know, try and be a part of the process that local government plays in our society. And I'm going to continue to call out the things that I see. I see one today. I'm not going to talk about it. Just know that I am watching and I am paying attention. And, you know, some of these things may play a role later. But with that being said, you know, I am glad that the board is being more mindful about, you know, the thought processes and the considerations in regards to some of these issues, as they are very vital to Manatee County's future, not just short term, but long term. You know, there's always going to be the need for water and for land and for resources and things, and the protection of that ultimately needs to be the highest on the list out of personal gain. So thank you guys. You did a good job today. I just wanted to recognize that and to tell you that we're happy, all of us on 675, you know, for the directions that you guys have been taking.
All right. Thank you, Dalton. And there's nobody left on the phone. There's nobody in the room. So I will close public comment. I'll continue with any final commissioner comments. Commissioner Bearden, Commissioner Ballard, Commissioner McCann, Commissioner Feltz. Tal is already 3 blocks away. All right. With that, we are adjourned.
What you wanted to do.